Shyamji Krishnavarma. Sanskrit, Sociology, and Anti-Imperialism. Harald Fischer Tiné. Shyamji Krishnavarma. 1. Knowledge 1. 2. Cosmopolitanism 53. 3. Violence 110. 4. Conclusion and Epilogue 183. Thematic foci. Questions of cultural encounters, negotiation and translation are central to the first theme to be illuminated through an exploration of our protagonist's biography. This concerns the production, dissemination, and impact of colonial knowledge, or to put it in a less one-sided manner, the circulation of knowledge in colonial constellations. The fact that questions of the interdependence between imperial expansion on the one hand, and the creation, transfer and institutionalization of various bodies of knowledge on the other, are now being discussed by mainstream historians in the Western Academy is not least the result of the pioneering work that historians of South Asia have done in this area. 9. The most fascinating recent interventions in the field have forcefully made 2 points that are of particular relevance for a study of Shyamji's career. First, these scholars have persuasively discredited diffusionist and unilateral models that conceive of the flows of knowledge, most convincingly argued with reference to scientific knowledge, solely between a Western core to a colonist periphery, and instead stress the dialogical, circular, or pigeon character of such processes of exchange. 10. Second, and closely related to this argument, they have reminded us of the agency of native experts as go-betweens and brokers of knowledge in these interactions. In doing so, they have shed a new light on a group of people that has often been uncritically dismissed as subaltern victims in the imperial order of knowledge. 11 Parts of our story can thus be located within a growing body of literature providing case studies of such experts exploring their relationships with the representatives and institutions of the colonizing power, as well as the room they had to maneuver under the weight of asymmetrical power relations of the colonial order. Indian philology or Orientalism, the one academic discipline at stake in the case of Krishnavarma, is certainly an excellent example. For one thing, this particular academic field has been seen as the archetypal case for the subjugation of indigenous carriers of knowledge by Western scholars. 12 And yet at the same time, there were probably few other areas of colonial knowledge production in which Indian intermediaries played such an extraordinarily momentous role. 13 The study will not analyze the fruits of such Orientalist knowledge production in isolation. Rather, I shall situate Krishnavarma's scholarly activities and his hybrid education, both of which gave him access to both Indian and Western traditions of knowledge, in the context of economic and social change in Western India, and seek to understand his quest for knowledge as a strategy of empowerment of self and community. By examining his short-lived career as a member of a Hindu reform organization concerned with the re-evaluation of traditional knowledge, as well as his subsequent stint as an academic Orientalist in Oxford, both of which roles provided him with privileged access to various traditions of religious and secular epistemes, an account of his life can hopefully also contribute to the necessary exercise of testing some of the far-reaching arguments that have been made in this field. In addition to the extensive discussion in Chapter 1. 19. Shyamji Krishnavarma's role as knowledge broker resurfaces in the third chapter. In order to explore the ideological foundations of his militant anti-imperialism, we need also to have a close look at his work as interpreter and popularizer of late Victorian liberalism, particularly the Spence-Ryan variety. In this respect, the study will also contribute to the debates provoked by the recent discovery of Western liberalism as an important ideological resource for Indian reformers and nationalists. 14 And argue that the translated versions of liberal ideologies, far from appealing to the tamer and more politic figures. 15 Only, also provided effective ideological ammunition for Indian proponents of violent anti-colonial resistance. Predictably enough for the biography of a diasporic intellectual. 16 A second theme lies at the very core of this investigation: cosmopolitanism and the transnational politics of anti-imperialism. Ever since cosmopolitanism and transnationalism became academic buzzwords in the 1990s, 17. This topic has stimulated particularly lively scholarly exchanges among historians of colonialism and imperialism. We now possess not only a sophisticated body of literature dealing with the miscellaneous definitions and meanings of cosmopolitanism 18, but also a growing number of studies on its direct interrelations with colonialism and post-colonialism. Freshly created compound concepts such as aspirational cosmopolitanism, rooted cosmopolitanism, colonial cosmopolitanism, colored cosmopolitanism, or even stay-at-home cosmopolitanism 19 have added new layers of complexity to our understanding of the phenomenon. Most recently it has produced rather romantic visions of effective communities 20 that were putatively being forged through the politics of friendship between Indian nationalists and internal and subjugated anti-imperial subcultures in the West 21. At the same time, other scholars prefer not to stress the elective affinities between anti-colonial nationalisms and currents within Europe's or North America's intellectual avant-garde, 22, and instead guide our attention to slightly more sober and abstract solidarities rooted in a shared project of opposition 23. The burgeoning literature on the pragmatic dimensions of the alliance between Irish and Indian anti-imperial nationalists would be an illustrious case in point 24. Thus, for all the attention that transnational nationalists and expatriate patriots 25 have received of late, one central question remains open to debate. Did the peripatetic lifestyle of diasporic nationalists and their shared experience of exile in the liberal atmosphere of the interstitial spaces of the turn-of-the-century metropolis 26 like XX, London, Paris, and Berlin indeed entail the emergence of a cosmopolitan consciousness? Did their regular interaction and cooperation with Western allies mean that they developed an internationalist outlook? Again, I would argue that a close look at Shyamji Krishnavarma's life can provide a stimulus to rethink the positions taken in the existing literature. The third problematic that can be investigated through a detailed examination of Krishnavarma's life story is closely related to his exchanges with Western radicals and freethinkers and his efforts in transnational alliance building. Political violence, terrorism, and the discursive dimension of imperial counterterrorism will be the third focus of this book. For more than a decade, roughly between 1908 and 1918, Krishnavarma was widely regarded as the head of an international terror network who had filled many a young Hindu student with the poison of hate and murder. 27 Given the political sensibilities of the day, it should be stressed that the use of the words terrorism and terrorist does of course not imply any kind of value judgment regarding the legitimacy or otherwise of the kind of political violence thus described. It is used as a mere historical term, as the nomenclature that was deployed by most actors of the events described in this book, be it as a fear word circulated by colonial authorities or as a proud self-referential term used by Indian revolutionaries themselves. The often quoted phrase according to which one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter also applies to Krishnavarma. While celebrated by nationalistic Indian students all over the world as a role model, Krishnavarma was demonized in the British press and presented as a sinister figure who had supposedly instigated terrorist outrages while his residence in London was declared to be the chief centre of the cult of the bomb. 28 Even a cursory look at the violent dimension of cross-national exchanges confirms that Krishnavarma played a leading role as an advocate of the efficiency and legitimacy of the propaganda of the deed. 29 This would seem to confirm Benedict Anderson's recent observation that Western anarchists often prove to be the most reliable allies. 30 Of anti-colonial nationalists. Using Shyamji Krishnavarma's interactions with anarchism as a prime example, I shall argue however, that anti-colonial national revolutionaries were apparently often less eager to share the utopian political visions of their radical allies than their practical know-how and experience with violent forms of resistance. 31. XXI. Further, in the wake of the traumatic experiences of those fateful dates that have marked the initial decade of the new millennium, such as 9/11 in New York and 7/7 in London, there has been a renewed interest among historians in the prehistory of both terrorist campaigns as well as counter-terrorist strategies, the indiscriminate implementation of which sometimes reflects less a real threat than a widespread paranoia of perceived enemies of humanity. 32 Today's atmosphere bears conspicuous parallels with the paranoia of terrorist attacks that was characteristic of Europe in the first decade of the 20th century and is, for instance, brilliantly captured in Joseph Conrad's celebrated novel The Secret Agent. 33. Likewise, many of the tropes and arguments used in current public debates on terrorism and the appropriate measures to curb it seem to have been anticipated more than a century ago. The déjà vu effect is not only restricted to the Western world. In India, too, a comparable story can be told. Issues of terrorism and counter-terrorism are as hotly discussed in the first decade of the 21st century as they were in the 1900s. 34. Looking at one of the central personalities in the early 20th century debate on political violence and global terrorist networks then, promises to be a rewarding exercise. It is precisely this relevance of the past for current disputes that would make it imperative in the present case not to write a conventional biography ending with the death of its protagonist. If one takes into account the epilogue of the Krishnavarma story, i.e., the rediscovery, saffronization and drastic reterritorialization of this nomadic nationalist in the first decade of the 21st century, a fourth field would emerge, namely the role of history, or rather, historiography, both as the expression of collective memory and as a tool that is consciously employed for the construction of collective identities on a supranational, national, subnational, or regional level. It is evident that an exhaustive investigation into the question why some freedom fighters became icons of independent post-colonial states while others were forgotten, though fascinating and significant, is beyond the scope of this short biography, mainly concerned with reconstructing the life story of a forgotten protagonist of India's anti-colonial struggle. Nevertheless, I deemed it important to briefly address the controversy provoked by the belated attempt to install Shyamji Krishnavarma in the pantheon of India's national heroes in the epilogue. The short analysis of this unusual debate provides insights into the political projects of the parties involved, the ideological substructures underlying their XXII agendas, and the role of history in shaping political identities more generally. Chapter Preview. At this point, the link between the various abstract themes and debates I have briefly mapped out previously and the historical actor whose biography is at stake is perhaps not entirely clear. This connection will be elucidated in the 3 long chapters that follow. Organized in a roughly chronological manner, they will provide biographical details of the protagonist and at the same time explore in greater detail the 3 umbrella themes at the core of this book. In the first chapter describing his youth and early career, we shall first concentrate on Shyamji's position as a recipient, mediator and producer of knowledge, both sacred and secular, South Asian and Western. The last section of this chapter then tries to provide an explanation for his remarkable transformation from a successful and privileged member of the South Asian comprador classes 35 to a staunch anti-imperialist. I shall argue that while Krishnavarma successfully resisted during his stint at Oxford attempts to exercise epistemic violence by subordinating his native expertise to the allegedly superior scientific knowledge of the West, he was extremely vulnerable to the actual physical violence he suffered after his return to India. It was thus ultimately the confrontation with the undisguised racism of the colonial rule of difference that made him give up a promising career as a colonial collaborator. The second chapter first examines Krishnavarma's role as a key figure in the creation of various, partly overlapping, anti-imperial networks. This part highlights the intersections of anti-imperialist circles with other groups critical of the existing world order, such as socialists, anarchists, or even feminists. An in-depth analysis of his network-building activities and his role in critical transnational debates with Western radicals and dissidents of various backgrounds and colors will bring into sharper focus the importance of processes of transnational mobility and cross-cultural borrowing for the particular brand of Indian nationalism that he advocated and embodied. In the second part of the chapter, the problems of using the term cosmopolitanism in the context of anti-colonial revolutionaries in exile is addressed. More specifically, this section is concerned with scrutinizing the effects that Krishnavarma's multifarious exchanges with progressive or radical groups and individuals had on his personal XXII worldview. I shall argue that his cosmopolitanism was rather strategic as he used the contact with all these groups merely to push his rather narrow nationalist agenda, and a real engagement with their respective ideologies did not take place. Chapter 3 will then provide an account of the last 20 years of Krishnavarma's life and focus on his shifting attitudes towards political violence. Though he apparently considered passive resistance and peaceful political propaganda to be the best way to achieve his political ends, from the awakening of his nationalist conscience in the early 1890s until around 1907, this conviction changed radically later on. From 1908 onwards until the end of the First World War, the revolutionary from Gujarat developed and broadcasted an ethics of dynamite 36 that was built on an entirely rational legitimization and thus differed vastly from the other currents of Indian revolutionary terrorism that emerged concurrently. Inspired by the anti-statism of liberal thinkers such as Herbert Spencer and Auberon Herbert, Shyamji Krishnavarma propagated targeted assassinations and terrorist outrages focusing on representatives of the British colonial state. The final section of the chapter looks at the application of his ethics of dynamite, focusing on an exemplary case study to generate some more general insights on the discursive dimensions of anti-colonial terrorism and colonial counter-terrorism. It analyzes the debates triggered by the assassination of a high colonial official in London in 1909 by one of Krishnavarma's followers. The study ends with a short conclusion that provides a brief epilogue to Krishnavarma's extraordinary life story. The epilogue seeks to reconstruct and analyze the history of his recycling and appropriation by the Hindu right in the 2000s. In a way, this early 21st century story strangely mirrors the complexities and ambiguities of Shyamji's own life a century earlier, not least through the preoccupation of his present-day admirers with articulating a self-definition based on a positive re-evaluation of violence in politics. Literature and sources. Before taking up the narrative of Shyamji Krishnavarma's life story, it might be helpful at this point to situate the present biography more precisely within the existing bodies of literature and provide a brief overview of the more important sources on which it is based. As I have indicated already, the marginalization of the representatives of XXIV. Revolutionary terrorism in general and Shyamji Krishnavarma in particular in the dominant version of India's struggle for independence is reflected in the paucity of scholarly literature available. 37 Having said that, it is nevertheless important to point to the few exceptions that exist. In terms of actual biographies in English, there are only a handful of books that deserve to be mentioned. Undoubtedly the most comprehensive and helpful attempt to date in reconstructing Shyamji's eventful career was undertaken quite some time ago by his contemporary and fellow Gujarati Indulal Yajanik, 1892–1972. Yajanik's book on the life and times of an Indian revolutionary was written as early as 1934 and published in 1950–38. Yajanik was a political activist and literateur from Ahmedabad who oscillated between Gandhian positions in the early 1920s, and a more leftist orientation later that eventually brought him in open conflict with the Congress. 39 Yajanik wrote the book rather hastily during a brief sojourn in Europe. The main sources for his biography are Krishnavarma's personal papers and writings as well as the assorted volumes of the Indian sociologist that were placed at his disposal by Shyamji's longtime associate S.R. Rana, 40, who received Indulal Yajanik in Paris and convinced him to write a life story of his brother-in-arms who had died years earlier. 41 Comrade Yajanik's book 42 is a product of its times, written in the flowery prose of nationalist propaganda, and can hardly be qualified as scholarly work. What is perhaps more disappointing than the predictably uncritical stance of its author towards the subject of his biography is the fact that Yajanik neither provides references to his sources nor does he include a bibliography. However, it must be acknowledged at the same time that the 330-odd pages of his work are extremely rich in factual detail, and provide the most reliable and comprehensive account of Shyamji's life that exists to date. The second biography that deserves to be discussed in some detail was also authored by a contemporary of Krishnavarma's who was prominently involved in Indian politics during the last decades of the Raj. Harbila Sarda, 1867–1955, 43 was a leader of the Hindu reform body Arya Samaj and served as district judge and member of a regional legislative assembly in Ajmer, in Rajputana. Today he is best known for two achievements, as the father of the Child Marriage Restraint Act, 1929, and as the author of a book on Hindu superiority, a rather crude nativist vindication of Hindu culture against critics from the West 44 that is still popular in Hindu nationalist circles and has recently seen a reprint. Sardan knew Krishnavarma personally and even counted XXV among his closest contacts during the 1890s, when the latter lived in Rajputana and Gujarat. They stayed in touch through regular correspondence for about 2 decades after Krishnavarma had departed to Europe. 45 Harbila Sarda slim volume Shyamji Krishnavarma, Patriot and Perfect 46 was published posthumously in 1959, some years after the veteran reformer's death, and therefore offers comparatively little on the Gujarati revolutionaries' years in Europe, but nevertheless provides some important insights into his earlier activities as well as some revealing personal anecdotes that allow a rare glimpse at Shyamji's character. 47 Needless to say, in this case, too, both the critical distance towards the object of the historical inquiry and a scholarly apparatus of footnotes, references, and extensive bibliographies cannot be expected. All the other full-fledged biographies of Krishnavarma that are available in English and Hindi that I am aware of 48 are rather hagiographic in style and more or less entirely based on eugenics and Sarda's works. They convey little noteworthy factual information and even less in terms of analytical insights. 49 If one extends the search to articles and book chapters on Krishnavarma, or books that contain at least some passages dealing with the unknown patriot, the situation is slightly better. The 1970s and 1980s have seen an entire wave of studies on Indian revolutionaries abroad, mostly written by Indian historians with a Marxist background. 50 in particular, the Gaddar movement, a militant association launched by Indian immigrants on North America's Pacific coast, has received a great deal of scholarly attention in this context. 51 This is relevant for a biography of Krishnavarma inasmuch as he was indirectly involved in the Gaddar scheme through some of his associates from London and Paris. In addition, historians from outside the subcontinent have contributed to the same field and produced some rather detailed and erudite studies. Emily Brown's thoroughly researched biography of Shyamji's fellow revolutionary in exile Lala Hardale, 52 for instance, and particularly the colossal volumes authored by East German historian Horst Kruger 53 have provided helpful starting points for the present biography. 54 Echoes of this earlier wave of interest in anti-imperial internationalism can be found in the recent work of Maya Ramnath on the Gaddar movement and its anarchist connections. 55 Informed by anarchist thought and post-colonial theory, her work stands out as meticulously XXVI researched and well written. The analytical bite that differentiates her work from the more descriptive research of Kruger and other Marxist scholars of the 1970s and 1980s compensates for the ubiquitous and at times obtrusive references to Ramnath's own political positions. Partly related to the work by Ramnath but with a stronger interest in intellectual history are Chris Manjipar's recent studies on M. N. Roy and other Indian revolutionaries of the interwar period. His work, which combines meticulous empirical groundwork with theoretical sophistication, has been an important point of reference for the present study. 56 Ideologically at the opposite pole from Kruger's staunchly Marxist approach and Ramnath's anti-authoritarian perspective, but equally meticulously researched, is Richard Popplewell's work on the origins of the imperial intelligence agencies published in the 1990s. 57 It offers particularly fascinating insights into the counter-terrorist reactions that the anti-imperial propaganda work coordinated by Krishnavarma and his circle provoked among British authorities. Besides, a thorough analysis of the Indian anti-imperialist network in London and its local partners before the First World War has lately been provided in Nicholas Owen's book on the British Left and India, 58 whereas my own piece on the global dimensions of pre-WWI Indian nationalisms looks at the worldwide network building that was masterminded by Krishnavarma from his exile in Europe, and sketches out the eclectic ideological influences that were incorporated into his anti-imperial ideology. 59 Lastly, a few recent studies from the fields of intellectual history and post-colonial literary criticism have to be mentioned as they engage with Shyamji Krishnavarma's contributions to the ideological repertoire of Indian anti-colonial nationalism in a compelling and sophisticated manner. undoubtedly influenced by the recent turn to cosmopolitan thought zones and affective communities. 60 Shruti Kapila and Alex Tickle have taken seriously Shyamji Krishnavarma's efforts at theorizing anti-colonial resistance and anti-imperial violence. Kapila is interested in the role that liberalism played for Indian nationalist leaders and devotes a portion of her article on Self, Spencer, and Swaraj to Krishnavarma's reading of Herbert Spencer's 61. She argues persuasively that it was less Spencer's economic anti-imperialism but rather the potential of the individual will detached from the state, and more specifically the idea of the right of the individual to passive XXVII resistance against statist oppression, what Spencer had called voluntary outlawry, that rendered the philosopher of Victorian liberalism attractive to the Gujarati radical. The proto-socialist approaches of Bentham and Mill, by contrast, were considered ill-suited, because their doctrines were dependent on the will of the state. 62 An unfortunate characteristic in a colonial situation, where the state does not necessarily care about the will of the people. This is an interesting hypothesis, especially with a view to Shyamji's ambivalent relationship with socialism and socialist leaders, as will be spelt out here. Motivated by his broader interest in the resonances of native violence and terrorism in the literature and journalism of Britain and British India, literary scholar Alex Tickle looks at Krishnavarma in the latter's capacity as a spokesman for targeted assassinations of colonial officials and an icon of violent anarchism as created by the Edwardian media. 63 In contradistinction to most other scholars who tend to perpetuate undifferentiated stereotypes of revolutionism and terrorism, when it comes to the role played by Krishnavarma and the India House, 64 Tickle provides a nuanced discussion of Shyamji's writings on the legitimacy of political violence, situating it within theoretical debates about state violence and legal exceptions that were triggered by Carl Schmitt in the 1920s and recently revived by Giorgio Agamben and others. 65 Though the main thrust of Tickle's writings is an analysis of the representation of controversial figures like Krishnavarma and Savarkar in colonial fiction, his approach has been very helpful for my own analysis of the problematic of political violence that forms the main focus of Chapter 3. The existing literature being rather scant and often of limited reliability, I have considered it crucial to use primary source material wherever possible. As indicated here, Shyamji Krishnavarma's monthly The Indian Sociologist that was published between 1905 and 1922, with a long interruption during and after the First World War, represents the single most important source that allows a reconstruction of his emerging ideology and political positions. As there is a slight narcissistic mode in his writings, and Krishnavarma often refers to his personal experiences before he became a public in 1905, some of his articles in The Sociologist also are helpful for the reconstruction of his biography. As far as his private papers, letters, diaries etc., are concerned, it seems to be the case that most of the material was destroyed after Inu Lalyajanak had smuggled it into Pune in the 1930s. 66. XXVIII. The remaining part has been preserved in the personal papers of S.R. Rana kept by his great-grandson Rajendra Singh Rana, who is a member of the Lok Sabha for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Bhavnagar, Gujarat. Rajendra Singh Rana was extremely cooperative and generously allowed me to use the entire collection of letters, photographs, newspaper clippings, official documents, and diaries in his possession. Equally helpful was Hemant Padhaya from Milton Keynes, UK, who, as an amateur historian, started collecting material on Krishnavarma more than 2 decades ago and is a veritable treasure of knowledge when it comes to his Krantavir, revolutionary hero. Though Padhaya's historical interest in Shyamji certainly has different motivations than mine, he too was extremely kind and shared substantial parts of his collection with me. Since he was personally involved in preparing the ground for the transfer of Krishnavarma's ashes to Mumbai in 2003, the interviews I conducted with him in London and Oxford in the summer of 2009 also proved to be valuable sources for the epilogue of this book. Equally helpful in this regard was the interview that I could arrange during my short visit in February 2011 with Mahesh Goswami, manager of the Kranti Tirth, the Shyamji Krishnavarma Memorial in Manvi. 67 As far as archival material goes, Shyamji Krishnavarma's nomadic lifestyle did not make it easy to reconstruct his traces, as the sources are scattered over various countries. The bulk of useful material that I could locate was contained in India Office records in the British Library, London. The weekly reports of the Director of Criminal Intelligence, 68 especially, allowed for a thick description of Shyamji's life between 1909 and 1919. This material was complemented by sources in the National Archives, formerly Public Record Office, in London and the Bodleian Library at Oxford University. In Paris I could use some police files on Asian anarchists in the Archives Nationales de France, 69 whereas the Institut d'études indiennes at the Collège de France allowed a glimpse of Krishnavarma's private collection of Indological and philological books, which his wife had donated to the institution in the early 1930s shortly after his death. The archive of the German Foreign Office in Berlin provides some insights into the Indian exiles' revolutionary activities during the First World War and particularly into their alliances with the Middle Powers. 70 Finally, a brief stint in Geneva's Archives d'État de Genève revealed not as much about Krishnavarma's political activities in Switzerland during the First World War and in the interwar period as one had expected, but provided at least XXIX a few instructive details about his personal life during the final phase of his life. 71 Let us now leave the archives of the western cities where Shyamji Krishnavarma's undertakings have left traces and move on to those parts of India where he spent the first half of his life. As will become clear, the years spent in Gujarat and Bombay were formative for his later development and cannot be looked on as a mere insignificant prelude to a global biography that actually begins with his first passage to Europe. On the contrary, I will argue that the course of Shyamji's later transnational career would be difficult to explain without having a nuanced understanding of the variegated and sometimes contradictory influences he was exposed to in late 19th century in Western India. 1. Knowledge. We are no more the product of the work English men have done in India than English scientific men are the products of the ancient Indian civilization. 1. The political propaganda we are now engaged in is due in no small degree to the political precepts we were privileged to receive from Swami Dayananda, who was to our mind the first apostle of political, social, and religious freedom in India. 2. A youth in darkest India. In many ways, Shyamji Krishnavarma was a typical product of the conditions of colonial modernity. 3. With all its possibilities, limitations, and inherent contradictions. In 1857, the very same year in which the Great Rebellion sent shockwaves from northern India throughout the British Empire, he was born into a humble family in Manvi, a small port town in the remote and arid Kutch area of Gujarat, in the northwest of India. The British presence in the region dates back to 1816, when Kutch became a British protectorate. For the kingdom, however, regained formal independence soon after and was acknowledged by the British as one of the almost 700 princely states that coexisted during the Raj with the territories under direct colonial rule. It is, perhaps, not entirely insignificant for the epilogue to our story, that during the course of the 19th century, the sparsely populated area bordering Sindh came to be perceived as a place that was situated on the margins of Gujarat both culturally and geographically. 5. This was despite the fact that its populace was often portrayed as being endowed with a rare spirit of enterprise and a wonderful gift for business organization. 6. Building on such cultural stereotypes and with an obvious drive to construct a convincing rags-to-riches narrative, Krishnavarma's biographer and contemporary Indu Lalyajanik described the state of Kutch as one of the most benighted spots in darkest India. 7. It would perhaps be an exaggeration to claim that Shyamji Krishnavarma's class and caste background was as marginal as the region he came from, but there can be no doubt that at least his family from the Bansali, also Banshali or Banashali, caste definitely did not belong to the local elites. Colonial ethnography describes the Bansalis as caste of husbandmen, shopkeepers, and traders, occupying a subordinate position as compared to other important Kutchi mercantile castes such as the Vaniyas or Bhattiyas. 8. As opportunities to earn a living in the Mandvi region were limited, Members of these commercial communities had begun to migrate to Bombay in significant numbers from the early 19th century onwards. 9. This trend was reinforced by the cotton boom and the resulting prosperity of the port city during the early 1860s. 10. After a short period of economic recession caused by the end of the American Civil War and the resulting decrease in demand of Indian raw cotton, Bombay's economy prospered again in the 1870s, this time due to the city's incipient industrialization which manifested itself in the rapid spread of textile mills. 11. Shyamji's father Bulahungsaraj Banashali 12 was part of Bombay's ever-growing community of Gujarati migrants. But, in contradistinction to many of his compatriots of comparable caste and professional background, who managed to make their fortunes in the boom town, 13. Bulahungsaraj was not very successful. He had to survive on occasional petty jobs and earned barely enough money to support the family he had left back home in Manvi. There are indications that Shyamji regarded his descent from poor parents 14 as a stigma that he tried to shake off later on by various means. According to a colonial intelligence officer who compiled biographical data on Indian revolutionaries during the First World War, Shyamji's second name had originally been Krishna and he added the Varma later on in order to pass himself off as a Kshatriya, which he is not. 15. It is still more likely that Shyamji followed his father in using his caste name Bhansali, or the corrupted version, Banashali, rather than Krishna before the change of name. It is also difficult to decide with absolute certitude whether the officer's conclusion regarding Shyamji's unlawful usurpation of Kshatriyahood is correct, but it seems highly likely since Professor Munier Williams, 16 Krishnavarma's employer in Oxford, proudly stated in 1879 that his new assistant claimed, ed. to be of the Kshatriya caste and had the prescribed Kshatriya termination Varma, meaning armor, at the end of his name. 17 Long before he took to this creative modification of his name, Shyamji had begun to use another strategy of erasing his humble birth, which was education. He was sent to the primary school in Manvi at an early age, a step that was not very unusual for members even of the lower mercantile castes in the region who had to rely on their reading, writing and calculating skills. What is rather extraordinary, however, is the fact that a family of such modest financial means would allow their son to continue his education in the English medium high school of Bhujay, the capital of the princely state of Kutch. Shyamji's biographers explain this consistently by the boy's extraordinary gifts. Apparently he was one of the most talented pupils and stood first in his class several times. 18 His father continued to support his education in Bhujay even after his mother Ramadevi had passed away in 1867. Shyamji lived with his grandmother for 3 years and it was only in 1870, when the boy was 13 years old, that his father, who was by then apparently working as a laborer in a cotton press factory, 19 was able to take him to Bombay, where life and, for that matter, education were much more expensive. 20 This was made possible through the financial support of Mathuradas Lava, a rich Kutchi merchant based in the western Indian Presidency town. Gujarati caste networks and English education in a colonial metropolis. Bombay City, in the early 1870s, was a vibrant metropolis of about 650,000 inhabitants. 21 And together with the colonial capital Calcutta, arguably the only place in the subcontinent that would have deserved the label cosmopolitan without going into the subtleties of the meaning of this liberally used term at this point. The port city was the economic heart of British India, and the Bombay Presidency's main interface with global capitalist trade. It has therefore rightly been portrayed as a place in which commerce permeated most facets of life. 22 But this was only one part of the picture. It is often forgotten that the self-proclaimed Urbs Prima in Indies 23 was also a flourishing center of cultural and political activity. 24 As presidency town and the main seat of the colonial power in the region, it had also gradually developed into one of the foremost centers of Western education during the early decades of the 19th century. 25 In 1825, the first major English school was inaugurated, and in 1834 the Elphinstone College opened its doors. It was soon recognized as the Presidency's premier institution of higher education, and its prestige grew further after its affiliation with the newly established Bombay University in 1856. 26 For decades, a degree from the Elphinstone Native Education Institution, as the college and the adjunct high school were officially called after 1840, was almost a guarantee for a subsequent career in government service or the legal professions. 27 It is therefore hardly surprising that the list of the institution's early graduates, including men like Dada Bine Oroji, M.G. Ranade, Badruddin Tyabji, Karsandis Mulji, Jamshedji Tata, etc., reads like a who's who of Indian politics, social reform, and commerce for the second half of the 19th century. English education on an advanced level offered prospects of upward social mobility and economic prosperity that was particularly attractive for students who did not belong to the traditional aristocratic landowning elites, whose members were initially reluctant to send their sons, let alone daughters, to foreign institutions. Thus, the bulk of the students came from the literate high castes, like Brahmans and Prabhus, that were often economically rather disadvantaged, as well as increasingly from the well-heeled middling sorts of society that were emerging in the colonial milieu. This segment comprised mercantile Hindu and, to a lesser extent, Muslim groups, as well as disproportionately large numbers of members of exposed minorities, 28 like the 6 Parsis. It is safe to assume that it was primarily for economic motives that Shyamji's father, Bulahangsaraj Banishali, also sent his son to one of the colonial educational institutions in western India's metropolis. It was widely accepted in the social strata he belonged to that one had to acquire modern types of knowledge and linguistic skills as a necessary precondition to climb up the social ladder in the colonial milieu. 29 The high school section of the Elphinstone Native Education Institution, however, was out of reach, given the severe limitations of his budget. Hence, Shyamji eventually enrolled in the more affordable Wilson's High School, a boys' seminary that was founded by the Scottish missionary John Wilson, 1804–1875, in the early 1830s, and was conducted on the principles pursued in the sessional schools at Edinburgh. 30 But unlike most other members of the growing Anglicised Hindu intelligentsia in Bombay, Shyamji was not content with a strictly pragmatic and career-oriented approach to knowledge acquisition. He combined his English education with a truly thorough study of Sanskrit and got acquainted with select parts of the Hindu tradition. There are indications that this hybrid training was only partly the result of Shyamji's individual thirst for knowledge. It is astonishing how many patrons and donors of his caste community supported his dual education during his Bombay years. Thus, it was again through the mediation and patronage of Mathura Daslavahi, a member of the local Bhatiya network, 31, that he was introduced to the Sanskrit PA with Macron HA with Macron LA with Macron run by Shastri Visvanath, a Brahmin scholar who had long been in the service of the Bhatiya community. A PA with Macron HA with Macron LA with Macron is a traditional Sanskrit school where the grammar and pronunciation of the sacred language as well as the contents of seminal texts of the Brahmanical tradition are learned by constantly listening to the Guru, or Sastri, and by repeating and memorizing hundreds of verses. 32 Several historians have reminded us that the sponsoring of educational institutions by well-to-do natives, as the commercial elites were described in the parlance of the Raj, blossomed in the last decades of the 19th century due to the gradual amalgamation of established forms of charity with more modern concepts of organized philanthropy and public spirit. 33 It is interesting to note, however, that, in spite of the simultaneous expansion of secular Western educational institutions, the sponsoring of such predominantly religious schools continued to confer prestige on benefactors. This was particularly true for Hindu notables and successful Bhatiya entrepreneurs from Kutch, who were otherwise at the forefront of modernizing endeavors. 34 Susan Bailey's insight regarding knowledge. 7. The internal logic of the merchant's purity, which affected the banking and business classes, who were relying heavily on trustworthiness, is useful to at least partly understand this paradox. 35 Shyamji belonged to the small circle of those who benefited from the resulting availability of parallel education systems during the next 5 years, 1870 to 1875. He managed to combine an arduous course of study at the PA with Macron HA with Macron LA with Macron, characterized by rote learning, with English-style education that he Received at Wilson High School, which had a strong bias on humanities. Indeed, despite his efforts to acquire a mastery of Sanskrit, he did so brilliantly in the Western institution that he was offered a scholarship by another Gujarati donor. This was Gokuldas Kahandas Parekh, a rich lawyer who would make a career in provincial politics later on. 36 The stipend finally allowed him to continue his education at the prestigious Elphinstone College, where the best teachers and students from all over the presidency were assembled. It was again through the Gujarati connection, or more precisely through the caste networks built by members of the Kuchi Bhatia/Bhangsali Jati S37 in the western Indian metropolis, that Shyamji came in contact with a tremendously influential representative of these communities. One of his new classmates at Elphinstone was Ramdas, the son of Chabildas Lulubai, a Bhangsali merchant who had amassed a fortune during Bombay's short-lived cotton boom in the early 1860s and subsequently acted as headman of his jati. Like quite a few of the Gujarati Sahs, some of whom were at the vanguard of industrial capitalism in western India, he was also active in local politics, especially after his election to the city's municipal council in 1873. 38 Chabildas almost instantaneously developed a fondness for the ambitious young student. He not only became his patron but also offered him the hand of his daughter Bhanumti shortly after they were acquainted through his son and Shyamji's fellow student. The wedding eventually took place in 1875, when Shyamji was 17 or 18 and his bride barely 13 years old. 39 It was, perhaps, partly his own experience of a traditional Hindu marriage with a very young bride that led Krishnavarma later on to oppose the age of consent bill that was introduced by the British in 1891 to curb the abuse of child wives. 40 Shyamji's new family alliance entailed drastic changes in the life of the aspiring youth from Manvi. For one, he moved in with his in-laws immediately after his marriage. This is quite an unusual step in the Hindu context, where the bride is normally expected to live in the sajural, the house of her in-laws. This act was probably also facilitated 8. By the worsening relationship between Shyamji and his father, who had married a much younger woman, after the death of his first wife, and apparently also opposed his son's choice to marry Bhanumti. 41 Apart from a welcome opportunity to escape his own unpleasant family situation, the wealth of Chabildas Lulubai promised to alleviate some of the self-imposed pressure to succeed that had forced him to put an almost unhealthy dose of effort into his studies. Secondly, through the mediation of his father-in-law and patron, he came into contact with various Hindu reformers, and their organizations, who were struggling to adapt their religious beliefs and social customs to modern conditions. A brief discussion on the emergence and agendas of the socio-religious reform movements that played a formative role for Shyamji's worldview at the time as well as for his future career and the strategies he would deploy decades later in his political struggle will follow. Morality, authority, and grammar, the cosmos of Hindu reform in Western India stimulated through the spaces of encounter created in the colonial milieu, concerted efforts to reshape Hinduism by individual reformers or reformist circles like the Brahmo Samaj had originally begun in Bengal in the 1820s. Particularly the educational institutions set up by the colonial state and Christian missionaries became nodal points for such reformist activities. By the 1840s they had spread to Bombay, Gujarat, and India's central belt through associations like the Manav Dharma Sabha or the Paramahansa Sabha. 42 The agenda and structure of these socio-religious reform movements was fairly similar all over the subcontinent, as they all advocated modifications in social behavior, justified such advocacy by one or another form of religious authority, and then built an organizational structure it maintained over time. 43 The dissemination of their ideas in the area, at least among the literate elites, was facilitated through the rapid spread of print culture and the simultaneous development of vernacular public spheres not only in Hindi, 44 which increasingly served as a lingua franca in most of the northern parts of the Indian subcontinent, but also in Gujarati and Marathi, the two most important regional languages in the Bombay Presidency. 45 The issues addressed by the intellectuals in Western India were essentially the same as those that had been pushed forward earlier by Hindu iconoclasts. 46 In other parts of the subcontinent. Knowledge. 9. They leveled a critique against idol worship and other irrational practices in Hinduism, attacked the abuses of the caste system, including the prohibition of overseas voyages and social intercourse with Mlekas. 47 advocated modern education and denounced the inferior position of women in Hindu culture and society. As had been the case earlier in Bengal, 48 the so-called woman's question concentrated mostly on the issue of widow remarriage and female education. The most important reformer originating from among the Gujarati merchant caste cluster, to which Shyamji was so intimately connected by the early 1870s, was Karsandis Mulji, 1832–1871. He had studied at the Elphinstone College, co-founded a reformist society and started his own paper Satyaprakas, The True Light, in 1855. 49 Like the majority of the members of the Bhatia/Bangsali merchant community in Bombay, Mulji had been an adherent of the Vaishnava cult of the Vallabhacharis. This was a Sampradaya, sect, that had originated in Benares and the Braj region in the 16th century. 50 The Vallabhacharis later established strongholds among mercantile castes in central India and Gujarat, to whom the cult apparently provided a sense of security and reassurance in a period of political turmoil. 51 Under the reformist influence prevailing at the Elphinstone College during the 1850s, 52 However, Karsandis Mulji distanced himself from the followers of Saint Vallabhacharya, 1479–1531, and began to criticize their debauched practices that he considered to be indicative of the supposedly likewise degenerate state of Hinduism in general. In an article entitled The Primitive Religion of the Hindus and the Present Heterodox Opinions that was published in his newspaper in 1861, 53 he castigated the widespread practice of devotees to make their wives, sisters, or daughters available to the Maharajas, the gurus of the sect, for sexual purposes. One of the accused Maharajas subsequently sued Mulji for slandering his name. According to C.A. Bailey, the ensuing Maharaj libel case stood out as one of the most notorious court cases of Victorian India of 54, since the full light of publicity was focused for weeks on the alleged sex scandal. Not only the prestige of a particular Vaishnava sect was at stake but the reputation of traditional Hinduism itself. It is astonishing that the sensational court case also had a considerable impact on the way Hinduism was perceived by the wider scholarly community outside India. Thus, for instance, German sociologist Max Weber mentioned the affair in some detail in his writings on Eastern religions and deduced far-reaching conclusions regarding the interrelation between Hinduism and capitalist development. 55. 10. In a striking analogy to the controversy surrounding Sati, widow cremation, some decades earlier, 56, the more interesting point is that the debate on the acceptability of the devotional practices of the Vallabhacharis was carried out largely on the grounds of textual evidence from the ancient Hindu scriptures. 57 In other words, it was not essential to show that the Maharajas were behaving immorally or infringing upon the rights of their female devotees. Instead, the case turned on the question of whether they were guilty of holding heterodox opinions, 58 and thus acting against the precepts of the sacred scriptures. Reformist as well as conservative Hindu factions agreed that a sound knowledge of the Sanskrit language and an intimate familiarity with the key texts of Hindu tradition was necessary in order to decide this matter. Given the emphasis thus placed on philological expertise, it was striking that the only philological authority in court, and the expert whose opinion was ultimately valued over all others, 59 was none other than the Scottish Presbyterian missionary and Orientalist John Wilson. Of course, Wilson was also the founder of the school in which Shyamji Krishnavarma would study less than a decade later. He had often engaged in anti-Hindu polemics and taken part in public disputations with Brahmanical authorities since the 1830s, 60 so it was not unproblematic that he was presented as a neutral expert before the court. This is probably why Wilson stressed the fact that he had received his university education in Edinburgh and listed his affiliations with several European learned societies, one of which was the prestigious Royal Society of Great Britain and Ireland. 61 While emphasizing personal links to institutions that represented the authority of Western science and rationality, 62 He could also confidently promote his command of Sanskrit and several other Eastern languages, whereas the Indian witnesses had to admit that they were practically all innocent of Sanskrit. 63 With the ironic support of a Scotsman's proficiency in the language of the gods, Karsandus Mulji eventually managed to convince the court that the Maharaja's beliefs and practices were heterodox and the plaintiff himself was immersed in a sea of licentiousness. 64 Consequently, the affair had exposed the weak spot of the Hindu reformers stemming from the mercantile middle classes in Bombay. At least until the 1890s, social reform agendas still had to be voiced in religious terms in order to be acceptable to a broad spectrum of society, and religious authority, in turn, rested on the competency to inter knowledge. 11. Pret the scriptures of Hinduism's great tradition. 65 Mulji's successors in the anti-Vallabhacharya camp, one of whom was Shyamji's father-in-law and patron Chabildas Lulubai, were therefore well aware of the fact that the obvious lack of proficiency in Sanskrit in reformist circles could potentially prove disastrous to their cause in the future. That the reformers readily accepted the strong emphasis placed on traditional Sanskrit learning should not be surprising, considering that reference to scriptural authority as legitimation for social and religious agendas had been deeply embedded in the wider Brahmanical tradition for centuries. Moreover, it was also widely practiced in the interaction of Indian elites with colonial officials and other representatives of British power. 66 The traditionalist Brahmin Vishnubhava Brahmachari, for instance, had used it to great effect to defend Hindu Dharma against the onslaught of Christian missionaries delivered in Bombay in the mid-1850s. 67 The spectacular libel case had made it all too clear only a few years later that the reformists from the mercantile castes were ill-equipped for such public debates. 2 Visits of the prominent Bengali campaigner Keshab Chandra Sen, 1838–1884, provided an additional impetus to the urban reformers of young Bombay. 68 To find a solution for this problem, the resulting quest for such experts would eventually allow the talented Shyamji Krishnavarma to become a celebrated figure in Hindu reformist circles. His sharp intellect, rhetorical skills, and perfect mastery of both the modern and the traditional elite idioms. 69 transformed him not only into an expert of the sacred scriptures of the Sanskritic Hindu tradition, but also into an ideal translator and cultural broker. His access to multiple traditions of knowledge eventually would render him lucrative for a variety of individuals and organizations that, in one way or another, were at pains to pursue their respective agendas with a claim to philological prowess and textual grounding. Aryan connections. Between 1875 and 1879, Shyamji Krishnavarma would undergo a transformation from a determined but impoverished student, who had to suffer rather austere conditions at the Bhattiyadharmshala before his marriage 70 and offer Gujarati lessons to colonial officials to keep his head above water, 71 into a renowned scholar and public figure. The person that was mainly responsible for this change was none other Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, 1824–1883. Founder of the Reform Organization. 12. Arya Samaj and arguably the most influential Hindu activist of the 19th century, 72. Dayanand was also born in Gujarat but had left his home region early and travelled widely in northern India as an itinerant ascetic. In contradistinction to the Bombay reformers of the mid-19th century, Dayanand Sarasvati had been socialized entirely in a Hindu intellectual environment and never received an English education, a fact that would lend his reformist endeavours the aura of authenticity. Under the influence of Swami Virginand, a guru he had studied with in the northern Indian pilgrimage centre Mathura during the early 1860s, 73. Dayanand had arrived at the conclusion that the key to social reform in Hindu India, and implicitly also to an improvement of the country's inferior political status as a colony, lay in a return to the precepts enshrined in the Vedas in what he considered perfectly in line with the well-established Western Orientalist perception India's golden age. Dayanand managed to reconcile his individual reformist visions with the claim to scriptural authority through the systematic purification of Hindu tradition from later accretions, the apodictic selection of texts as canonical and a reinterpretation of the scriptures based on the rigorous application of his own very peculiar understanding of Sanskrit and Vedic grammar. 74. The Swami had initially attempted to spread his views through the conventional channels of the Indian ecumene 75 or, more specifically, the Sanskrit cosmopolis, 76 namely the public religious disputation or Sastrartha 77. However, after a brief stint in Calcutta in 1872-73 and exchanges with Anglicized reformers like Keshab Chunder Sen, 78 Dayan Sarasvati was increasingly open to modern methods of religious propaganda, prakar. He started to codify his religious tenets in books and pamphlets and used the printing press to circulate sacred knowledge to a wider audience. He also began to consider founding a modern religious association, Samaj, modeled on Keshab's Brahmo Samaj, and similar acculturative movements 79 which existed already in various parts of the subcontinent including the Bombay Presidency 80 on the invitation of two Bhatia notables who had previously supported Karsandis Mulji's cause. Swami Dayanand Sarasvati arrived in Bombay in October 1874 with his strong emphasis on text-based wisdom and his insistence that Sanskrit grammar was the key to the glorious past of Aryavarta 81 and that it was precisely this past that would show the way to the future of modern India. He seemed to provide everything that the Gujarati reformers desired. It is therefore knowledge 13. Hardly surprising that he was received very warmly in the reformist milieu dominated by Bhatia and Bhansali Sehs like Krishnavarma's father-in-law Chabildas Lolubai. A religious doctrine like Dayanand's which attacked the established caste hierarchies and propagated a meritocratic social stratification based on education and achievement rather than on birth, seemed to be ideally suited for a status-conscious but still fairly marginal social group whose economic success continued to depend on social reputation. 82 The attractiveness of the new faith was further enhanced by the fact that its proponent also launched a vigorous attack on Vallabhai's arch-enemies, the Vallabhacharis. Dayanand repeatedly declared that the excesses of the Vaishnava sect were responsible for the decline of Aryavarta, 83 and he entered into a public disputation with some Vaishnava spokesmen soon after his arrival in Bombay. 84 Shyamji Krishnavarma's affiliation to the sturdy and resolute Swami that began in late 1874 or early 1875 is described by Enu Lalyajanik and other biographers as a purely personal affair exclusively based on mutual intellectual and spiritual attraction. 85 If one considers the social composition of Dayanand's early followers in Bombay however, it seems more likely that his conversion to Aryadharma, as the Swami had termed his purified Protestant version of Hinduism, 86 was once again closely related to and mediated by his strong ties to the Bhatia/Bhansali caste network in Bombay in general, and to the influence of his father-in-law in particular. When Dayanand gave in to the pressure of the local reformist lobby and eventually inaugurated the Bombay Arya Samaj in April 1875, the Gujarati mercantile castes were highly overrepresented in the association's membership, which numbered about 100. Thus, Shyamji Krishnavarma's name figured in the list of the members together with those of Lolubai, his son Ramdas as well as his erstwhile sponsor Mathuradas Lavahi. 87 The strong affinity of the Gujarati mercantile diaspora in Bombay to Dayanand and his reformist scheme is also evident in the fact that Seth Gokuldas Tejpal, another wealthy and influential philanthropist and leader of the Bhatia community, promised the Swami a wholesale conversion to Aryanism of his entire jati a few months later. The only condition was that the Swami be less strict in matters of idol worship. 88 A proposal that was, of course, unacceptable to the uncompromising crusader against Murthy Puja. 89 Whatever importance the peer pressure through the Chabildas clan and Shyamji's other patrons from the Gujarati merchant communities 14. might have had initially, there can hardly be a doubt that Shyamji began to look at the Samaj's charismatic founder, Swami Dayanand Sarasvati, as his personal guru soon after their first meeting. 90 This affection was reciprocated. Shyamji was not only singled out by Dayananda because of his brilliance in Sanskrit. 91 He also received private lessons by the learned Brahmin from Tankara that helped to expand his knowledge of Sanskrit grammar. The brief intermezzo of his tutorials with the Swami focusing on Panini's classical Adhyaya, 92 apparently had a lasting impact on Shyamji Krishnavarma. According to Harbila Sarda, the future revolutionary henceforth always carried with him a copy of Panini's Adhyaya and kept it under his pillow. 93 At first sight, this seems to be merely a colorful but insignificant anecdote, but I shall argue that the reverence both for the steadfast and firm, indeed, almost doctrinaire style in which Dayanand Sarasvati defended his positions, as well as the quasi-religious awe for the authority of the written word in general and the sober and structured logic of grammar in particular, wielded a momentous influence on Shyamji's way of thinking, debating and writing. They would, as I attempt to demonstrate in the subsequent chapters of this book, determine the way he articulated his opinions and fought for his goals even long after his prime interest had moved from religion to politics. Initially, however, the new opportunities that opened up through Krishnavarma's connection with the prospering and dynamic Arya Samaj helped him solve a severe personal crisis. In the autumn of 1876, the hitherto celebrated model student failed in the matriculation exam at Elphinstone College and thus was not able to enroll in a bachelor's course at Bombay University. Indu Lalyajanik explains the setback with eye trouble that Shyamji had apparently developed all of a sudden 94. If this was indeed the reason, or if he was simply paying the dues for his ambitious investment in the dual career path as Sanskrit pundit and Anglicized Babu, is hard to assess. What is striking, though, is the fact that he did not even attempt to take the exam a second time. He rather opted for a career in the world of Hindu reform, where he could deploy the Sanskrit skills that were so unusual in a Gujarati Bangsali. He remained in close touch with Swami Dayanand after the latter had left Bombay in 1876 and soon afterwards started to work full-time for the Arya Samaj. His initial occupation in the world of Hindu reform was not very spectacular. He helped the Swami with editing and distributing the Igved Bibitmak 95, but soon he found opportunities to serve the Samaj and yet at the same time satisfy his emergent knowledge. 15. Narcissistic desire for public recognition. In 1877 and 1878 he toured for several months as an Uptasak missionary for Dayanand's expanding Vedic Church. 96 He gave dozens of public talks in Sanskrit, Hindi, Gujarati and English, first in the cities and towns of Maharashtra and Gujarat and later in the Punjab 97 and the Gangetic plain of northern India. The newly converted Arya Samajist gave public lectures in Sanskrit on the usual reform topics, and enthused both reformers and conservatives in the audience with his ease and fluency 98 in the Sanskrit language. More remarkable than his success with interested lay audiences is the fact that he managed to likewise impress his learned peers, the orthodox pundits in the two most important hubs of Sanskrit scholarship, Nasik in Maharashtra and Kashi, Banaras, up north in the United Provinces. Unlike his mentor Swami Dayanand, who was renowned for his uncompromising attacks on traditional positions, Shyamji Krishnavarma apparently showed greater diplomacy. He avoided any direct provocation of the orthodox camp. For instance, he shunned the controversial issue of idolatry, which was regarded as particularly problematic by his own Bhatia constituency, 99, and proposed a somewhat more moderate reformist agenda. As a result, he received applause from both camps and even made it into the Times of India, the most important English daily in the subcontinent, where his oratorical skills and remarkable mastery of Sanskrit were praised. He was celebrated as an advanced Pundit 100, not a minor achievement, given the fact that he was not even 20 years old. The outstanding success of his lecture tour once more demonstrated how precious and rare the knowledge was that he had acquired over the preceding decade. There were few contemporaries who were able to give lectures in English, Sanskrit, and several regional Indian languages with an equal degree of elegance and erudition. Furthermore, his public appearances before large audiences facilitated the building of his social network of contacts that would help promote his career. Thus, after his successful lectures in Pune and Nasik, M.G. Ranade, 1842–1901, and Gopal Hari Deshmukh, 1823–1892, who were also sympathetic to the work of the Arya Samaj, became his admirers. 101 Deshmukh would later write letters of recommendation on Shyamji's behalf, and M.G. Ranade, 102 by then already a recognized representative of moderate, proto-nationalism, wanted to exploit the Pundit's Sanskrit expertise in the 1890s. He asked him to represent the moderates' position on social reform in a disputation with the extremists associated with B.G. Tilak, who were aligned with Hindu orthodoxy. 103. 16. By 1878, Shyamji eventually transcended the narrow bounds of the Kuchi caste and kinship ties that had proved so helpful to him during his first 8 years in Bombay. He had become a figure of trans-regional acclaim and was at least partly able to make a living by using his multifarious skills, even though his earnings still did not allow him to completely emancipate himself from his father-in-law and the other Bhatia/Bangsali benefactors who had been supporting him. For a while, it seemed that he would follow the example set by reformers like Dayanand and become a full-time religious and social activist. But the ambitious young scholar cum missionary was not content to simply play the Sanskrit card. He also made use of the Western knowledge he had acquired under difficult circumstances and expanded the first connections he had made with Europeans in order to make further forays into the colonial milieu. To do this, he could draw on his existing contacts and on his reputation as an excellent teacher. In 1874, he started to give Gujarati lessons to one Mr. G. L. Gibson, a high-ranking administrator in the forestry department. 104 later on, he also gave Sanskrit tuitions to the Goans doctor and intellectual Joseph Gerson de Cunha, 1842–1900. J. G. de Cunha, a Catholic of mixed Portuguese and Brahmin descent, was one of the leading Orientalists in the subcontinent. He had written a history of Konkani literature, worked on Indian numismatics and published on the local history of Bombay. 105 Apart from giving Sanskrit lessons, Krishnavarma also acted as his private secretary, whose tasks consisted, among others, of classifying his coin collection. 106 The European official and the Goans scholar readily agreed to support him by writing letters of reference and, in the case of de Cunha, even advancing money. When Shyamji eventually tried to fulfill his dream to travel to Europe to finish his studies in a Western center of learning. But in order to make this happen, Aryan connections of a different kind needed to be established. It was probably through his new guru, Dayanand, that Krishnavarma was first introduced to Dr. Munir Williams, professor of Sanskrit at Oxford University, who had arrived in Bombay in November 1875. 107 and subsequently, attended one of the Swami's public lectures. 108 Munir Williams, who was greatly impressed by the Swami's oratorial powers. 109 welcomed the itinerant reformer's monotheistic reading of the Vedas because it nicely mirrored Christian missionary endeavors. 110 He agreed to take on Dayanand's young disciple Krishnavarma as an assistant at Oxford, if the latter would be able to pay for his ship. Knowledge. 17. Passage to England and secure some additional funding for the period of his studies. However, this proved to be difficult, since Krishnavarma's father-in-law was against this proposed trip overseas and refused to support him. 111 Shyamji's aspirations to go abroad and study not only Oriental languages but also law were too radical even for a man with reformist leanings like Lulubai, who could nonetheless be fairly orthodox in his views. 112 When it came to his own family. It is also striking that the other sponsors from the Gujarati mercantile stratum who had so long sponsored Krishnavarma's educational efforts did not jump in to subsidize him this time. This might well have been because they suspected that with higher studies in the Vilaya. 113 The young scholar was moving towards a lucrative career in law or government service and away from the role of an expert in sacred knowledge, which they had envisaged for him in order to confer legitimacy on their striving for upward social mobility. By 1878, sources from Shyamji's Bhatia/Bangsali supporters who had so effectively facilitated his early career had virtually dried up and there were no alternatives in sight. Though excited by the idea that his young disciple would spread the word of Vedic wisdom in England, 114 Swami Dayanand was struggling with raising the funds for his swiftly expanding Arya Samaj and not in the position to sustain him financially. The official representatives of his home state of Kutch, whom Shyamji tried to win over with the help of Gopalrao Hari Deshmukh, on the other hand, did fully sympathize with Pandit Krishnavarma's praiseworthy thirst after high literary attainments. 115 but failed to translate this sympathy into material support. Another attempt to secure funding for his Oxford plans was addressed at a group of Westerners who were in pursuit of an entirely different type of Oriental knowledge to that pursued by Professor Monier Williams. While Krishnavarma was working as a personal translator and editor for Swami Dayanand, he had communicated with Colonel Henry Steele Olcott, 1832–1907, and Helena Blavatsky, 1831–1891, the two founders of the Theosophical Society who had come to India to reanimate spiritual life in the West with an infusion of Eastern spirituality. 116 They opened their first Indian headquarters in Bombay shortly after their arrival in January 1879. 117 Convinced that the religious faith and philosophy of the people in the Indian subcontinent would be deeply akin to the message the Y had to bring. 118 Unlike the increasingly hostile environment of North America, the Theosophist leaders tried to coax Swami Dayanand to be a guru and figurehead for 18. Their syncretic spiritual endeavor. Initially the attempt at collaboration was successful, but after less than 3 years, the Swami abruptly ended all relations with Blavatsky and Olcott, whom he now regarded as charlatans and fraudsters. 119 Dayanand's rapid disenchantment with theosophy once more underlines the way epistemic authority was negotiated in the cosmos of social and religious reform in colonial India. Its root cause apparently being the pretension of Blavatsky and Olcott, to understand and interpret the ancient Vedic scriptures, before they even could read Sanskrit. 120 While the transitory Arya Theosophical joint venture lasted, Shyamji was introduced to the unusual couple through Harishchandra Chintaman, who was at the time president of the Bombay Arya Samaj and became one of the first Indian adherents of Theosophy. Later, Krishnavarma had to interact with Olcott and Blavatsky on a regular basis since he translated the correspondence of Swami Dayanand with Theosophists from Sanskrit into English. Like previous advocates of Reformed Hinduism and Western Orientalists, the Theosophists, well aware of their own linguistic incompetency, were impressed by Krishnavarma's language skills and sent him a diploma declaring him to be a corresponding fellow of the Theosophical Society. Helena Blavatsky in particular courted the young scholar and wanted to secure his services for the expanding organization in quest for the spiritual wisdom from the East. 121 When she heard about his travel plans to Oxford, the resolute Ukrainian spiritist tried to discredit Shyamji's future employer Monier Williams. 122 As an arrogant conceited ass, stewed up in his own vanity and soaking through all his pores British arrogance. 123 She warned him that the Sanskrit professor wanted to ruthlessly exploit his would-be assistant as a native informant, without having the slightest esteem for the true value of his knowledge. Shyamji, however, was so obsessed with the prospect of a career in Oxford that he ignored even such outspoken warnings. He was determined to follow his dream to go to Europe and ready to overcome all obstacles including the active opposition of his caste fellows. 124 Which was in all likelihood also motivated by the persistence of the taboo on overseas voyages among the Hindus of the twice-born castes. 125 Borrowing money from his wife Banumti, allegedly he quietly disposed of his wife's jewels to pay for his ship passage. 126 And the Indo-Portuguese scholar da Cunha to finance his academic adventures in England. 127 He left Bombay in late March 1879 on board the SS India bound for Liverpool. As we shall see in greater detail in the next Knowledge 19 section, Krishnavarma used the 5 years he spent in Oxford not only to make an inroad into Western academia but also was the first Indian to obtain a degree in humanities from the prestigious university. 128 He also became acquainted with other bodies of knowledge that made a profound impact on him. By the time he left England in 1885, he was an ardent admirer of Herbert Spencer, whose sociological truths 129 consequently became cornerstones of his own increasingly radical anti-imperial worldview. But before turning to a discussion of his European contacts and Western intellectual influences in the next chapter, let us first have a closer look at his somewhat short, but nonetheless extraordinary academic career as a Sanskritist in Europe. Native informant or Oriental expert. Inside Western academia. Arguably the most poignant question with respect to Krishnavarma's first sojourn in England is whether or not Madame Blavatsky was right. What value did his traditional learning and the culture in which it was situated have in the Western academe? Was the young pundit indeed assigned the position of an uprooted native informant whose knowledge was appropriated to suit designs and ends that might have been in conflict with his own interests? As has already been alluded to in the introduction, during his Oxford years of 1879 to 1885 Shyamji was actively engaged in producing colonial power knowledge, in the Foucauldian/Setian senses of that expression. After his admission to Balliol College in late April 1879, he assisted Professor Monier Williams in editing and translating ancient Hindu texts and was therefore part of a collaborative Brahmanical and colonial epistemic project which shifted linguistic agency away from ordinary speakers and installed the philologist as the legitimate producer of linguistic knowledge. 130 On a more everyday, though certainly not less significant level, he also taught living Indian languages to British candidates for the Indian Civil Service. 131 It is not difficult to find further indications suggesting that the fears of the Theosophists might have been justified. There was certainly an element of exotic othering in the way the newly arrived assistant was presented to the media and the public in Britain and elsewhere. In an article in the Athenaeum, for instance, Monier Williams reported the arrival of the young Sanskrit scholar in Oxford almost like that of a rare animal in a zoo, stressing that he was not only a native of Kutch, speaking as mother tongue a dialect on its way to 20. extinction but also the first real Indian pundit who has ever visited England, thus incurring the odium and contempt of his brother pundits and exposing himself to the certainty of excommunication on his return to India. 132 Almost from the outset, it became one of the tasks of Krishnavarma to bring some authentic Indian flavor to Professor Monier Williams' public talks, as he had to afterwards illustrate the mode of chanting the Veda and other points in the lecture. 133 Such theatre recitations 134 could sometimes indeed result in situations that were potentially embarrassing for the earnest Gujarati scholar. For example, Robert Cust, 1821–1909, a contemporary British linguist, remarked after one such demonstration, "I with others regretted that Pandit Shyamji Krishnavarma should have been induced to give a theatre recitation of the ceremonial verses, intoning them according to the nasal peculiarities of the Hindu worshipper, and prostrating himself in a mode, which produced the hilarity and ridicule of a mixed crowd of both sexes, who neither understood the words uttered in Sanskrit, nor the solemn nature of all worship." 135. Shyamji, however, seems to have been confident enough to cope with such condescending situations. There are no indications in his later writings that he experienced his exposure to European audiences as particularly humiliating. Conversely, he continued to talk about his Oxford years in very positive terms, even during the time when his worldview had become not only anti-imperialist, but also anti-British. Not all of Shyamji's time and energy were devoted to Oriental studies or Orientalist performances. Simultaneously, he was also soaking up Western knowledge of various kinds. Like most of the Indian elite nationalists that later became prominent in the independence movement, Krishnavarma studied law and qualified for the bar. 136 Perhaps even more importantly, he was introduced to the works of the liberal philosopher and sociologist Herbert Spencer by a cultured English lady in 1882. 137 Already at this early stage, Spencer's writings began to gradually acquire a special and powerful place in the mind of Krishnavarma. Spencer's work soon overlaid, though never completely replaced, Swami Dayanand's teachings, which had hitherto provided his most important guidelines. 138 While he thus slowly adapted to the wider intellectual life in Oxford, he was successful in his own field of Sanskrit studies right from the outset. By the early 1880s, far from being viewed as merely a native knowledge 21 performer of exotic Hindu rites, he was considered to be an accomplished philologist, whose authority impressed both his Indian and European peers. 139 His mentor Monier Williams was enthused by the scholar-like proficiency displayed by him in Greek and Latin and stood astonished at the first instance on record of an Indian student successfully surmounting difficulties, which to Asiatic minds have hitherto appeared insuperable. 140 In a similar vein, the former Indian civil servant and accomplished linguist Robert Needham Cust, who had pitted Shyamji for being ridiculed by an ignorant European audience, referred to him as my talented and amiable friend and saw in him one of whom England and India may both be proud, as he appears to unite many of the best qualities of both nationalities. 141 Shyamji's academic achievements were indeed remarkable. Parallel to the pursuit of his regular Oriental and legal studies, he wrote several small research articles. 142 Became a non-resident member of the Royal Asiatic Society, and was sent by the Secretary of State for India to the International Orientalist Congresses in Germany and the Netherlands. 143 To represent British India. 144 An accomplishment that he continued to mention proudly even 40 years later. 145 His academic success was matched by growing social recognition. In 1882 Krishnavarma co-organized a meeting to advocate total abstinence in India together with clergymen active in the British temperance movement. 146 In the same year he was admitted to the prestigious Empire Club. 147 And he met ex-viceroys and governors at the sporadic dinner parties organized by this club and similar societies. 148 When the Prince of Wales laid the foundation stone for Monier Williams' brand new Indian Institute at Oxford in May 1883, Shyamji even had the honor of being introduced to the future King Edward VII. 149 On another occasion, he made the acquaintance of Prime Minister Gladstone. 150 When he finally received his degrees after having passed a highly creditable examination in 4 subjects: law, political economy, Bacon's works, and Sanskrit. 151 His achievements were not only noticed in the small academic enclave of Oxford, but also celebrated by the wider British press. 152 On account of his new celebrity status, Shyamji was also invited to an international conference on education held in London in 1884 where he gave a talk on education in the Indian Empire. 153 Thus, everything seemed to indicate that by the mid-1880s, Shyamji Krishnavarma made his mark not only in Western academia but also in high society, or rather, the imperial establishment of Victorian Britain. Even his otherwise exceedingly sympathetic biographer Indulaliyajanik 22 notes that Shyamji was tempted at this stage by the quasi-official recognition he received and on the verge of becoming an arrogant loyalist and collaborator, sacrificing his political convictions to enjoy the privileges of his newly acquired status. 154 That Krishnavarma, who had not even reached his 30s when he left Oxford, should have been flattered by such apparent social acceptance is not too surprising. But can we read Krishnavarma's statements of pride about his entry into the Empire Club, and the praise he received from his employer Monier Williams as well as the famous German Indologist Max Müller, who also taught at Oxford at the time? 155 Also as a sign of subservience to the epistemic hegemony of the West, did the fact that he offered his services to design a Sanskrit text for a statue of Queen Victoria that was presented to the Maharaja of Burdwan also mean that he had become a cog in the imperial academic machinery, completely alienated from his erstwhile religious beliefs and the South Asian traditions of knowledge that he had acquired during his youth spent in Kutch and Bombay? There is strong reason to believe that this was not the case. It is significant that Shyamji kept in touch with his guru Dayanand Sarasvati, who repeatedly wrote letters in Sanskrit to him until his untimely death in 1883. Besides, he was apparently also well aware of his own superior philological qualifications. 156 And had little esteem for his fellow Orientalists from European countries. This attitude, one would be tempted to speculate, might well have been confirmed by his experience as performer of Vedic chants in front of amused European audiences of Orientalists. To B.G. Tilak, who was nervous about the reception of his book The Arctic Home of the Vedas 157 by Western experts like Monier Williams and Müller, he remarked years later that he should not care about what European Sanskritists thought of his work, since they were poor scholars. 158 In this respect, he seemed to share the glowing self-confidence that Dayanand Sarasvati usually displayed vis-a-vis his rivals. This growing sense of superiority was no doubt enhanced by a letter the Swami had written to him already in summer 1880 asking with slight bewilderment, how is it that your fame for discoursing on the doctrines of the true religion has not spread so rapidly in England as it formerly did here in different parts of India? 159 The apparent conviction of his own scholarly authority that resulted from Shyamji's awareness that the years he had spent in one of the most famous Occidental seats of learning and his intimate acquaintance. Knowledge 23. With a collateral culture 160 brought him a decisive advantage over his Western colleagues and competitors. It could even be read as a strange inversion of Peter van der Veer's incisive observation regarding the cosmopolitanism of colonial officials and anthropologists that the cosmopolitan person is not only a translator but also a spy who commands more languages than the persons he spies upon. 161 That Shyamji did not lack self-assurance in the new academic environment that he spied upon becomes also apparent from the fact that he applied for a professorship in Sanskrit at the University College in London even before he had finished his studies in Oxford in December 1882. 162 years later in 1909, when he was already considered an anarchist and public enemy, the Times presented him as an uprooted, completely Westernist product of the English educational system and stressed the general inadequacy of English education for Indians. 163 Writing just weeks later, Shyamji made it clear in the columns of the Indian Sociologist that he was willing only to define himself in his own terms and that his esteem for Western knowledge was conditional. We may at once say, that we are no more the product of the work Englishmen have done in India than English scientific men are the products of the ancient Indian civilization which has given them numerical figures, the decimal system, algebra, and of elements of higher mathematics and astronomy and of almost all other sciences. It is true that we went through the university course and finally became the first Indian MA of Oxford, but our studies in England gave us what an eminent English professor called a collateral culture, our original training having been purely Oriental, under the guidance of the late Swami Dayananda. 164. If Krishnavarma's self-perception was clearly not that of a complacent Baka Munsi 165 in the service of his white masters, it is illuminating to examine in greater detail how his European colleagues, and pupils, actually valued his Sanskrit expertise and scholarly credentials. Krishnavarma's correspondence with Arthur Anthony MacDonald, 1854–1930, a Scottish Indologist, who became Munir William's successor as Bowdoin Professor of Sanskrit, is most instructive in this regard. In a letter written to his former teacher Krishnavarma in 1899, shortly before the search committee in Oxford held its hearings, he quite humbly asked for the support of his dear pundit with whom he had studied for a few terms in 1881 and 1882, 166. If I am successful, it would be rather strange that two of the three principal Orientalist professors here should have been your pupils. I have asked 24. The leading professors of Sanskrit for their testimonials and have already received a number of very favorable ones. Perhaps you will give me yours also? There is plenty of time and you might leave it till after I have seen you. 167. Thomas Howley, another one of his Oxford colleagues who was teaching Tamil and Telugu in the 1880s, and who later became Professor of Hindustani at King's College, London, was so grateful to Shyamji that he left a handsome sum of money as a legacy to him after his death in 1906. 168 All of this clearly suggests that the pundit was highly respected and his word carried some weight among the academic Orientalists of Europe. On the other end of the wide spectrum of Westerners interested in Eastern knowledge, 169 Shyamji's expertise also continued to be in high demand. In 1882, i.e., 3 years after the young pundit had left Bombay to start his academic career in Britain, Colonel Olcott asked Krishnavarma about his opinion on a series of articles dealing with the exact dating of the Vedas that had been written by an Indian member of the Theosophical Society. 170. As we have seen, Krishnavarma had left India against the explicit advice of Helena Blavatsky, who detested British academia and feared that Monier Williams wanted to turn Swami Dayanand's most gifted disciple into a lackey to carry his Oxford books after him. 171. When Blavatsky's theosophical twin 172 Alcott visited England in 1884, 173 he had to acknowledge that Shyamji had not become a lackey, but a renowned and respected scholar. He very cautiously asked him for a meeting, if despite Max Muller's scorn and Monier Williams' hatred, you are not ashamed to be seen in my company. 174. In an incisive article, French social anthropologist Denis Vidal has argued that one of the reasons for the fierce rivalry between the adherents of theosophy and academic Orientalists that becomes apparent in such utterings was their antagonistic approach to true knowledge. According to his view, the obscurantism of the theosophists as well as their casual approach to linguistic competence and textual integrity represented to the Orientalist erudites the most total negation of their work that could be imagined. 175. The followers of Helena Blavatsky, on the other hand, held in contempt what was considered to be the intellectual materialism of the philologists. In Alcott's communication with Shyamji, one can sense the anxiety that the young Indian guardian of the treasure of Sanskrit knowledge could potentially become culturally uprooted in the sober, competitive, and materialist atmosphere. Knowledge 25. Prevailing in the European academe. In another letter written during his sojourn in London, he expressed his hope to Krishnavarma that, however many years you will stay in England, you will ever keep alive a devout love for Aryavarta, which so sadly needs the help of every one of her sons. Nothing is so inexpressibly despicable in the eyes of the Mahatmas than a Hindu who has an Indian body but an English heart. 176. In Alcott's appeal one can sense the binary opposition between ancient Aryavarta, Sikh, and her poor shadow modern India. 177. This was an important trope in theosophical writings of the time, a longing for authentic Indianness, untainted by Western influences. However, in Krishnavarma's sparse writings, there are no clues that he was either concerned about the opinion of the Mahatmas, or that he experienced his exposure to two different cultures of knowledge as particularly conflicting or problematic. He did not seem to see them as incompatible. Even the newly acquired fancy for Herbert Spencer was by no means at odds with what he regarded as his religious roots in Hinduism. This becomes apparent from the fact that, 20 years after Alcott's visit, Krishnavarma embarked on a book project that, much like his second major publication venture, 178, never materialized. He started to work on a synthesis of Spencerian philosophy with the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. 179. Likewise, in his editorials in his monthly The Indian Sociologist, he frequently quoted Sanskrit slokas and even managed to switch effortlessly from Hindu texts like the Manusmriti or the Vedanta to Spencer's writings, or from a Sanskrit proverb to a speech by Edmund Burke within a single paragraph. 180. While this eclecticism was natural for scholars like Krishnavarma, who had grown familiar with various worlds of knowledge and had by now access to a broad range of cultural resources, it proved to be extremely puzzling for British observers, at least to those who were educated in a monocultural epistemic environment. Obviously alluding to the Indian sociologist, the Times correspondent Valentine Kyrole, for instance, remarked sarcastically that in the literature of unrest one frequently comes across the strangest juxtaposition of names, Hindu deities, and Cromwell and Washington, and celebrated anarchists all being invoked in the same breath. 181. In the next chapter, I shall investigate if this attitude of openness and eclectic inclusivism was fostered through the rapid expansion of his international social network. It needs to be examined if this type of 26. Cultural bricolage also extended to his exposure to various radical political and social ideologies. But before exploring Krishnavarma's role as an advocate of border-crossing resistance against the British Empire and a spokesman of extremist Indian nationalism, we need to briefly return to the biographical narrative. Between 1885 and 1897 Shyamji lived in various places in India before finally leaving the subcontinent for good. This phase, though less well documented than other stages of his life, is crucial because it was the period when the England-returned Gujarati laid the double foundation for his future career as cosmopolitan nationalist. For one thing, he became a successful entrepreneur, and started accumulating a handsome fortune that would henceforward allow him to lead the life of an independent writer and political activist. Besides, it was in this period that his political radicalization took place and he finally opted to take sides against the British rulers. While both his formal academic education and his intellectual formation were completed by the mid-1880s, the next decade and the simultaneous experience of influence and fame on the one hand and racial discrimination on the other was vital for his education sentimental, and would finally drive him into permanent exile and make him adopt the homeless life of a peripatetic revolutionary. Wealth, status, and humiliation, the end of a promising Babu career since there were no permanent academic positions forthcoming in Britain, Shyamji decided to return back home. After his return to India in January 1885, equipped with an impressive array of letters of recommendation by his influential British contacts, one of whom was no less a personage than Lord Northbrook, the former Viceroy, Krishnavarma started a typical Babu career. 182 He was admitted as an advocate for the Bombay High Court and began to practice law. 183 During this period he caught up with his erstwhile employer Gerson de Cunha and posed for a photograph with the Goan scholar and the Italian Sanskritist Angelo de Gubernatis, who had been made a Brahmin honoris causa. 184 The picture was later published in the Italian journal L'Illustrazione Italiana. 185 Around the same time, Shyamji jumped at the opportunity to take up a more prestigious position as he was offered the post of Divan, Prime Minister, in the small princely state of Ratlam in Malwa, in central India. 186 The job was ideally suited for the young Oxford graduate. Knowledge 27. Since one of the main tasks of a Divan in the complex system of indirect rule was to mediate between the Indian ruler, who was the symbolic ruler, and the British resident, who exerted much of the real power in a princely state. 187 In this delicate position of a go-between, Shyamji could draw on the unusual cultural and social capital that he had accumulated over the previous decade. He could make use not only of his language skills but also exploit the widely cast net of contacts to British officials that he possessed. After his return from England, Shyamji's connections to the colonial establishment were evident from the fact that Sir Lepel Griffin, the British agent to the governor of the neighbouring central provinces, congratulated the Raja of Ratlam on having secured the services of a man of accurate learning and liberal sentiments. 188 Like Shyamji Krishnavarma, and proceeded to articulate a personal vision of colonial collaboration that was very much in line with the predominant views of liberal Imperialism. I rejoice to see the native states utilizing in their administration young men of good birth and caste who have received the best education, which played 1.3, Shyamji, second from left, during the investiture ceremony for de Gubernatis. Source, L'Illustrazione Italiana December 13, 1885 in Vicente, Other Orientalisms, with permission by Philip Allounds Vicente. 28. England can give them, and whose influences will always, it may be hoped, be on the side of progress and good government. 189. The fact that Shyamji was chosen as interpreter when the newly appointed Viceroy Lord Dufferin and his wife visited the princes of Rajputana and the central provinces was also symbolic of his rank and reputation. 190. There could be no doubt that Shyamji, who was by now also a regular guest at society events in Bombay, 191 had become part of the colonial establishment himself, at least to the extent possible for a native who was not from the old aristocracy, who were members being courted by the British as natural leaders of the people after the Great Rebellion. He changed his posts several times, and each time his new position brought a gain in prestige and salary. 192 From 1888 till late 1892, in between ministerial appointments in princely states, he quit the post in Ratlam for health reasons, raking in a gratuity of 32,000 by the Raja, 193, and practiced as barrister at the British court in Ajmer. It was here that he laid the financial foundations for a future life of economic independence by shrewdly investing his savings in various cotton mills in Rajputana. Interestingly, his biographer and friend Harbilas Sarda explains this first expression of Krishnavarma's extraordinary business acumen entirely with his experience in England, elucidating to his readers that the material views of life, which distinguish the European civilization from the Indian, took deep root in him and never left him. 194. This explanation is a fairly typical expression of an influential East-West stereotype that became ever more popular from the last decade of the 19th century. 195. But given the mercantile caste traditions of the Bangsalis, and the influence of his Bhatia circle in Bombay, it is of rather limited explanatory power. Whatever the exact role models and influences shaping Krishnavarma's business instincts may have been, there is no doubt that already by 1890 he had become a petty industrialist. He was drawing a handsome income from his cotton presses. 196. In addition to his regular earnings from his work as barrister or later from his positions in the administrative apparatus of various princely states. Shortly afterwards, he began to openly show his opposition to the politics of the British colonial government by staging a large protest meeting against the Age of Consent Bill in Ajmer. 197. On this occasion, he was apparently already more inspired by Spence-Ryan liberal anti-imperialism and anti-statism than by the social reformist tenets of the Arya Samaj. The Samaj was at the forefront of social reforms and knowledge. 29. Especially promoted women's education, and it fought against child marriages and forced widowhood. It would hence have been difficult to draw inspiration from that source. 198. As already suggested previously, his personal experience may also have motivated him to protest against the colonial state's proposed intervention in private affairs. Krishnavarma was mainly responsible for the drafting of a memorial by a group of concerned Hindu citizens to the Viceroy, petitioning for the withdrawal of the bill. In this controversy too, the protest was based on a scholarly debate concerning what was defined as Hindu tradition. The colonial government attempted to legitimate their foray into the very sensitive area of the domestic sphere of the colonist population through the expert opinion of the loyalist Sanskrit scholar R. G. Bhandarkar, 1837–1925. 199. To counter Bhandarkar's assessment, Krishnavarma also supported his criticism with the authority of his Sanskrit learning, using the popular Orientalist strategy of quoting a sloka, verse, from the Manusmriti in order to prove the textual sanction of the practice of child marriage. 200. It is interesting to note, however, that in this first act of opposition, Krishnavarma anticipated his later strategy of political argument during his radical phase. He did not confine his intervention to the textual exegesis of sacred scriptures, but combined the demonstration of his philological skills with an equally impressive display of his legal competence as a barrister. His second point of criticism was that the bill was opposed to the letter and the spirit. 201 of Queen Victoria's proclamation of 1858, where religious freedom was granted to her Indian subjects. 202 Yet, there can hardly be a doubt that, despite this singular instance of disagreement, Krishnavarma was still part of the moderate camp and miles away from the extremist positions he would articulate more than a decade later by 1905. Otherwise it would be difficult to account for the fact that the protest meeting in Ajmer concluded with cheers for Her Majesty and the Viceroy. 203 Only a few years later, in 1897, Shyamji completely broke with his life as colonial collaborator. This radical disrupture and dissociation from the Raj is conspicuous and requires a nuanced and careful explanation. Part of his motivation for eventually renouncing his loyalty to the British was undoubtedly personal. There were several incidents in the 1890s that unmistakably reminded him that in spite all the recognition he had temporarily received from the representatives of colonial power, it was ultimately a rule of difference, 204, based on clear-cut racial hierarchies that underline the British dominion. 30. In India, that the room to maneuver for natives within this system was limited could be felt much stronger in the colony itself than in the imperial metropole, where, as has been shown, Shyamji had mostly been treated with courtesy and respect. The first of the incidents that confronted him with the stark realities of the politics of colonial difference happened in 1894 during Krishnavarma's tenure as a member of the Udaipur State Council. He recounted it nearly 2 decades later in an editorial he penned in the Indian Sociologist. 205. During an official mission to Ajmer, Shyamji resided in a suite of the local travelers' bungalow when, according to his own words, one afternoon, while we were seated on a couch, conversing with a literary Indian friend, an English soldier belonging to a regiment stationed in Nasirabad, entered the room and asked for some matches in an impudent manner. He threatened the 2 Indian gentlemen with his LA with Macron H. bamboo stick, when they were unable to comply with his demand. Shyamji subsequently related in great detail his first act of unrestrained physical resistance against the racialist violence of colonialism. His tone and attitude were so insolent and provocative that we were immediately on our feet and, snatching the menacing cane from his hand, struck him a blow with our arm, which brought him to the ground with us on top of him. Unaccustomed, as every European is, to retaliation of any kind from an Indian, our resistance seemed so thoroughly to unnerve and confound him that he lay on his back dazed and prostrate where he had fallen. The soldier inadvertently left his brass number, attached to his cap, behind him, and we have it still in our possession. 206. The way the incident was narrated, culminating in Krishnavarma's palpable pride in his trophy, is fascinating. The fact that he mentioned his sophisticated conversations with a literary Indian friend was obviously intended to underscore the inferiority of a Tommy Atkins 207 in terms of class and education. It was meant to render the brusque, insolent, and provocative behavior of the English private all the more intolerable, and simultaneously portray Shyamji's own extreme reaction all the more justifiable. This type of random aggression by European soldiers aimed at Indians was occurring quite frequently throughout the 19th century. 208. Almost at the same time, the matter was taken up by Indian nationalists, who were compiling incidents of white violence and also of white justice, according to which the perpetrators would usually go either unpunished or get away with a mere symbolic punishment. 209. The fact that Krishnavarma publicized knowledge. 31. This episode only in 1913, in a context where he, as we shall see in the 3rd chapter, was attacked from various sides for alleged personal cowardice. 210 is certainly significant and will be taken up later. For our present purposes, this story helps us understand the psychological motives behind Krishnavarma's impending radical break with his career as colonial collaborator. 2 years later, in 1896, he was piqued by the intrigues of one of his former students from Oxford. 211. The person in question was A.F. Maconochie, a Scottish member of the Bombay Civil Service, whom Shyamji had helped to get a post in Junagadh, one of the princely states he was working for as Divan at the time. 212. From his later writings on this painful episode. 213. Krishnavarma was ultimately dismissed from his position as Divan owing to Maconochie's unwarranted allegations against him. It would appear that the incident provoked deep disillusionment about the possibility of friendships across the colonial divide. 214. This also corresponds with a broader phenomenon that representatives of colonist elites, who had been treated as equals while studying in Europe, were all the more vulnerable to the social distance and racialist rhetoric and practices that were characteristic of relations between Europeans and natives in the colonial constellation back home. The third incident that made him lose his faith in the meaning of imperial citizenship, a concept which continued to be attractive for many elite Indians well into the 20th century, bears a certain similarity with the first one, although the class contrast was not as pronounced this time. 215. What made the feeling of humiliation still stronger was the fact that it originated from a supposedly rational intervention of the colonial state and not merely from the individual misbehavior of an uneducated British Tommy during a train journey he was undertaking in March 1897, in the midst of the outbreak of bubonic plague that shook western and central India in the late 1890s. 216. Krishnavarma was stopped in Ratlam in the course of a precautionary medical examination of the railway passengers. The meticulous account Shyamji later offered of the events that followed is so fascinating and revealing that it deserves to be quoted at some length. A military officer, seeing that we were an Indian, called out to us from the platform in a very insulting and imperious tone as if he was ordering a menial servant or a slave, come out, I cannot wait for you. 32. Although we had not the least idea that it was necessary for us to alight from the carriage for the purpose of medical examination. His dictatorial manner of procedure so much provoked us that we were naturally impelled to ask him, is that the way to address a gentleman? 217. Shyamji then grudgingly descended to the platform and underwent the examination, but the conflict escalated again a few minutes afterwards. When we noticed that an Englishman, a second-class passenger, was examined in his own compartment and treated with every consideration, whilst we, a first-class passenger, were summarily ordered to leave the carriage and roughly handled. We resented this invidious distinction and openly declared that it was a most flagrant case of partiality. The officer, on hearing this, became extremely violent and shouted out in a rage that he would have us arrested at once. 218. Pundit Shyamji Krishnavarma, Oxford MA, and former Divan of Ratlam State, was indeed arrested and charged under Section 353 of the Indian Penal Code for assaulting a public servant in the execution of his duty. Thanks to his excellent relations with the local colonial officials, the charge was ultimately dropped and he was released soon afterwards. Nonetheless, he had experienced the occurrence as an unexampled humiliation and deep mortification, and one can still sense the frustration and bitterness in his article written 15 years later. 219. Reading his account, the commonalities between Krishnavarma's humiliation in Ratlam and M.K. Gandhi's unpleasant confrontation with the racial order, prevailing in the South African railways, spring to mind. 220. But, there is at least one significant difference. Gandhi was still an inexperienced and unknown little barrister, when he was ejected from a train in Pietermaritzburg. The psychic wounds that the high-handed behavior of the colonial official inflicted on an influential dignitary and successful entrepreneur, who was used to being invited to the banquets of viceroys and governors and celebrated by scholars all over Europe, must have been all the more painful. For over 15 years, Shyamji Krishnavarma had lived under the illusion that he would be entitled to admission to the Empire Club, in both its metaphorical and literal senses, before physically experiencing how the logic of the rule of difference could violate the promise of imperial integration. His earlier experience with uncivilized civilizers in Ajmer and particularly the Makanaki affair had already badly shaken his trust in the knowledge 33. Imperial machinery of which he had been part for so long. Nonetheless, it was in all likelihood on the platform of the small railway junction in central India that Shyamji took the decision to break with the Raj for good. Important as these psychological dimensions are, they ought not mislead us to deny the possibility that there was also a broader political dimension to his sudden decision to renounce his promising Baba career and move back to England in order to fight against the injustice of imperialism. On several later occasions Shyamji stated that he had not turned anti-imperialist merely because of his disappointment at the misconduct of colonial officials. He instead emphasized that his anti-British campaign was based on grounds higher than personal. 221. Judging from the available sources, it seems plausible that the overall political climate served at least to cement his personal frustration with colonial rule and its representatives. He was indeed alarmed by the repressive government policy against native critics of the colonial regime that was taking place at this time. Particularly upsetting was the first wave of counter-terrorist paranoia that shook British India in the wake of the killing of a colonial official, 222, which had, much like Krishnavarma's humiliations at Ratlam, been provoked by what has recently been discussed as a biopolitical intervention of the colonial state. 223. Apparently, the imprisonment of Shyamji's friend and political ally B.G. Tilak, 224, in June 1897, as an alleged seditionist was an important reason for his departure from India. Tilak was arrested in connection with the assassination of the British plague commissioner W.C. Rand and another civilian by the Chapekar brothers in Pune. 225. He was regarded as the instigator who had persuaded the two young college students to kill the British officials. As Shyamji would reveal many years later, he encouraged B.G. Tilak to join him in his exile in London and even offered to cover the full costs for his livelihood there. Tilak, however, did not accept the generous offer. His close relationship with the father of Indian unrest and his orthodox positioning in the Age of Consent Bill controversy in 1891 alongside future extremists like Tilak equally suggest that Krishnavarma had partly developed his anti-imperial stance way before the intrigues in Junagadh and the most mortifying incidents 226 in Ajmer and Ratlam finally alienated him from the ruling race. Thus, a Cambridge school reading of Shyamji's sudden career change as frustrated opportunist collaborator turning into ardent nationalist would certainly be an oversimplification. 227. 34. In autumn 1897, Shyamji Krishnavarma left India together his wife Bhanumti. Like hundreds of other radical expatriates from across the British Empire, he chose London as his place of residence in order to take advantage of the comparatively liberal attitude prevailing in the imperial metropolis, which even extended to outspoken critics of the imperial order of things. 228. But before looking closer at the seeming paradox of the British imperial state and reconstructing the first stages of his new life as revolutionary in the capital, it may be helpful to recapitulate some of the observations that have been made thus far in connection with his pre-revolutionary life. Conclusion. The preceding account and analysis of Shyamji Krishnavarma's early career has illuminated some interesting facts that transcend a parochial biographical interest. They shed light on the intimate entanglement of an individual life story with broader socio-economic, political and cultural developments. The first point I would like to stress is the strong influence of local and regional constellations on a global biography. Acknowledging Shyamji's rootedness in a very specific religious, economic and caste segment of Gujarati society is crucial to understanding the trajectory of his unusual career. This is not because some timeless and all-pervasive cultural tradition shaped his outlook and predetermined his later life, but rather because he was enmeshed in a process of transition and the renegotiation of cultural and religious values that worked in tandem with the cataclysmic political and economic changes brought about by colonialism and imperial globalization. It has rightly been stressed that Krishnavarma's later life was decisively influenced by his experience of migration and diaspora, 229, but it is often overlooked that migration also influenced his early career in India. To be sure, the short-distance passage from Kutch to Bombay might appear rather unimpressive when contrasted with his peripatetic life in various European metropoles later on. Nevertheless, his diasporic existence as part of a tightly knit web of Gujarati caste and religious associations in Bombay city, whose emergence was, of course, prompted by the transformations of colonialism, and hence the result of global processes, deeply affected the professional and intellectual opportunities he had, as well as the religious and ideological choices that he could make in the future. Knowledge. 35. As has become apparent, it was Shyamji Krishnavarma's close entanglement with this particular social and caste stratum that offered him a parallel education in two different elite languages that were closely connected to, and identified with, authoritative knowledge systems. The pivotal role of a prominent elite of Bhatiya and Bhansali reformers in making this extraordinary dual qualification possible also raises important questions regarding any conventional reading of Shyamji as the archetypical Indian self-made man who rose from utter poverty in darkest India to a life of prominence in the glamorous metropolises of the West only through his intelligence, hard work, and determination. No doubt, Krishnavarma's stellar career would hardly have been possible had he not possessed those qualities, but it would likewise have been improbable without the support of his wealthy caste fellows who were in need of an expert in sacred knowledge. The second point that needs to be reiterated relates to the ongoing debate on the nature of colonial knowledge and the role of native experts and go-betweens in its production and dissemination. A look at Shyamji Krishnavarma's early academic career in Oxford has confirmed recent arguments in favor of a revision of the colonists' agency in the polycentric communications networks of imperial knowledge formation. 230. It is obvious that Krishnavarma did not act, nor was he regarded by his Western peers, as a passive carrier of subaltern knowledge. He made use of his privileged access to various epistemic resources by juggling the demands of different groups interested in his Oriental, expertise. Thus, he managed to carve out an economic niche by establishing himself as an academic authority in Western academic and popular spiritualist circles in spite of existing asymmetrical imperial power structures. Simultaneously, he greatly enriched his worldview, which was previously based to a large extent on reformist interpretations of Hinduism, with carefully selected and adapted elements of what seemed most attractive to him in the bodies of knowledge that he encountered in Britain. The acquisition and use of knowledge, both secular and sacred, thus seems to have performed a liberating and empowering function for South Asian elites on the collective as well as on the individual level, even under the conditions of colonialism. The third insight that can be derived from the biographical account of the first 40 years of Krishnavarma's life, however, is a caveat reminding us of the limitations of this emancipatory dimension. 36. Shyamji's repeated confrontation during the 1890s with the violence of the colonial state and the exclusionary logic of racism that underscored British rule in India were perceived by him as an appalling humiliation. The analysis of the incidents connected with the concrete physical intervention of the colonial state and its representatives in the last section has revealed the arbitrary access of the colonial power to a native's body and thus facilitated to comprehend the radical changes of Shyamji Krishnavarma's views within a relatively short span of time. Beyond the individual psychological level, it also can serve as an important corrective, preventing us from pushing the native agency argument too far and downplaying the importance of colonial power relations altogether. His confident reaction towards the ignorant outbursts of amusement during his Vedic recitations or the witty reply to the allegation of him being a mere product of English education made in the times both demonstrated that Krishnavarma was able to cope with various forms of what has been termed epistemic violence. 231 What had a much greater impact on his self-perception as a victim and ultimately provoked his radicalization was brute physical violence and racist humiliation. These last paragraphs, therefore, help us transcend the theme of knowledge that has been the structuring frame of this chapter and serve to foreshadow the issues that will be taken up in chapters 2 and 3, the forging of cosmopolitan anti-imperial alliances and the legitimization of political violence. 2. Cosmopolitanism. The nation builder in modern India cannot be a radical reformer or an abstract cosmopolitan. For to such a one country is as good as another and patriotism is only an amiable weakness of men, due originally to geographical accidents. 1. The approach in this chapter, and the next, will diverge from the previous one, where the discussions pertaining to the thematic focus on the various aspects of secular and sacred knowledge could be neatly integrated into a more or less chronological account of Shyamji Krishnavarma's life story. To allow not only for an in-depth analysis of the tremendously vast body of source material about this phase but also to widen the lens a little bit and shed some light on the broader political contexts in which his activities were embedded, biographical account and thematic analysis are partly separated. The main biographical facts for the years 1897 to 1907 are summarized in a short first section followed by two more substantial segments, which grapple with two facets of Shyamji's life in exile in the 1900s and 1910s. First, I shall attempt to reconstruct the building of interlinked global networks of anti-imperial activists who were in opposition to British rule in India. The forging of these horizontal alliances was accompanied by ideological inspirations and occasional borrowings from various camps, as will be sketched out. After having thus provided a map, as it were, showing the quantity of Shyamji's transnational cosmopolitan interactions and their impact on Indian nationalism, more broadly, the chapter will take a step back to the individual level in the next segment. It will tackle the problem of the actual intensity or quality of these exchanges by trying to assess to what extent they altered Shyamji Krishnavarma's worldview. I shall argue that in spite of his acquaintance with European, American, and Asian revolutionaries, anarchists and feminists and the consequent exposure to the most radical and progressive ideologies available in the Belle Époque, Shyamji's own outlook and personality were left relatively untouched by most of these influences. On the basis of this observation, the 54 Concluding section of the chapter will seek to arrive at some more general inferences and relate them to the ongoing debate on the meanings of cosmopolitanism. Before discussing the wider significance of Shyamji's global biography, too, however, it is necessary to take up the narrative of his life story at the point where we stopped and look at the first stage of his diasporic journey, the capital of the British Empire. Anti-imperial propaganda in the den of the British Lion, Shyamji Krishnavarma's London years, 1897 to 1907. When Shyamji arrived in the imperial metropolis, the city already hosted a small but constantly growing South Asian community. As Rosina Visram's imaginatively titled book Ayahs, Laskars, and Princes appropriately suggests, the subcontinental minority in Britain around the turn of the 20th century was very diverse in terms of its class background. 3. The working class element was dominated by domestic servants and ex-sailors, or Laskars, mostly represented in certain East London neighbourhoods, parts of which are today known as Banglatown. 4. Mostly unrelated to the plebeian elements in the East End, the population of Indian students enrolled in one of London's institutions of higher education was rapidly expanding. 5. By 1890 there were barely 200 Indian students all over Britain, but by the eve of the First World War their number had already increased to almost 2,000. 6. Many of them were based in London and resided in boarding houses concentrated in Bloomsbury, where a lot of the colleges were situated, and the area around Bayswater, also known as Asia Minor. 7. Shyamji Krishnavarma, however, belonged to a third segment of South Asians living in the British capital, namely the minuscule group of those who resided in the city neither for economic nor for educational purposes but for the pursuit of politics. As has already been implied, it was only at first sight that London seemed to be an unlikely place to launch a propaganda campaign against British imperialism. The choice of the British capital allowed Indian political exiles to benefit from the democratic liberties of free speech, free press, and a relatively independent and transparent legal system, while British India, like most other non-white colonies, was kept in a permanent state of legal exception with all these privileges being denied to the colonial subjects. 8. At the same time, in a phase where 55. Nationalist politics was mainly understood as wresting political concessions through persistent lobbying with the imperial government, the location factor, too, made it seem quite reasonable to settle by the River Thames. The moderate representatives of the Indian National Congress therefore had opted for the organization of sustained political work in Britain 3 years after the inaugural Congress session in 1885-9. The Congress leaders subsequently implemented their decision by sponsoring a British committee working in Whitehall on its behalf and even financing the publication of a journal, India, in London. 10. India was co-financed by the National Indian Association, another moderate organization for Indians residing in the United Kingdom. It had been founded as early as 1870 by the English philanthropist and India aficionada Mary Carpenter, 1807 to 1877, together with the visiting Bengali Brahmo reformer Keshab Chandra Sr. 11. Besides, in the early 1890s, the moderate scholar, entrepreneur, and liberal politician reformer Dadabhai Naoroji, 1825 to 1917, had arrived in the city and successfully stood for election as a Member of Parliament. In 1892 he became the first British MP of South Asian origin. 12. Less well known is that another Parsi, Mansurji Bhawnagiri, 1851 to 1933, represented Bethnal Green as MP for the Tory party in the Commons from 1895 onwards. 13. While the spokesmen of the moderate wing of the Indian national movement, always at pains to present themselves as thoroughly loyal, were thus well represented in Britain by the 1890s. 14. It took the more radical-minded in the wider political spectrum of Indian nationalism a few years to follow suit. Eventually, Krishnavarma's extremist ally B.G. Tilak underscored in 1904 that, he pressure must come from England, and this is possible only if we work there persistently after the fashion of Christian missionaries in India and elsewhere. 15. While Tilak himself never played the role of a political missionary in the United Kingdom, his two closest political allies did. Lala Lajpat Rai came to London for a few months in 1905 and met a number of English politicians, and Bipin Chandra Pal, the third member of the Lal Bal Pal triumvirate. 16 even lived in Britain for several years between 1908 and 1911. 17 Shyamji Krishnavarma, however, had begun his mission already more than a decade earlier and can thus rightly be regarded as the pioneer of the extremist Indian political lobby in the heart of the empire. There are not many sources shedding light on the first years of his presence in the British capital. Shyamji was apparently staying in 56 rooms of the Inner Temple during the first months after his arrival in London, a privilege that resulted from the fact that he had undergone training as barrister in the institution back in the 1880s. From the residence he subsequently bought in Queenswood Avenue, in the northern suburb of Highgate, he slowly began to prepare his propaganda campaign against British imperialism. He gradually built up relations with various groups of Indian exiles like Gujarati law student S.R. Rana, 1878 to 1957, 18 who would soon move to Paris and later become for some years his closest ally in the French capital, and other discontents of the existing power structures through extensive correspondence and private meetings. 19 In spite of his concentrated networking activities, Shyamji remained relatively inconspicuous for the next 6 or 7 years and was rarely seen in public apart from attending the funeral of his former mentor Monier Williams in 1899 and occasional visits at meetings of the Loyalist National Indian Association. 20 It was only after the death of his new political guru 21 Herbert Spencer in 1903 that the freshly converted extremist made his first public appearance in the public domain. Krishnavarma had tried to get in touch with Spencer, but his letters reached the grand old man of British social sciences only on his deathbed. It is in many ways revealing that Shyamji chose Spencer's funeral for his political coming out. At the end of the mourning ceremony, he made the following announcement that was widely reported in the press and brought his name to the attention of a wider public in Britain and beyond. I hope a few words from a native of India will not be out of place. The name of Mr. Spencer is a household word among my educated countrymen. Personally, I owe a debt of gratitude to the writings of that truly great and good man whose loss we all bemoan today. As trifling token of my respect and esteem, I offer £1,000 with the object of perpetuating the memory of that great benefactor of mankind. I propose to write to the object of the ancient and renowned University of Oxford offering the amount for a lectureship to be called the Herbert Spencer Lectureship. 22. It hardly needs to be mentioned that the University of Oxford gratefully accepted the proposal. 23. This generous donation is salient in that it marked Krishnavarma's entry into public life and politics and once more highlights his deep ideological affiliation to Spencerian liberalism, which will be analyzed in greater depth in the next chapter, where we have a closer look at Shyamji's political schemes. 57. And visions. At the same time, the endowment serves to demonstrate how extraordinary his financial possibilities had become. He dramatically increased his private fortune, which had already been considerable by the time he left India, during the first years of his second exile in the United Kingdom, through a range of business activities. At the same time, he continued to draw money from his cotton mills in India. 24. Shyamji Krishnavarma kept on pursuing his multifaceted economic activities over the next decades and was a well-known figure at the stock exchanges in Paris and Geneva. At the time of his death, he owned shares in companies and enterprises all over the world, ranging from Moroccan railways to Berlin power plants. 25. The only details about the precise source of his income during his early years in London stem from a secret report compiled for the Home Department of the Government of India in autumn 1905. Its author observes that Shyamji Krishnavarma was said to carry a business in eggs and to have made a fortune thereby. 26. If this statement is correct, it would be a remarkable illustration of Shyamji's pragmatic approach to business, as he remained a strict vegetarian throughout his life and would have never touched an egg himself. At any rate, there is no doubt that he further augmented his assets by successfully gambling on the London Stock Exchange. It is thus not by coincidence that the period between the endowment for the Spencer Lectureship in 1904 and the outbreak of the First World War in 1914 would turn out to be the height of his active anti-colonial agitation, and also the pinnacle of his political influence. During this decade, Shyamji Krishnavarma became increasingly able to draw on his considerable personal wealth. Around 1905 he was generally perceived as a self-made multimillionaire. 27 To actively promote the cause of Indian independence through a range of activities that required vast financial resources. His own life as a full-time revolutionary with a taste for spacious flats in classy areas and the implementation of the various strategies he had developed to achieve his political objectives, was extremely costly and depended largely on his success as capitalist entrepreneur and stock jobber. Since he was alienated from the mainstream of Indian nationalist activism, i.e., primarily the Indian National Congress, and thus had no access to their financial resources, Shyamji had to fund his numerous projects more or less single-handedly. Let us now look briefly at the concrete measures he undertook to get his nationalist agitation underway in the Annus Mirabilis 1905. Organizing and institutionalizing. Anti-imperial resistance. 1905 has long been regarded as watershed year in the history of modern India, as it witnessed the partition of Bengal and the beginnings of mass nationalism in the shape of the Swadeshi movement. 28 On a broader world historical level, it has recently been celebrated as a global moment, mainly due to the effects of Japan's rise to world power status after its victory over Russia. 29 Shyamji Krishnavarma's campaign that kicked off in January 1905 was influenced by both the regional and the global cataclysms. He took 3 conclusive steps to promote his radical vision of India's political future. The first consisted of launching a monthly called the Indian Sociologist. 30 The journal would come to be the most important mouthpiece of the diasporic Indian revolutionaries until the outbreak of the First World War, even though its hegemony was gradually contested by other globally circulated publications produced by anti-colonial activists in exile, including Band Mataram, 1908, published from Geneva, Tulvar, 1909, published from Berlin, and the famous Gatter, which came out in San Francisco from November 1913. 31 The significance of the Indian Sociologist lies not least in the fact that 1,000 copies 32 of Shyamji's penny monthly 33 were not only circulated in London, but both sent to India and distributed to virtually every place on earth with an Indian minority community, thus connecting the Indian nationalist diaspora living in South Africa, California, Mauritius, Hong Kong, and England with one another and like-minded groups at home. 34 The title Krishnavarma had chosen for his paper is somewhat misleading. In spite of his claim in his inaugural editorial that the monthly would be guided by the fundamental truths of social science, 35 The articles carried almost exclusive straightforward political messages and hardly ever contained sociological reflections of scholarly interest. Nonetheless, nationalist propaganda was enriched by the countless references to Herbert Spencer, the founding father of sociology in Britain and the godfather of Krishnavarma's anti-imperialist ideology. 36 As will become clear in another section of this chapter, the discovery and skillful appropriation of British voices, critical of England's imperial enterprise, remained one of the favorite strategies of Krishnavarma and his disciples. 37 The rationale behind this approach is obvious. In the same issue of the Indian Sociologist, the Oxford 59 graduate made it clear that the paper was not merely addressed to Indians abroad and at home but also represented the not less important attempt by Indians themselves to enlighten the British public with regard to the grievances, demands, and aspirations of the people of India and its unrepresented millions. 38 Quite boldly, Shyamji presented himself as the genuine Indian interpreter. 39 In the UK, authoritative enough to represent Indian interests abroad. This was in spite of the fact that his own position was rather contested in a wider national movement still dominated by moderates like G.K. Gokhale, Surendranath Banerjee, and Dadabhai Naoroji, who regarded British rule as in need of reform but ultimately beneficial for India. It was all the more important for Krishnavarma to canvass the spokesmen of the new school of thought of extremism within the Congress by praising their great independence and manliness. 40 At the same time, the denouncing of moderate leaders became more pronounced. Dadabhai Naoroji was portrayed by Krishnavarma as a spineless sycophant who was ever ready to oblige his Anglo-Indian friends at the cost of his country. 41 As we shall presently see, the propaganda disseminated in the pages of the Indian sociologist grew ever more radical, and after 2.5 years, the journal was prohibited by the government of India for allegedly openly encouraging terrorist violence. Neither its global circulation nor its distribution in India, however, could ever be effectively stopped. 42 An agent working for the government of India's Department of Criminal Intelligence pointed out with somewhat frustrated overtones in October 1907, i.e., shortly after the Indian sociologist had been prohibited, that the number of copies intercepted during the current month amounted to nearly 800, or about 4 times the number seized in any previous month. It would appear from these figures that the paper must be growing very greatly in popularity. 43. The founding of an Indian Home Rule Society in February 1905 to secure home rule for India and to carry on a genuine Indian propaganda in this country by all practicable means with a view to obtain the same. 44 Was the second element of Shyamji's nationalist campaign. In organizational terms, the society was an immaculate example of late Victorian/Edwardian associational culture. 45 Complete with a president, Shyamji himself, obviously, vice presidents, a council, treasurer, secretaries and auditors. The vice presidents were mostly respectable Indians residing in London or its surroundings. 46 This was also probably true of the rest of its 120-odd members. 47 The society's goals and underlying ideological elements were clearly close to the extremist wing of the Indian national movement and consequently met with encouragement and sympathy from that quarter. 48 The use of the phrase Home Rule, moreover, is significant, for it evoked associations with the Irish nationalist movement. This choice of name for his newly founded society suggests that Shyamji, convinced, as he later put it, that Ireland and India suffer, ed. from the same evil. 49 Had thoroughly studied the history of Irish nationalist agitation of the mid-Victorian era and established links with Irish activists both inside and outside the British Parliament. 50 Krishnavarma himself explicitly pointed to these links by proudly boasting in the editorial of the Indian Sociologist in March 1905 that, thus, the prophecy made years ago by the late Marquis of Salisbury, who while opposing Home Rule for Ireland contended that the proposal to grant Home Rule for Ireland would be followed by a demand for a similar concession to India, has been verified. 51. An even more radical modification of the Home Rule scheme indicative of Fenian inspirations. 52 Was the establishment of an additional society of political missionaries that Shyamji undertook in collaboration with the leaders of the extremist wing of the Indian National Congress 2 years later. The society's principal objective was to send a dozen devout Desbhaktas, patriotic missionaries, through Indian towns and villages in order to preach passive resistance against the colonial power. 53 The Bengali extremist Bipin Chandra Pal was recruited as the first missionary and sent on a lecture tour through various Indian cities in September 1907. 54 There is, however, little evidence to suggest that the scheme was put to practice effectively after some sporadic initial attempts. The third step that Krishnavarma undertook, by contrast, was definitely one with very far-reaching consequences. He gave radical Indian nationalism outside India a home by creating a counter-institutional site 55 in the heart of the imperial metropolis. For about £7,600, i.e., 100,000, 56 Shyamji bought a second huge Victorian mansion in Highgate in early 1905. It was situated close to his private home in Queenswood Avenue, located in the same area near Hampstead Heath. With a view to attract students to the national movement, the impending opening of a hostel for Indian students in the newly acquired mansion was announced in the pages of the Sociologist. 57 It soon became known as India House, or Bharat Bhavan. With this move, Krishnavarma specifically targeted the ever-growing South Asian student community in the UK and back home in India. His concentration on graduates of Western educational institutions reflected his conviction that Indian independence could only be achieved under the leadership of a small intelligentsia educated abroad. About a year after the inauguration of the India House, he explained his vision as follows. It is painful to observe that the funds provided by Indians are wasted on delegates of the Indian National Congress in England, on the British Committee of the Congress. And such other fads which do more harm than good, as is patent to every thoughtful Indian who is a student of politics. If the money so squandered were spent on the education of promising young Indians on independent lines in Europe, America, or Japan, we feel sure that the emancipation of India would be easily achieved at no distant date. 58. The institution that was to provide a home base for such promising young Indians, was eventually opened in July 1905 in grand style with an inaugural ceremony that attracted a large and interesting gathering of Indian and English ladies and gentlemen. The illustrious guests included representatives of British socialist groups, the suffragist movement and the Positivist Society, as well as Dadabhai Naoroji and Lala Lajpat Rai, two prominent representatives of the Indian National Congress. 59. In a previous announcement in the Indian Sociologist, Shyamji had already tried to advertise the proposed boarding house in a rather business-like fashion by stressing that Highgate was, according to official statistics, the healthiest suburb of London, which has the lowest death rate in the United Kingdom. 60. He was also eager to underscore that the mansion was equipped with a lecture hall, library, and reading room. At the same time, Krishnavarma emphasized that, while no alcoholic drinks would be allowed on its premises, these very premises provided ample space for tennis courts, gymnasium, etc. 61. The latter point is significant inasmuch American Samoa it does not merely reflect the importance of British role models. The India House was patterned on Ruskin College, Oxford, but also reminds us of the significance of temperance and physical culture, and the related 63. Issue of masculinity, in contemporary Indian nationalist discourses. We will come back to these topics in the next chapter. The provision of cheap accommodation for up to 24 students was combined with a package of traveling fellowships for gifted Indian graduates. 62. The names given to these stipends are of particular interest since they allow us to draw some preliminary conclusions on the ideological underpinnings of Krishnavarma's campaign and the concrete political visions that had inspired it. Predictably enough, some of the fellowships he offered were called Herbert Spencer Indian Fellowships. But, there were also stipends especially designed to achieve an integration of India's heterogeneous regional and religious groups. Thus a Swami Dayananda Sarasvati Fellowship was initially restricted to applications from Punjab, where the Arya Samaj, meanwhile, had established its stronghold, and only Muslim applicants were eligible for the Akbar Fellowship. Regional Hindu heroes like Shivaji or Rana Pratap Singh were also represented as godfathers for specific stipends. This eclectic choice strikingly reminds us that Krishnavarma was keenly aware of the communalist and regionalist tendencies threatening the nationalistic cause. Contrary to many representatives of the extremist camp in the Indian National Congress, who indulged in a rhetoric laden with Hindu symbolism and sometimes openly discriminated against the Muslim minority, 63. The Pandit-turned-politician was at pains to accommodate a broad array of diverse groups in his nationalist campaign by devoting fellowships to various constituencies. Considering the predominance of loyalist tendencies among the Muslim elites and the growth of communalist tensions in the subcontinent in the wake of the partition of Bengal, the explicit inclusion of Indian Muslims is particularly noteworthy. 64. It seems also highly probable that the fact that the food provided to the fellows and other residents living at India House had never been restricted to vegetarianism and that instead a nutritious mixed diet, WAS provided on a liberal scale could also be read as an inclusionary gesture towards the Muslim community, given the strict prohibition of alcohol in the patriotic Highgate hostel and Shyamji's own vegetarian propensities, of which more will be said in the final section of this chapter. 65. In the following years, Krishnavarma proved to be very flexible and experimented with various other names for the fellowships and lectureships under this scheme. The creation of a set of scholarships bearing the names of Indian martyrs, i.e., freedom fighters who were regarded by the British as terrorists and had either been killed in action or sentenced to death, demonstrates that he was always at pains to make them attractive to a broad extremist constituency and simultaneously sent out a provocative message to the British. 66. The successful candidates were elected each year by a committee which he himself chaired and their names were conveyed to the growing community of radical Indian nationalists through Shyamji's monthly 67. In addition, there was also a more short-lived scheme of lectureships for Indian journalists, social reformers, and scholars, one of which bore the name of Edmund Burke, another political theorist repeatedly quoted in Shyamji's articles in the Indian Sociologist. 68. A precondition for receiving any of these stipends was not only the award of an excellent degree by an Indian university. In true Swadeshi spirit, and simultaneously inspired by the practice of Irish nationalists, 69. The candidates had to declare additionally that they 65. Were never going to work for or collaborate with the colonial bureaucracy in India, thus alluring them away from the charm of government jobs towards the service of the motherland. 70. The most famous beneficiary of Krishnavarma's scholarship scheme was V.D. Savarkar, 1883 to 1966, best known as the father of Hindutva nationalism. He was elected from the 153 applicants who had competed for the altogether 8 grants sponsored by Shyamji and S.R. Rana, and arrived in 1906 in receipt of the Shivaji Fellowship reserved for students of his home region Maharashtra. 71. Apart from the 20-odd student residents in Highgate, a number of illustrious leaders from India showed up at India House as short-time visitors. 72. The list of guests included some of the most prominent figures in the Indian National movement, M.K. Gandhi, 73. Lala Lajpat Rai, Hardayal, Asaf Ali and others all found their way to the hostel in Cromwell Avenue during the 4.5 years of its existence. 74. Not surprisingly, India House was regarded by the British authorities as a sink of sedition and a focus of infection before long, and its residents, like its familiar genius Krishnavarma, 75, put under close surveillance by Scotland Yard. 76. I will return in greater detail to this issue when discussing the problem of Indian political violence and imperial counter-terrorism. What is more interesting for the themes addressed in this chapter is the fact that Krishnavarma used the last 3 years of his stint in the British capital for linking the issue of India's autonomy with other anti-colonial struggles. Shyamji was able to spread the gospel of anti-imperialism on a global scale, not merely through the worldwide circulation of his monthly but also by sending emissaries from London to various places in Europe, Asia, Africa, and North America. In what follows, I try to provide a brief sketch of the revolutionary networks resulting from his efforts. Horizontal alliance building and the global proliferation of India houses. As has already been suggested previously, London was not merely a rallying ground for Indian nationalists of various shades and colors, but was also a privileged site for the forging of alliances with other anti-imperial groups. This was because many representatives of anti-colonial movements had chosen the city as a place of residence, and it gradually acquired the role of a black contact zone in the early 20th century. 77. Paris played a similar role as the unparalleled hub of cross-fertilization among nationalist and internationalist movements, and there was a high degree of traffic between revolutionaries residing in these cities. 78. Shyamji Krishnavarma was fully aware of the interlinkages and synergies potentially resulting from this intense circulation of people and ideologies, and hence publicly called for a broad alliance of England's oppressed. It is highly important that all those whose interests are identical should come forthwith. If the Indian Home Rule Society, the Swadeshi organizations in India, the Young Egypt movement, the discontented in South Africa, and the powerful organization of the Sinn Féin Party of Ireland join hands, much effective work can be done against England by their movements being united and acting in accord, exchanging ideas and suggestions. 79. Let us examine the more important of these alliances in greater detail by first looking at a specific example of transnational anti-imperial networking that started in London and then move on to new centers of resistance that were emerging in New York and Tokyo, where Indian students inspired by the Krishnavarma group founded India houses. Indo-Egyptian cooperation and contacts with Islamic resistance movements. One of the most curious and durable anti-imperial partnerships was formed between extremist Indian nationalists around Krishnavarma and their Egyptian counterparts, the Wattanists. Since the cooperation between the two groups has recently been the subject of a meticulous study, 80. It will suffice for our purpose to provide only a rough sketch of this particularly fascinating example of anti-colonial resistance in interaction. 81. The first contacts between the two groups were established in July 1906, when Shyamji Krishnavarma attended a reception hosted by the Pan-Islamic Society at a London restaurant in honor of the Egyptian nationalist activist Mustafa Kemal Pasha. 1874 to 1908. 82. Mustafa Kemal's biography and causes were in many respects strikingly similar to Shyamji's. He, too, had been educated in the West. He held a law degree from the University of Toulouse, was inspired by liberal ideas and was convinced that influencing the public opinion in the West through political lobbying and journalistic activities was the most promising way to bring about political change. Moreover, he, 67, was also a great admirer of Japan's efficient modernization efforts and military prowess. 83. Interestingly, the editor of the Indian Sociologist was introduced to the editor of the Egyptian nationalist mouthpiece Al-Liva by a common ally, the Irish Home Rule Member of Parliament, O'Donnell. 84. Shyamji was immediately aware of their electoral affinities and used this first opportunity for publicly declaring his solidarity with the people of Egypt in their attempt to throw off the British yoke. 85. When Mustafa Kemal passed away unexpectedly in early 1908, Krishnavarma published an obituary on the front page of the Sociologist, stating that not only the national independence movement in Egypt, but also every oppressed and enslaved nation has sustained a great loss in the premature death of such a talented and devoted advocate of political freedom. 86. His initiative to form an alliance of England's oppressed eventually bore concrete fruit 2.5 years later, when he had already moved on to Paris. To foster mutual cooperation, an Indo-Egyptian club was founded in London in January 1909 by some of the remaining political missionaries still operating from India House. 87. Besides, Krishnavarma continued to keep the readers of the Indian Sociologist abreast of the patriotic Watanists' activities, repeatedly presenting the latter as role models for their Indian brethren, many of whom supported the loyalist Muslim League. 88. The interest of the India House group in Egyptian and other Islamic anti-imperial movements did not stop at the level of mutual declarations of sympathy. Following the execution of the Egyptian terrorist Tiné, who had killed a loyalist minister, Krishnavarma publicly offered 1,000 French francs as a prize for the winner of an essay competition on the best means of attaining Egyptian emancipation from British domination in September 1910. 89. Shortly afterwards, he sent a telegraph to the organizers of the Egyptian National Congress, held at Brussels, wishing them hearty success, not least because he was convinced that the Egyptian efforts were bound to help materially the progress and realization of our Indian independence movement. 90. In the year before, 2 members of the India House Circle had embarked on a mission to integrate the Indian nationalist struggle with other Islamist resistance movements. They left London for Morocco in January 1909 in order to first join the RIF rebellion led by Abd al-Karim before proceeding to Turkey. 91. Part of their motivation certainly was the intention to provide an example for international anti-imperialist solidarity, but they were apparently also lured by the opportunity to get acquainted with the actual practice of guerrilla warfare. 92. In Tangier Mpt Acharya, one of the 2 would-be guerrilleros, talked up Shyamji's Tabakta Samaj in a conversation with a Moroccan, who later turned out to be an agent working for the French THIRD, claiming that he was member of a transnational revolutionary society headed by Krishnavarma with 15,000 executive members. This mighty organization, he further boasted, was about to start an uprising in India with arms acquired in Belgium. 93. The global consciousness of Krishnavarma and his comrades in arms, and their ability, to use Sebastian Conrad's words, to link local or national issues with colonial or global contexts. 94. Was not limited to the Islamic world. This is evident from the fact that 2 clones of the India House in London came into existence on 2 different continents within a few years after the inauguration of the Highgate Hostel. In the decade after the global moment of 1905, New York and Tokyo also became important centers of Indian revolutionary networking and propaganda, although this fact is only rarely reflected in the existing literature. 95. Let us have a look at the Big Apple first, where Shyamji's emissaries cooperated closely with a group of actors that also supported the Egyptian Watanists Irish-American Republicans 96. New York, Indo-Irish alliances in the home of the free, as had been the case in London. The efforts of members and sympathizers of the India House Group in New York was also able to build on a longer history of South Asian presence in the city and the existing Indo-American relations. It was Swami Vivekananda who had first roused the American interest in Hinduism and Indian affairs more generally through his speeches at the World Parliament of Religions in 1893. 97, however, coordinated political action only began to take shape from 1906 onwards. Again, analogous to the events in London, this development was unquestionably facilitated by the fast growth in the erstwhile minuscule number of Indian students in the city. Apart from the fact that the critical mass necessary to start serious political work was reached by that time, the campaign in New York was chiefly the result of the diasporic conspiratorial work 98 instigated by the leaders of the India House in London. The United States was attractive as an operational base for the Krishnavarma group because of its liberal press laws, which meant that the Indian Sociologist and other seditious pamphlets could not only be circulated freely among the Indian diaspora in North America 99 but also shipped to other parts of the world. Moreover, as we have seen, both Krishnavarma and his lieutenant Savarkar 100 had established close contacts with the Irish Republican movement, a movement particularly strong and dynamic in America. Perhaps the most spectacular proof of both the possibilities for propaganda work in the States and the potential of a united Indo-Irish-Egyptian front was the transcontinental cooperation between Krishnavarma's The Indian Sociologist, Watanist English-language papers like the Egyptian Standard 101 and the Irish nationalist journal The Gaelic American, published weekly in New York since 1903. 102 The transfer between Krishnavarma's paper and the Fenian Gazette was particularly intense. From 1906 onwards, selected articles from the Indian Sociologist were reprinted in the Irish nationalist's mouthpiece and vice versa. 103 Apart from the reprint of borrowed articles from the Sociologist, 104 both papers were full of mutual declarations of sympathy and concrete political advice. A writer in the Gaelic American even went so far as to declare that India must use force 105 and openly reassure potential Indian readers that should the Indian people at any time in the near future resort to what are spoken of as Russian methods in self-defense, we shall not be among those to blame them for it. 106 As a result of such frank statements in favor of terrorism, the Gaelic American was proscribed in British India together with the Indian Sociologist from September 1907. Onwards. 107 This fraternization, however, extended beyond the closing of ranks in the media sphere. Without ever traveling to the United States, Shyamji came to be a nodal point in a web of Indian nationalist activities in New York. The cooperation of two Americans of Irish origin with Indian revolutionaries in exile resulted in the co-founding of the first Indian revolutionary associations on American soil and the opening of the India House in New York. 108 The first was closely modeled after Krishnavarma's Indian Home Rule Society in London, and the twofold objectives of the new body reflected the interests of its founders. Apart from carrying on political propaganda in the United States and in India with a view to securing home rule for the latter, it also aimed at spreading the message of liberal education and industrialism to India, thus preparing the country for future commercial relations. 109 Just how close the entanglement was between Krishnavarma's parent society and the new offshoot on the American East Coast can be deduced from the extensive coverage of the inaugural speeches in the pages of the Indian Sociologist. 110 This becomes even more obvious if one considers that Madame 111 Shyamji's political associate in Paris was invited to give a series of lectures in the United States under the auspices of the newly founded Pan-Aryan Association. 112 The decline of New York as a hub for revolutionaries began after 1910, when the center of activities increasingly shifted to the Bay Area of San Francisco. The concentration of the Indian community continued to increase on the West Coast. Further, the arrival of the charismatic Harald, 1884 to 1939, another one of Shyamji Krishnavarma's erstwhile disciples, eventually bridged the gap between the intellectual agitators and the majority of Punjabi labor migrants in the country. With these developments, the small intellectual circles on the East Coast became marginalist, and in early 1912 a British intelligence report noted that the university town of Berkeley and not New York is now the center towards which extremists in America gravitate. 113 The story of Hardale's involvement in the Gatter movement, however, has quite often been told elsewhere. 114 And we should rather direct our attention across the Pacific to the third metropolis that hosted an India House. Modeled on Krishnavarma's Highgate hostel Tokyo. Tokyo, symbol of Asian modernity. We have already observed that the invigorating effect of the Japanese triumph of 1905 on anti-colonial nationalisms was particularly strong in British India. Even the loyalist The Times of India had to admit that Japan had become the rage with young India, ever since that gallant little nation beat the Colossus of the North in a rather unequal struggle. 115 For many educated Indians, Japan suddenly replaced Europe and the United States as a reference point for successful modernization, and there was a strong sense that an Asian neighbor would be more suited to be copied as a model than any Western country. 116 The admiration for everything Japanese in India after the Battle of Tsushima went so far that even in Indian villages newborn babies were occasionally named after Japanese admirals. 117 For many Indians, and, for that matter, Turks, Arabs, Persians, Vietnamese etc., the land of the rising sun embodied the potential of a different, indeed Asian, modernity. 118 Almost immediately after the Japanese victory at Port Arthur, Viceroy Lord Curzon warned that Indian students in Japan were likely to be influenced with sentiments tending towards discontent and even 71. Disloyalty. 119 The procedure of applying for a student visa was considerably complicated by the British Indian bureaucracy in subsequent years. Nonetheless, a small but constantly growing number of Indian students found their way to Japanese universities. 120 Some of them actively tried to spread the gospel of nationalism not only in their host society but also among fellow students from other Asian countries. Members of other Asian minorities living in Tokyo were more receptive than the Japanese majority. In 1907, Indian and Chinese activists founded an Asian Solidarity Society designed to promote mutual assistance among any and all people who were engaged in struggles for national and cultural independence in Asia. 121 Right from the outset, the Indian members seemed to have been in close contact with Krishnavarma. The latter was well aware of the strategic opportunities Tokyo had to offer. Nonetheless, he had initially been reluctant to invest financial and human resources in building up another revolutionary hub in the Japanese capital because of the political alliance between Japan and the British Empire. Furthermore, what he found lacking in Japan were leaders capable of channeling the patriotic zeal of the Indian student population into sustained political work. Eventually, around the year 1907, an India House was founded in Tokyo by the initiative of a few students and Surendra Mohan Bose, a visiting revolutionary loosely associated with the radical groups in Bengal initiated by Aurobindo Ghosh, 1872–1950. 122 One of the student residents wrote a letter to the Indian sociologists stating that we, the students staying in Japan, have at last got what we desired long. We have no Shyamji Krishnavarma among us yet, but his spirit is not lacking in many of us. 123 Shyamji was obviously flattered, and the opening of the Japanese India House was duly celebrated in the Indian Sociologist in 1907. 124 In spite of initial difficulties, the new institution made good progress. By 1908, no less than 16 students from all parts of India and even from Ceylon lived in the India House clone in Tokyo. One of the students proudly wrote to Krishnavarma, boasting that the success of people of such diverse linguistic, ethnic, religious and caste background living peacefully together in the microcosm of a single hostel for months and years demonstrated India's capability for future self-government. 125 The India House's profile as a laboratory for the country's future was apparently strengthened by the relative isolation of the Indian students among their Japanese hosts. 126. Similar to New York, Shyamji's influence in Tokyo is also particularly manifest in the exchange of journalistic contributions. In particular Maulvi Barakatullah, who had been appointed professor of Hindustani at the School of Foreign Languages, and was in charge for the East Asian distribution of the Indian sociologist and other anti-imperialist literature from Europe, invited Shyamji to contribute to the pan-Islamic mouthpiece the Islamic Fraternity. 127. Although the impact of Krishnavarma's cell in Japan thus was only limited to a few years, it is certainly no exaggeration to say that it was pivotal in preparing the ground for Tokyo becoming the refuge and operational base of several influential Indian intellectuals and nationalists like Rash Bihari Bose, Lajpat Rai, Benoy Kumar Sarkar, Tarkanath Das, Raja Mahendra Pratap and others during the Great War and in the interwar period. 128. But by then, Krishnavarma's role in the anti-imperial networks had become rather marginal and other protagonists, one of whom was Barakatullah himself, 129 had taken over the coordination of Indian revolutionary activities. This section provided a rough sketch of the construction of an astonishingly well-organized and loosely interlinked transnational anti-imperial network at the eve of the First World War. The next sections of this chapter seek to scrutinize in greater detail the ideological interaction between Krishnavarma and his Indian fellow revolutionaries with their various local allies, and to analyze the diverse discursive repertoires they provided for their anti-imperial project. Local allies and ideological resources. Already from this brief account of Shyamji's revolutionary network building over 3 continents, it should be obvious that just as local alliances were forged in a number of different directions, ideological borrowings were made from various sides. If one looks systematically at the process of ideological transfer, one can identify the impact of a small number of actors or groups of actors and their beliefs on Shyamji Krishnavarma and the members of his small networks of expatriate radical nationalists. The ideologies of these foreign thinkers and activists were undeniably useful for sustaining and strengthening their anti-imperial agenda. As will become clear, however, the nationalists' interaction with these groups and even more so their engagement with their creeds and thoughts could be rather eclectic and superficial. 73. Sometimes it was entirely overdetermined by strategic considerations. In order to assess Shyamji's political skills and also to get a more precise idea of the political and intellectual climate he was living in, it is nonetheless helpful to look at some of the individuals and groups in question more closely. English radical socialism, anarchism, and positivism. One of the first partnerships established in London was with England's radical left, as represented by Henry Mayers Hindman, 1842–1921. For someone who would become the most outspoken critic of imperialism, Hindman had a rather unusual background. 130. He was born into a wealthy business family in London and started out as a journalist for the popular Pall Mall Gazette. In his early years, he was an ardent admirer of the British Empire. It was only after his conversion to Marxism in the early 1880s that his views on empire changed drastically. Even though he inserted some elements of his earlier Tory radicalism in his new Marxist worldview. 131. He founded the Social Democratic Federation, SDF, in 1881 and became the editor of a weekly paper, Justice, 3 years later. Apart from publicly speculating about the coming revolution in England. 132 and fighting for typical socialist issues like the 8-hour day and collective ownership of the means of production, he made British imperialism the target of relentless attacks in the pages of Justice. Interestingly, Hindman's conviction that the 20th century would belong to the Asian nations overlapped with Krishnavarma's Asianist leanings. 133. This belief may partly account for the fact that he developed a special interest in India from an early point. In all likelihood, this affinity to South Asia resulted also from the circumstance that his family on both sides had been closely connected to the East India Company. 134. These personal attachments also lent a certain element of atonement in his support of Indian nationalism. Thus, in an article published in Justice and later reprinted in the Indian Sociologist, Hindman referred to himself with slightly self-flagellating overtones as a common Englishman whose family had its full share in the subjugation and robbery of Hindustan. 135 Hindman developed an early version of the drain of wealth theory apparently before it had been fully articulated by Dadabhai Naoroji and others. 136 Consequently, he was a particularly harsh castigator of British rule in the Indian subcontinent for its disastrous effect on the economic situation of the people. In a speech in London in 1907, for instance, he mercilessly denounced the British colonial regime as blood-sucking. 137 Hindman's critique of imperialism was much more fundamental and outspoken than that of other socialist groups, like the Fabian Society or the Labour Party. Such a position was obviously easy to reconcile with the program of the India House Group. The collaboration between Hindman and Krishnavarma was intense, and out of their joint work a long-lasting personal relationship emerged. Some examples can illuminate the multifaceted character of Hindman's contribution to the Indian nationalist agenda. In 1905, Hindman delivered the inaugural speech at the opening function of the India House in London, which is worth quoting at some length as it nicely captures his position vis-a-vis Shyamji's specific project and Indian nationalism at large. Hindman provocatively declared before the predominantly Indian audience that loyalty to Britain would mean treachery to India, a slogan, by the way, that Krishnavarma would often repeat later. On 138 he then went on to celebrate India House as the potential cradle of a future independent India. It is a fine conception that those who take advantages of the privileges open to them in India House should bind themselves to serve a foreign government. To proclaim Home Rule for India as the end, and to prepare for its realization by training up independent freedom-loving men to serve their country is a wholly admirable conception. The institution of this India House means a great step in the direction of Indian growth and Indian emancipation, and some of those who are here this afternoon may witness the first fruits of its triumphant success. 139. For all his progressivism, the fact that he continually reminded the inmates of India House that it was to the past of India that they should look in order to guide their aspirations for the future clearly shows that even Hindman was not immune to the pervasive power of Orientalist tropes. Arguably, the most spectacular part of his address combined his radical anti-imperial stance with another positive trope we are already familiar with: Pan-Asianism. I rejoice at the new feeling which is growing among you since the great victories of the Japanese. They are Asiatics as you are. Their food is your food. Your civilization is older than theirs, your records no less glorious. They, too, were spoken of with contempt as you are. Yet the despised yellow 75 monkeys have overthrown and trampled upon the great bogey of Europe. Surely you, too, may learn with 6 times Japan's population, a lesson from the land of the rising sun. But to learn in earnest eschew your moderate men. It is the immoderate men, the determined men, the fanatical men, who will work out the salvation of India by India herself. 140. In 1905 this unrestrained public approval of extremism was unheard of among British politicians, and it certainly contributed to Hindman becoming a rather semi-detached figure on the margins of the political spectrum at home, shunned by the moderate members of the Indian National Congress and surveyed by the British Indian authorities. 141 Hindman's almost unconditional support of Krishnavarma's nationalist crusade against the British Empire even intensified throughout the next decade. Over the years, he continued to castigate the White Terror in Hindustan. 142 invited Indian revolutionaries regularly to meetings of the SDF, and introduced them to the platforms of international socialist conferences. 143 Last but not least, he granted the Indian sociologist permission to reprint selected articles he had written on Indian affairs for justice. Shyamji remained in close contact with Hindman and other members of his party over 2 decades. We will see in the next section that his pact with the radical left against the empire did not mean eo ipso that he was in sympathy with their wider socialist agenda. When the British Marxist pioneer eventually passed away in 1922, Shyamji paid tribute to a high-minded English friend of India in one of the last issues of the Indian Sociologist, and cited his long relationship with the founder of the Social Democratic Federation as proof that he did not dislike all Englishmen indiscriminately. 144 That was probably as close as Shyamji Krishnavarma could get to a politics of friendship. Hindman's Social Democratic Federation was also important in that it provided a bridge to a small splinter group of politically even more militant-minded people in Britain who actively supported the anti-imperial agitation by Shyamji and his cell. The London-born anarchist Guy Alfred Alderd, 1886–1963, who would later settle in Glasgow and become a celebrity of Britain's radical left, was politicized at a very young age by members of the Social Democratic Federation and even worked as a reporter for Justice for a brief span in 1906. However, his radical anti-religious attitude and his anti-parliamentarianism soon provoked a conflict with Hindman, and he left the party after half a year to join the famous anarchist club in Jubilee Street. 145. This was the time when London was a hotbed of the international anarchist scene, hosting among others prominent figures like the Russian Peter Kropotkin, 1842–1921, and the German Rudolf Rocker, 1873–1958, 146, with both of whom Alderd got acquainted. The anarchists' anti-imperialist convictions and their ardent love for the unlicensed liberty of speech and writing 147 almost inevitably brought them close to the Indian national revolutionaries, although they did not have much in common with the latter's political visions. When the Indian sociologist was declared seditious after the London outrage in 1909, of which we will hear more in the next chapter, Guy Alderd put his small Bakunin press in Shepherd's Bush at Krishnavarma's disposal to continue the publication of his monthly. 148 In spite of this generous practical assistance, Alderd made it clear that he, as an anarchist communist, 149 had limited sympathies for Shyamji's political project. The question is one of free press, and not of similarity of propaganda. A modern incarnation of the much-abused Marat, Krishnavarma has the same political insight, same uncompromising proclivities and thoroughness. This does not mean that his propaganda will secure to the Indian workers the full produce of their labor, but it does mean that his propaganda is a menace to the security of British imperialism. Beyond, therefore, maintaining, in the face of a cowardly boycott and persecution, the right of Krishnavarma to advocate the use of any means necessary to the securement of his object, I am not sympathetic towards Mr. Krishnavarma's propaganda. 150. The obvious political differences between the respective counter-hegemonic projects of Indian nationalists and English anarchists did not matter much to the British officials. Guy Alderd was arrested as soon as it was discovered that he owned the Bakunin press. He was tried, convicted of seditious libel and sentenced to a 12-month prison term which he subsequently served in Brixton jail. 151 Shyamji, in the meantime, had arranged for the printing of his mouthpiece in Paris. 152 Alderd's heroic act of solidarity directed the attention of another illustrious representative of British anarchism, Sir Walter Strickland, 1851–1938, towards Krishnavarma's anti-imperial campaign. Strickland was a rather eccentric English aristocrat who had left his homeland in 1889 and stubbornly refused to return even after he had succeeded to the title of baronet and the inherited family estates in Yorkshire in 1909. The anarchist baronet, who was, at least according to British intelligence sources, of doubtful sanity, 153 became something of a celebrity all over the English-speaking world. His anti-British activities were reported and humorously commented upon by the popular press of various countries. 154 Strickland was a man of letters and had published translations of Latin and French classics as well as Czech poetry and fairy tales before he spent years in India and Southeast Asia. It was during his sojourn in the East that he came to the conclusion that the English and their despotism there was nothing but a camorra of infamous, bestial, and obscene thieves, murderers, liars and worse. 155 and turned into a staunch anti-imperialist. In the following years he published a number of pamphlets and books containing trenchant attacks on British imperialism, one of which was extensively, and very favorably, reviewed by Shyamji in the Indian Sociologist. 156 When he read about Alderd's conviction, he sent him a telegram of congratulations and a check of £10. He authored many anti-imperial pamphlets and published regularly in the Indian Sociologist between 1911 and 1914. He finally met Guy Alderd in person in Paris in 1912 when both stayed for a week at Krishnavarma's place, and they continued their cooperation until Strickland's death in 1938. Together with Shyamji, the anarchist baronet was also one of the assessors of the Pro-India Committee founded in Zurich in 1912 by his South Indian protégé Shampakaraman Pillai, 1891–1934, 157 Although the cooperation with British socialists and anarchists is certainly more spectacular, it ought not to go unmentioned that there was another strand in late Victorian and Edwardian political thought that also lent itself to be exploited by Krishnavarma and his allies, positivism. As British historian Gregory Claeys has recently reminded us, Auguste Comte, 1798–1857, and his disciples provided an influential if surprisingly neglected critique of empire for more than half a century. 158 In Britain, the efforts of mainly two men made Comte's Religion of Humanity and its cosmopolitan and anti-imperial message known to a wider public and influenced the country's foreign and colonial policy. Oxford tutor Richard Congreve, 1818–1899, had met Comte in Paris and afterwards translated his works into English. Besides, he also spread the gospel of positivism to his students in their debating club at Oxford, the Mumbo Jumbo Society. 159 One of his students who attended the Mumbo Jumbo meetings was Frederick Harrison, 1831–1923, who would go on to become the second most important figure in the small but influential circle of British positivists. 78. From the mid-1850s onwards, Congreve began to openly attack British colonial expansionism and particularly the rule of the East India Company in India, much to the approval of Indian intellectuals like Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, 1838–1894, 160 and the chagrin of the Anglo-Indian establishment. 161 In 1866 he published an edited volume which brought together essays written by several critics of empire stemming from the positivist milieu. It represents a remarkably early programmatic plea for a new foreign and colonial policy which ought to have a moral, not a political or purely national foundation. 162 In one of his essays published soon after, Congreve further refined his critique by articulating a number of questions that mercilessly debunked the fundamental inconsistencies of the colonial rule of difference and anticipated much of Shyamji's later line of argument. Is there in the East Indies a different international law from what exists in England? If openly it is avowed that there is such a difference, that what holds good of the independent states in Europe is not binding in the East, then what are the limits of this difference and on what rational basis does it rest? 163. Congreve's one-time disciple and later rival Frederick Harrison combined this rational critique of British imperialism with a staunch pacifism. He cooperated with Herbert Spencer in the Anti-Aggression League, founded in the 1880s to protest against the British intervention in Egypt and was also one of the few late Victorian public moralists. 164 who vehemently opposed the Anglo-Boer War, which he regarded as the result of a cynical conspiracy of financiers and ambitious politicians. 165 Moreover, he constantly emphasized the commonalities between the British Dominion in India and the more tangible Irish question. 166 It is quite likely that this, too, made an impact on Shyamji Krishnavarma. At least the editor of the Indian Sociologist declared in the very first issue of his paper that Frederick Harrison and other leaders of the Positivist Society could be counted among the best friends India has in this country. 167 A few weeks later, in March 1905, Shyamji recruited Frederick Harrison as the first speaker for the Herbert Spencer Memorial Lecture in Oxford. 168 The National Revolutionary also tried to popularize the older writings of Richard Congreve on the Indian question. Stating in his editorial for the fourth number of the Indian Sociologist that a perusal of this work has convinced us that Dr. Congreve is entitled to the utmost respect. 79. And gratitude of the people of India for the noble and disinterested services rendered by him to this country. 169. In the same number he reprinted Congreve's provoking vindication of the Great Rebellion of 1857 to 1859 as the legitimate effort of a nation to shake off an oppressive foreign yoke. 170. In 1907, moreover, Krishnavarma financed the reprint of an 1857 article by Congreve on the Indian question and even wrote a new introduction for the slim volume. 171. When the India House was opened, Shapland Hugh Swinney, 1857–1923, the president of the London Positivist Society, was one of the few European guests of honor. Swinney had also helped Krishnavarma to prepare the first edition of his monthly. The collaboration between Krishnavarma and the British disciples of Kant thus lasted for several years and ended only in 1909 when Shyamji came to be more and more identified with violent terrorism, an image that was no longer acceptable for the pacifistic members of the Kantian Church of Humanity. Pan-Asianism. Next to Irish republicanism, which I have dealt with elsewhere, 172. Another important ideological resource drawn upon by Shyamji and other members of the revolutionary Indian expatriate community in various places was Pan-Asianism. Unlike radical socialism and Fenianism, it cannot be easily tied down to one single set of actors. Besides, it also transcended the territorial East-West binary, as it had Western proponents as well. It was an ambivalent, rather amorphous ideology and, in its original version, was hard to combine with the revolutionary violence preached by Krishnavarma and his group. The idea that there was an underlying Asian quality or a shared mentality of the Oriental races, and that this quality was essentially spiritual, peace-loving, and contemplative, was a running trope in Western Orientalism. 173. In Japan, this idea had found some resonance by the early 1880s. 174. In India, it was probably first formulated by the Indian religious reformer Keshav Chandra Sen, 1838–1884, around the same time. 175. This idea of Asian specificity was later picked up by various intellectuals, of whom Swami Vivekananda and Rabindranath Tagore are just the most outstanding Indian examples. 176. The manifesto of this type of Pan-Asianism was written by the Japanese art historian Okakura Kakuzo, 177, who had toured India and met both Tagore and Vivekananda in 1901–1902. 178. Convinced that Asia was one and Asiatic races form, ed., a single mighty web. 179. Okakura called for the cultural, and implicitly also political, renaissance of the Asian countries. 180. The coincidence of the Swadeshi movement in India with the Russo-Japanese War strengthened the freshly discovered sentiment of Asian solidarity, but it also provided it with a new twist. Japan's military prowess and industrial achievements now seemed to be far more intriguing than the putative common spiritual heritage. 181. Not surprisingly, Shyamji had broadcasted the Japanese victory over Russia in triumphalist words in the inaugural number of the Indian Sociologist. Just as we are going to press, the fall of Port Arthur is officially announced. The news of the victory will be assured received with great satisfaction throughout Asia. Every educated Asiatic will take heart and be encouraged with what the Japanese have accomplished. Their pluck and success will breathe new life and hope into all those who have lost political freedom and are oppressed by foreign domination. 182. Krishnavarma was only one among many South Asian journalists, activists, and intellectuals to celebrate the rise of a new world power in Eastern Asia. In the years following the global moment of 1905, the Indian press speculated about the establishment of an Asiatic federation under Japanese leadership. 183. And prominent Indian nationalists like Lala Lajpat Rai pushed the Asianist argument even further by invoking the fundamental unity between India, China, and Japan to fight back against Western influences. 184. Plans to build a broad base for Indian nationalism on the grounds of common Pan-Asianist values, however, continued to be difficult to realize. An article published in a leading Japanese newspaper expressed the opinion of the silent majority of the Japanese by observing that the Indians come to us in search of our sympathy, but in the manner they set about it they only fill us with misgivings. 185 Moreover, the belief in the existence of common Asian ideals was soon to be considerably shaken among the Indian intellectuals in the diaspora and at home by negative representations of the Sunrise Kingdom in the Western press as well as by Japan's imperialist policy in Korea. 186 Even earlier, the country's continuing alliance with Britain also discouraged over-optimistic Pan-Asianist hopes. 187 In an article on the renewal of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty, published in the Indian Sociologist, Shyamji bitterly bemoaned the cunning despotism of the British who used one Asiatic country to perpetuate the enslavement of another country of Asia. 188 For a moment he seemed to have lost faith in the vision of a 81. Joint Asian liberation movement under Japanese guidance, as he highlighted the necessity on the part of the Indians to look for themselves for their emancipation and to achieve that end single-handed. 189 But he would return to the Pan-Asianist rhetoric before long. It must not be forgotten that Japan was not the only target for Pan-Asianist alliances. The collaboration with Chinese students in Tokyo has already been mentioned. However, this was not the only instance of an attempt to join forces with other Asian nationalists. As one observer later aptly put it, camaraderies and intimacies between Young India and Young Asia were fostered somewhat effectively in the educational and political centers of Euramerica during this period. 190 In April 1909, for instance, the Indian sociologist published a call for organizing a Pan-Asian parliament in Paris as a first step towards liberating the entire continent. There are educated Indians, Osmanlis, Egyptians, Japanese, Chinese, Arabs, Armenians, Parsis, Persians, Siamese and others to be found at Paris. A Pan-Asian parliament could be easily organized, which would coordinate the ambition and policy of an emancipated East. And a few keen brains on the Seine could marshal in array the swords of 800 millions. Asia has sat too long in darkness and in the shadow of death. Let Asia arise in unity and unity will bring might. 191. As we shall presently see, the idea was taken up by Shyamji Krishnavarma a few years later. In the meantime, he followed events in China with particular interest. He met the Chinese leader Sun Yat-sen, 1866–1925, in Paris in 1910, and after the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty, he sent a letter to his esteemed friend Dr. Sun Yat-sen 192 stating that China has set all at once such a noble example to those countries that are still writhing under the heel of the despots. The same sentiment which prompts us Indians to assert our own rights, leads us by its sympathetic excitement to rejoice when our neighbors successfully assert their rights. I wish my countrymen had 1/10 of the grit and ardent love of liberty which yours have so admirably demonstrated to the whole world. 193. Although the East Asian countries thus clearly constituted the foci of Krishnavarma's Pan-Asian alliance building, his contacts also included Indonesian nationalists fighting against Dutch colonial rule. The Javanese journalist and political activist Ernest François Eugene. 82. Douwes Dekker, 1879–1950, is a case in point. The son of a Dutch father and a German Javanese mother, Dekker already had sound credentials in anti-imperial internationalist circles since he had volunteered to fight with the Boers against the British in the South African War. 194. During the course of his extended European tour in 1910, he met Shyamji Krishnavarma in Paris and conducted extensive interviews with him. 195. Their talks formed the basis of a lengthy article by Dekker on the extremist wing of the Indian national movement which was subsequently published by the widely circulated Dutch newspaper De Beweging. 196. Dekker was so impressed with Krishnavarma, whom he regarded as the first Indian of note he had ever met, that he invited him to write something for a new journal he planned to launch after his return to the Dutch Indies. 197. Consequently, an article by Krishnavarma, introduced by the editor as an indomitable apostle of freedom, was translated into Dutch and appeared in Dekker's Het Tijdschrift, a periodical published from Bandung in December 1911. 198 The cooperation continued for several years. In 1913 Shyamji invited the dauntless advocate of nationalism from Java to Paris, where he wanted to establish an annual Asian conference out of which an understanding would probably be arrived at among the nationalists in all Asia to free their respective countries from foreign domination. 199 The project, which was inspired by the earlier plan of an Oriental Union in Paris, however failed for want of funding in that year. Later on it was made impossible by the outbreak of the Great War. 200 While the omnipresence of Asianist rhetoric in the anti-colonial camp is truly astounding, it is also important to remember that Asia was a rather fluid omnibus concept during the period in which Krishnavarma's horizontal mobilization of anti-imperial forces took place. It tended to be used in a broad inclusivist manner, sometimes completely ignoring the territorial restrictions of geographical conventions. 201 This is evident from the fact that both Turkey and Egypt were often included in Asianist schemes, and even countries entirely on the western side of the Bosporus were recruited for the fight against the common enemy. One of Krishnavarma's correspondents elucidated his very particular Pan-Asianist vision in the Indian Sociologist as follows. Turkey free from England in Egypt, in Arabia, in Persia, Afghanistan, and India, would be in Western Asia what Japan and China are becoming in the Far East. And Hindustan can be the crowned glory of Asia. The Greeks, too, are half Asiatic. Why not back them against England, which now hates Greece? 202. The limits of cosmopolitanism and ideology transfer. As we have just seen, Shyamji used the years he spent in London and Paris, during his second exile in Europe, to set up international contacts and build impressively far-reaching and multifaceted global anti-imperial networks. 203 At first sight, the lively exchanges Krishnavarma had with a wide range of European radicals and dissidents seemed to indicate that he was indeed part of the shaping of an anti-colonial transnational thought zone. 204 That being said, an entire set of questions almost inevitably arises for a biographer. To what extent was he himself shaped by the existence of such a discursive space? How deeply did these various ideological influences affect his worldview? To what degree did he share the emancipatory ideals and agendas, especially of his assorted radical Western brothers in arms? Did they merge with his earlier persuasions acquired during his long education in Bombay and Oxford, or did they replace them? And finally, how did the extremist pundit reconcile the ethical project of cosmopolitanism, which played a major part in most of the groups he interacted with, and his own rather narrow nationalistic agenda? Since Krishnavarma was an public through and through, rarely documenting his private views and feelings in his writings and letters without considering his political ends, these questions are not easy to answer. Nonetheless, the few sources allowing us a glimpse of his personal habitus, lifestyle, and convictions seem to indicate that he remained relatively unaffected by the libertarian ideas of his Western allies. Shyamji had not the least reservation against borrowing from a wide variety of Western ideologies and symbolic resources as long as it remained on a pragmatic level. His use of the Marseillaise is an interesting case in point. The melody of the famous anthem of the French Revolution was initially used together with the text of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's patriotic poem Band Mataram to conclude the sessions of the Indian Home Rule League in Highgate. 205 In the summer of 1907, immediately after Shyamji had settled in Paris, he had the original lyrics translated into 6 Indian languages, one of which was Sanskrit, and published them in the pages of the Indian Sociologist. This was done to bring the song's patriotic message to the notice of Indians in different parts of the country. 206 A gesture that must have flattered his French hosts. The hybrid version of the song, which combined an established Indian text with the melody of the Marseillaise, was thus replaced by a word-by-word translation of the French original. As we shall see in greater depth in the next chapters, Krishnavarma's openness to cultural bricolage and wholesale borrowing is even more conspicuous when it comes to the question of political violence and terrorism. In his protracted campaign advocating an ethics of dynamite, i.e., the legitimacy of violence for people who are utterly defenseless both politically and militarily, 207 in the Indian Sociologist in 1908 and 1909, he marshals an impressive array of pro-terrorist articles and statements by Russian, Irish, and American journalists and activists. 208 Nonetheless, close interaction with internationalist radicals did not mean that he moved beyond his own bourgeois nationalist positions. 209. Quite the reverse, Shyamji Krishnavarma, who remained constantly in close contact with English, Russian, and American anarchists for more than a decade. 210 and had, as we have noted, his journal printed by Guy Alder's Bakunin Press, strongly rejected the idea that anarchist thought influenced his political work. In an interview with the French socialist paper L'Éclair, published in late December 1908, he declared, "Il n'y a pas d'anarchists auxiliary ins. On y ignore meme lemot. Ce que nous voulons c'est délibérer notre organisme de l'élément étranger qui l'empoisonne, c'est non pas la suppression de l'ordre mais la création d'un gouvernement national. Un gouvernement hindu, fut-il imparfait, voilà ce que nous voulons. Il commettre de erreurs. Tant pis. Un bb en apprend à marcher chu auxiliary prix de chutes répétites." 211. What is intriguing here is not only the staunch refusal of foreign progressive doctrines, with the possible exception of Spencerian notions of the social organism if that would qualify as such, to the extent that even the re-establishment of a monarchy seems to be a viable option for the Indian revolutionary. Several articles in the Indian Sociologist demonstrate that Krishnavarma, whose studies in Oxford had been made possible through a generous scholarship granted by the Maharao of Kutch, 212 did indeed see the princes of India as potential leaders. 213 One would be tempted to speculate that, for Shyamji's European leftist partners in rebellion, such repeated pro-aristocratic statements must have been hard to digest. A similarly strategic approach can be detected in his interaction with more moderate socialists. Krishnavarma's good relationship with 85. Henry Mayer's Hindman made it possible for him to send a small delegation of the India House cell to the 12th International Socialist Congress in Stuttgart in August 1907. Madame Hakgr. The spokesperson of the group, tried to win over the 1,000 international delegates in the audience by somewhat clumsily attempting to enrich her speech with words drawn from leftist jargon, socialism, comrade, capitalists, class etc., 214 but her ultimate aim had little to do with socialist internationalism. Claiming to speak for the dumb millions of Hindus then, 215 she used the occasion to unfurl a newly designed national flag of India. 216 Given his general ambivalence towards leftist ideologies, it is hardly surprising that Shyamji's subsequent report in the Indian Sociologist singles out Kama's patriotic performance as the only noteworthy event of the international conference. It does not say a single word about the vivid general debate on the colonial question that caused quite a stir at the huge gathering in Stuttgart, nor does it engage with broader socialist agendas or political theories. 217 Any doubts regarding Krishnavarma's position vis-a-vis socialism were ultimately banished following an interview given to Jean-Georges Daly El Humanite. The Gujarati revolutionary made it very clear that there might be some socialists among his friends, but that he himself was a staunch Spencerian and had no leftist leanings at all. 218 Herbert Spencer seems to be a rather odd choice as a political guru, as he was certainly not part of the Western subcultures of fin de siècle anti-imperialism. 219 Where one might have expected Indian revolutionaries to seek ideological guidance. In fact, by 1910, Spencer's teachings seem to have become outdated even among moderate intellectuals in the West. 220 Let alone more radical-minded groups and individuals. This is confirmed by the account that the American feminist Margaret Sanger, 1879–1966, gives of her encounter with Shyamji Krishnavarma. Sanger, who later became quite famous in the United States as a radical activist for birth control, female sexual liberty, and eugenics, 221 showed a great interest in Indian affairs. Recruited by her illustrious friend Agnes Smedley, 1892 to 1950, 222 She joined two pro-Indian organizations in New York in 1919. 223 Not only did she exchange views with Gandhi on birth control in the 1920s, 224 She also provided a foreword for the book Sex Problem in India by N.S. Phudke, one of the most important pioneers of eugenics on the subcontinent. 225 A decade before these direct interventions in Indian affairs, Sanger met the revolutionary pundit in Paris. During her short European tour in 1913 to 1914, she spent a few weeks in the French capital to intensify her research on contraception. 226 Krishnavarma, who had been an adherent of neo-Malthusian thought since the 1880s, 227 organized a party in Sanger's honor when he learned of her presence in the city. In her autobiography, Sanger gives a most fascinating description of the reception at Krishnavarma's spacious Parisian apartment overlooking the Bois de Boulogne. It deserves to be quoted at some length. About 25 men were there, Indian students all, and only one other woman, Mrs. Krishnavarma, barely out of purdah and still in native dress. As a great concession, she had been allowed to come in despite the presence of men. It was evident she could listen but not speak, because when I asked something about her children, Krishnavarma answered for her quickly. A little later, I was disputing a point with him and, to bolster up his argument, he gave her a curt command in Hindustani. She rose swiftly and soon returned with a well-thumbed and pencil-marked copy of Spencer. I had come to consider Spencer's philosophy old-fogyish. His teachings were so mild that I wondered what in the world he could ever have been hounded for. Though Krishnavarma fought for the freedom of India, he had gone no further than this pink tea, which was not even pale china, let alone sturdy, black Ceylon. 228. What is striking here is not only the fact that Shyamji's devotion to Spencer is regarded as being ridiculously anachronistic, but also the way that Krishnavarma's relationship with his wife Bhanumti is depicted. Krishnavarma interacted on a regular basis with self-assertive new women like his fellow revolutionary Madame Kama, the Irish suffragette Charlotte Dapard, 229 her English sister-in-arms Millicent Fawcett, 230 the Russian-American anarchist Emma Goldman, 231 or, for that matter, Goldman's close friend Margaret Sanger, but apparently treated his own spouse like a traditional Indian dharmpatna, devout wife, whose prime duty was to serve her husband. One cannot help get the impression that the American feminist had some a priori reservations against women in native dress. Sanger's derogatory account, therefore, certainly has to be taken with a pinch of salt. 232 However, other details of Shyamji's lifestyle seem to corroborate the conclusion that his cosmopolitan biography and bohemian company did not entail a real engagement with the libertarian attitudes that he encountered, nor did they change his quasi-Brahmanical habits even slightly. Even after decades spent in Europe, Krishnavarma remained a teetotaler and strict vegetarian. He not only avoided animal products, 87, but also onions and chilies, and was constantly obsessed with the purity of the food and water that he consumed. As we know from Harbila Sarda's reminiscences, Shyamji preferred home-cooked food prepared by Bhanumti, and avoided eating out whenever he could. 233 He had even his mg dal, yellow lentils, sent directly from India, in order to be able to stick to his favorite diet. 234 While this rigid adherence to a frugal dietetic regime must have met with the sympathy of the small circle of vegetarian radicals in Britain, 235 one might well suspect that it could make social intercourse in Belle Époque Paris somewhat complicated. Sarda moreover, emphasizes that Krishnavarma lived a clean, and lonely, life in other respects as well. Apparently, women had no attraction for him, and this general observation also applies to his wife Bhanumti. Shyamji was neither fond of social life nor did he have a fancy for entertainment, shunning both theatre and music. 236 Such an austere attitude clearly distinguished him from other Indian revolutionaries in exile such as Hardale and Virendranath Chattopadhyaya, both of whom could boast of a long record of sexual relationships with European and American women. 237 Shyamji, by contrast, made it a point that interracial sex and intermarriage between Indians and foreigners were detrimental to the nationalist cause. In an article published in the Indian Sociologist in autumn 1911, he used Herbert Spencer once again to bolster his argument. He cited Spencer's statement that there was abundant proof, alike furnished by the intermarriages of human races and the interbreeding of animals, that the result is inevitably a bad one in the long run. 238 Krishnavarma tried to impose his views on miscegenation on his collaborators as well. He quarreled with his old ally Sr. Rana over the latter's German mistress Therese List because she was a white woman and of low class, and he considered her to be a risk for their revolutionary cell. 239 In a particularly shrewd move, Shyamji also published excerpts from a letter Harald had written to him in 1908, apparently before changing his opinion in the matter of reverse miscegenation. It reads like a marvelous illustration of Parthasarathy's observation that the home, and with it both family and sexual relations, had acquired a pivotal role in the self-perception and agenda of Indian nationalists from the late 19th century onwards. 240. I held that marriage with foreign women or men was fatal to the growth of nationalism, and that it was a flagrant violation of the policy of boycotting foreigners in India. It is sheer nonsense to talk of nationalising the schools and colleges if we approve of the desecration and denationalization of the home. The home is the last refuge of nationalism, and our women are the guardians of national tradition, customs, manners, moral ideals and social life. 241. The impression of a devoted nationalist ascetic with strict morals and a socially conservative outlook was undoubtedly further enhanced by the way Shyamji dressed and lived. Over the entire period in which he was active in public, he maintained a preference for long black coats modelled after the buttoned long jackets that were popular in his home region Gujarat. Shyamji's self-fashioning as a nationalist ascetic impressed, amongst others, M.K. Gandhi, who spent 2 nights at India House during his sojourn in London in October 1906. In his London travelogue penned for his journal Indian Opinion, Gandhi describes the revolutionary from Kutch in the following words. He decided to spend his earnings on the benefit of the country. With this end in view he came to England and settled there. He lives on the land which he has purchased. Though he can afford to live in comfort, he lives in poverty. He dresses simply and lives like an ascetic. His mission is service to his country. 242. The resulting somber aura of the revolutionary man in black even misled a reporter of the French daily L'Éclair to believe that Krishnavarma was wearing the severe garb of an English clergyman. 243 Likewise, his Parisian flat was barely furnished but stuffed with books, apparently reminding the journalist of the austere retreat of a philosopher. 244 All of this would appear to suggest that Shyamji's border-crossing biography, his exposure to the bustling life of Western metropoles, the climate of intellectual openness around him, the availability of a broad array of critical media and the intimate acquaintance with a circle of international radical thinkers and critics of imperialism, or even Western civilization in general, had a limited impact at best on his political and philosophical positions, and no impact at all on his personal lifestyle. His worldview had apparently been largely formed by the late 1890s, when he embarked on his final journey to Europe and defended his political and economic liberalism as well as his social conservatism, remaining a devoted acolyte on the Spence-Ryan altar. 245 And sticking to his nationalistic agenda for the rest of his life, one cannot but arrive at the conclusion that, over decades, he remained fairly immune to the cultural and intellectual influences surrounding him. The scattered bits and pieces of information that various sources reveal on Krishnavarma's character provide at least part of an explanation for this immunity. While even his closest associates describe him as a somewhat stubborn personality, the most positive description being that he never shrewd from his principles by a hair's breadth. 246 Other contemporaries found less flattering words for his character. Lala Lajpat Rai had met the Pundit at several Arya Samaj functions in India during the 1880s. 247 And later visited him in London, where he lived for months in the India House in 1905. The extremist leader from Lahore was quite outspoken in his assessment. In his autobiography, he describes his host as a very miserly person who expected a man who had received his help to remain his bondsman all his life. 248 Lajpat Rai sums up his reunion with Shyamji as follows. His much became clear to me that it was not easy to be a colleague of Shyamji. He has an imperious disposition and recognizes no man's right 90. To differ from him. He not only himself firmly adheres to his opinions but expects that all the others should have no opinions of their own at all. He has so much faith in his own superior wisdom that he would run down a man in the moment he dares to have differences with him. In short, he is a thorough autocrat. 249. Again, one could suspect that political rivalries may have led to Lala Lajpat Rai's overstating his point, but plenty of other evidence points in a similar direction. 250 Speculations about Krishnavarma's putative self-centeredness at least helps to explain the continuing attraction Herbert Spencer's philosophy of extreme individualism held for him long after it had gone out of fashion in Europe. Conclusion. It has been the purpose of this chapter to look at the intersections between anti-imperialism, nationalism and cosmopolitanism through the prism of a certain phase in Shyamji Krishnavarma's life. We have seen that his exile from India following his gradual politicization in the 1890s brought about radical changes in his own life that corresponded to, and were influenced by, larger geopolitical ruptures. The radicalization of anti-colonial resistance in India and the emergence of Japan as an Asiatic superpower in the global moment of 1905, provide the backdrop to Shyamji's political activism in the heart of the very empire that he was trying to dismantle. It has become by now almost commonplace to say that most nationalisms can only be understood when looking beyond the bounds of the nation-state that they attempt to create, and when one acknowledges the multilayered and multifaceted global entanglements brought about through the circulation of historical actors, ideas, and money across political boundaries. There can be no doubt that Indian nationalism, too, was shaped to a considerable extent by these world forces, to use a term coined by Shyamji's contemporary and critic Lala Lajpat Rai. 251 As we have seen, during his second stay in Britain 1897 to 1907, Krishnavarma was a central figure in the construction of what can perhaps best be called a global anti-imperialist ecumene. In a complete break from the discreet life of a comprador that he had led in India's princely states during the previous 2 decades, he became a media-savvy public figure ever ready to propel his radical political agenda through the forging of political alliances and spreading his propaganda. 91. Through every available channel. Though his ties to India remained important, the stage for his campaign was a much wider one. His most important collaborators and allies were not based only in Bombay, Calcutta, or Lahore but also in Paris, New York and Tokyo. What was more, his worldwide anti-imperial web was not only disrespectful of national borders but also of the colonial divide, inasmuch as Shyamji also managed to recruit supporters for his cause among the English, Irish, and Scottish skeptics of the imperial world order. Like other anti-colonial nationalisms of this time, the revolutionary extremism articulated and coordinated by Krishnavarma was thus indeed an elusive, cross-cultural, intertextual, or interdiscursive phenomenon. 252 While some authors who are part of the recent transnational turn in the historiography of anti-colonial movements have celebrated the cosmopolitanism of the historical actors they study and expressed hopes to prove worthy in keeping the flame lit that their heroes ignited a century ago, 253 The observations made in this chapter, impressionistic as they may be, leave us with a rather more ambivalent picture. This ambivalence is closely connected with the fuzzy meaning of the term cosmopolitanism. The concept is sometimes used in a mere descriptive way to account for the lived experience of global migration and the ensuing cultural contacts. It then mostly highlights social actors who are physically mobile and who actively engage with and learn from cultural difference. 254 At the same time, however, the word has come to be used in a more normative sense. The latter is especially the case in political theory and practical philosophy, 255, where the term cosmopolitanism is predominantly deployed to denote the rational ideal of universal ethics and global citizenship. Let me explain this by going back to Shyamji's biography. It has become apparent in the final section of this chapter that Krishnavarma's successful transnational networking and interdiscursive borrowing did not have much of an effect on his personal outlook. In contradistinction to his student years in Oxford, his political, social and philosophical beliefs seem to have been astonishingly resistant to change in spite of his close interaction with a variety of charismatic Western radicals during his second exile in Europe. Indeed, the glimpses we get from the available sources suggest that he led a fairly isolated, even encapsulated, life in the midst of the buzzing capitals of Europe. Oddly enough, for an intellectual whose biography could hardly be more cosmopolitan, the parochial elements from his Gujarati home culture seem to have been more important in his everyday life than the input he received from the Western intellectuals and revolutionaries that he dealt with. Was Shyamji Krishnavarma a cosmopolitan, then? If cosmopolitanism is primarily understood as a competence, 256 as the ability to incorporate the languages, knowledges, and social codes of an alien culture, then Shyamji was the perfect cosmopolitan. The ease with which he acquired several European tongues, developed his business acumen, grasped the rules of global capitalism and invested his money in international stocks and government bonds from all over the world is remarkable. The way he manipulated the mass media for the spread of his propaganda and made use of the latest transport and communication technologies to build and sustain his horizontal alliances similarly bears clear testimony to the fact that he was indeed a man of the world. It would also be possible to apply Anthony Kwame Appiah's definition of rooted cosmopolitanism to Krishnavarma, because he was well able to combine his global consciousness with a lifelong loyalty to the idiosyncrasies of his specific cultural background. 257 If, however, cosmopolitanism is defined in Nussbaumian terms, it is of limited heuristic value for this case study. In other words, if we take as the abstract moral agenda that was first postulated by Kant and other European Enlightenment philosophers as a yardstick and look for an attitude of ouverture d'esprit, of openness towards other cultures and societies based on respect and the willingness to deeply engage with them even at the risk of having to give up one's own certainties, at least the phase of his life under study in this chapter shows little evidence that Shyamji Krishnavarma could be called a cosmopolitan in that sense. And this is not only because he cultivated his patriotic nationalism which, according to Nussbaum, is irreconcilable with cosmopolitanism, as it is nothing but a questionable move of self-definition by a morally irrelevant characteristic. 258 What is more important is that his almost solipsistic lifestyle and the deep mistrust he displayed towards essentially everyone he was interacting with, not only made a politics of friendship almost impossible but also prevented him from changing his own convictions and behavior in the light of the diverse influences that he was exposed to. One could easily think of some of his contemporaries and fellow countrymen who never left India and were yet much more broad-minded and interstitial in their attempts to integrate Western cultural influences in their everyday life worlds. 259. 93. Where do these observations leave us with regard to the broader questions that are discussed in the ongoing debate on cosmopolitan nationalism and transnational resistance? Although the evidence presented here is rather fragmentary, a look at Shyamji Krishnavarma's strategic cosmopolitanism can serve as a reminder that it is important to analyze interactions between the global anti-imperial ecumene not only by reconstructing the mobility of the participating members and the frequency of their communication but also by taking into account the substantive quality of their exchanges. To what extent did epistemic and ideological pigeonization take place? 260 Whose positions were really at stake? Did the use of a shared jargon mean that Indian revolutionaries and Western radicals were indeed talking about the same things? In particular, scholars adopting a global history perspective, the present author being no exception, run the risk of getting carried away by the global connectivity of the historical actors whose movements they follow and easily confuse worldwide interaction with cosmopolitanism in the normative sense. The findings presented here, therefore, can serve as a reminder that anti-imperial coalitions and friendships supposedly based on self-evident elective affinities have to come under close scrutiny, thus supporting a plea for historical specificity and careful contextualization. This would sharpen our lens for internal frictions and make visible hierarchies that might exist within the alliances of transnational resistance. At the same time, it would help avoid the pitfalls of becoming complicit in the project of constructing dubious historical genealogies for values that we might deem important today. The next chapter will conclude the analysis of Shyamji Krishnavarma's anti-imperial project and its wider ramifications by focusing on the last 15 years of his life spent in French-speaking parts of Europe. The focus is now on his analysis of the British Raj and the Empire at large, the contours of his concrete political visions for an independent India, and, most importantly, on the one method he came to regard as adequate to reach his goal: terrorism. 3. Violence. Even in the Orient, revolutions are not unknown, and the bomb is only the most modern weapon for feeble revolutionaries against powerful governments. So long as the causes that gave birth to the cult of the bomb exist, the cult, too, will exist. This is a painful but plain truth and must be bluntly stated and faced. The cult of the bayonet is no remedy for the cult of the bomb. 1. Unlike many of his contemporaries in the national movement such as V.D. Savarkar, Lala Hardayal and M.K. Gandhi, Shyamji Krishnavarma never articulated his political visions in a comprehensive programmatic text. It is thus not easy to distill a coherent political agenda from his short and scattered writings. It is equally challenging to answer some obvious questions related to his sustained campaign against the British and other European imperialisms. For instance, how exactly did he assess the prevailing world system structured by albinocracy, or white man's rule, to use a term coined by his contemporary Benoy Kumar Sarkar? 2. How did he legitimize political action, and what means did he regard as appropriate to bring about a new world order based on racial equality? What was his vision for Swaraj, the independence of India he so desperately wanted to achieve? Who, in his view, constituted the Indian nation? How was it to be governed? What was its position in the wider international community? In this third and final chapter, I will address these questions in 3 steps. First, an attempt to reconstruct his analysis of the geopolitical status quo will be undertaken. In the process, we will also shed some light on his main ideological point of reference, Spence-Ryan liberalism. Second, Shyamji's scarce comments on his conception of the state, society, and government of independent India will be put under scrutiny. Last but not least, we will turn our attention to his statements relating to the methods he wanted to use to advance the cause of India's independence. His metamorphosis from an advocate of passive resistance, political lobbying and international propaganda to a spokesman of physical force and terrorism is arguably the most fascinating chapter in his Violence 111. Political and intellectual biography. Besides the theoretical debates on the legitimacy or otherwise of terrorist attacks against representatives of the British imperial apparatus, we will also look in greater detail at the single most spectacular incident of political violence connected with Krishnavarma's anti-imperial crusade. The widely broadcast assassination of a high-ranking colonial official in summer 1909 by an ex-resident of Shyamji's Highgate hostel triggered intense debates within the national movement. The killing, which took place in central London, also proved to be a turning point in the imperial dealings with the terrorist threat from the colonies, inasmuch as it elicited in its wake the implementation of comprehensive and innovative schemes of counter-terrorism. As Richard Popplewell and others have persuasively shown, the measures adopted to curb the threat putatively emanating from the Krishnavarma network and the unsanctioned mobility of its members were part of a larger transformation process that changed the face of British intelligence operations against political crimes for good. 3. Most importantly, Krishnavarma used the media attention caused by the London outrage to publicize his rational justification of reactive terrorism against state repression in letters to the editors and interviews with leading Western newspapers. His public statements on the assassination again clearly demonstrate that his ideological positions differed in important ways from the better-known strands of Indian revolutionary terrorism. Our exploration of his defense of what he called physical force as an appropriate means of politics thus restitutes him as an original theorist of anti-imperial resistance. Before approaching these thematic foci, however, we need to conclude the narrative of Shyamji's biography and look at the last 2 decades of his life, a period that has been aptly described by Ethnologianic as the most unenviable stage of his active career, for the phase between 1907 and his death in 1930 is characterized by an extreme discrepancy. By the time he left London for Paris, and particularly during the years 1908 to 1910, Krishnavarma had reached the peak of his worldwide fame. He was not only regarded by many foreign observers as the legitimate representative of extremist Indian nationalism, but had also become the god of gods for patriotic Indian students abroad. The last 15 years of his life he spent in Geneva, by which time Shyamji had become, in contrast, a marginal, almost pathetic figure. He had lost touch with events in India and was sidelined within the South Asian revolutionary diaspora community in Europe. In spite of 112. His continuing economic success, he lived a life of virtual isolation in his spacious Geneva flat overlooking the Lac Léman. As it is impossible to isolate Shyamji's political ideology from his personal experiences, we need to begin this chapter by exploring his checkered career in France and Switzerland in some detail. From international prominence to marginalization, Shyamji Krishnavarma's exile in Paris and Geneva by the end of the first decade of the 20th century, London's time as the most important hub of diasporic revolutionary activities was drawing to a close. Due to the tightening of security surveillance by the British authorities in the wake of the assassination of the British official referred to earlier, many key figures of the revolutionary movement decided to leave the city by autumn 1909. Krishnavarma had even shifted his headquarters to Paris 2 years earlier. Although Shyamji professed to regard it an honor to be called an ardent Indian rebel by British officials, he realized that his own life had become quite unsafe in the den of the British Lion. This insight became all the more compelling when it turned out that a man by the name of O'Brien, who had contacted him in spring 1909 and introduced himself as representative of the Gaelic American, was in fact a detective of the Criminal Intelligence Department. After this unpleasant experience, Shyamji rather hastily decided to move his home base beyond the realm of British jurisdiction. Given the liberal politics of asylum in France and the existence of a small network of patriotic Indians in that country, it was a most logical step to shift his headquarters to Paris. He arrived in the French capital in June 1907, before the question was asked in the House of Commons suggesting Krishnavarma's expulsion as an undesirable alien, who endeavors to debauch the loyal subjects of His Majesty IX, possibly anticipating criticism from his comrades who remained in the India House. Shyamji justified his abrupt flight from London in the pages of the Indian Sociologist by another demonstration of his grasp of the Sanskrit tradition as well of the more recent Indian past. There is a saying in Sanskrit that it is better not to put your foot in mud at all than to put it in and wash it. In other words, it is a folly for a man to allow himself to be arrested by an unsympathetic government, and thus deprived of liberty of action, when, by anticipating matters, he can avoid any such evils. Just 10 years ago, when our friend Mr. Bal Gangadhar Tilak and the native brothers were arrested, we decided to leave India and settle in England. And now that another friend, Lala Lajpat Rai, has been deported, it falls to our lot to quit England and at much expense and personal inconvenience make Paris our headquarters. 10. The deportation of fellow extremists, and Arya Samajis, Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh, in connection with the protest and boycott campaign they had organized among Hindu peasants in the Punjab, 11 was criticized as unnecessary repression even among English liberals. 12 For Shyamji it was perhaps the one event that eventually convinced him of the incorrigibly despotic character of British rule in India and catalyzed his conversion to an advocate of violent resistance. Shortly before he crossed the Channel, Krishnavarma celebrated the courage of the two martyrs Rai and Singh and condemned their arrest by the tyrannical and oppressive alien government of India. 13 Conceivably the combined effect of this provocation through the high-handed authorities of the Raj and the fact that he was now safe from the British police explains why the tone of the articles in the Indian Sociologist grew ever more radical from autumn 1907 onwards. In Paris, Krishnavarma rented a large flat in the Avenue Ingres, situated in the upper-class neighborhood of Passy, part of the noble 16th arrondissement of the French capital. His costly apartment aside, Shyamji lived a fairly frugal life. However, he made it a point to employ an English butler and a young, eccentric, and fashionable English girl for secretary. 14 It would certainly not be too difficult to find plausible psychological explanations for this idiosyncratic hiring policy. What is beyond the realm of speculation, however, is the observation that Shyamji immediately established himself as one of the leading figures of a small but influential Indian nationalist cell in the French metropolis. The Paris Indian Society had been founded 2 years before his arrival by his old comrade and fellow Gujarati, S.R. Rana, who remained the life and soul of the revolutionary organization on the Seine. 15 It was largely a copy of the Indian Home Rule Society in London, whose meetings Rana and Madame Kama, the other key figure of the Paris cell, attended on a regular basis and numbered about 25 members by January 1908. 16 Bhakaji Rustomji Kama, 1861–1936, a wealthy Parsi woman from Bombay, had come to Europe in 1901 and spent most of her time in London, where she met Krishnavarma and joined the Indian Home Rule League, before 114. Relocating to Paris in 1905. From October 1907 through early 1909, she was mostly traveling in North America and the United Kingdom. 17 And it was only afterwards that serious tensions between her and Shyamji would emerge. Thanks to his flair for the efficient use of the media, Krishnavarma was soon internationally perceived as the most prominent representative of the small but fairly influential group of Indian expatriate nationalists, or seditionmongers, as the more conservative papers in India and the West preferred to call them, in France. It is no exaggeration to state that he effectively used his new operational base in Paris to become an icon of Indian nationalist extremism over the next few years. His voice was almost omnipresent through his interviews and letters to the editor of top-notch journals like the London Times, and his pictures made it to the pages of leading papers in France, the United States and even New Zealand. 18 Krishnavarma's public relations work was especially successful in his host country. This can be gathered from the fact that he managed to have a lengthy entry in the Larousse, one of the most widely circulated French lexicons, where he was presented quite sympathetically as linguiste et homme politique hindu. De grandes aptitudes intellectuelles. 19 That Krishnavarma had cultivated his revolutionary image fairly successfully beyond the borders of India, Britain, and France, becomes also apparent from the numerous, and illustrious, foreign visitors who came to meet him in his flat in Passy, some of whom we have mentioned in the previous chapter. Besides, it is evident from a letter written in 1912 by the revolutionary Russian writer Maxim Gorky, who addressed him as the Mazzini of India. 20 Such positive public attention to the Indian cause notwithstanding, Shyamji's international celebrity status was increasingly resented by his associates in Paris and also by some of the younger Indian revolutionaries such as V.D. Savarkar, who had chosen to stay in London. From the statements of H.K. Koreganvakar, a former India House resident turned police approver, we know, for instance, that some of the young lions had hard feelings against their patron. Koreganvakar reported that, these young men take all the risks and, as they sometimes say half bitterly, Panditji gets all the credit. 21 In Paris, it was primarily the energetic, active, and financially independent Madame Kama who was unhappy with Shyamji's position as leader and the public attention he received. She gradually managed to rally the younger guard of Indian revolutionaries in the French capital around herself. 22 Thus, serious fissures occurred in the Paris cell only shortly after her return to the Seine. The atmosphere of disharmony and the resulting tendencies to drift apart became even more pronounced after the quarrel over Sr. Rana's German lover Therese List, who ironically was regarded for a while as le centre de tous les complots indiens in the French metropolis by the THIRD-23 that drove a wedge between Shyamji and his erstwhile friend Rana. According to the Criminal Investigation Department, CID, reports, their hostile antagonism nearly led to a duel between the two senior leaders from Gujarat in December 1909. 24 The British intelligence agencies, who were keeping a close eye on the nationalist Indian circle in the French capital, though often complaining about the lack of assistance by the French police in the matter of surveillance of Indian suspects in Paris, 25 quickly realized that the solidarity within the movement had become quite fragile. In August 1910, an entirely independent and quite trustworthy source described the worsening relationship between Rana and Shyamji and conveyed to the British criminal intelligence officers that the members of the Indian Paris group more or less unanimously decided to boycott their erstwhile leader because of his notorious avarice and imperious manner. 26 The personal quarrels between Krishnavarma and Rana, and the former's animosity towards an increasingly independent and self-confident Bhakaji, in the light of Margaret Sanger's observations discussed earlier, one might well suspect that Shyamji had problems. 116. With women showing a dictatorial behavior, 27 partly explains the fact that he gradually lost his authority in the Paris group and also in the revolutionary wing of the Indian national movement more generally. The resistance against his authority took concrete shape in the launching of a new journal, Band Mataram, by Rana and in September 1909. The name was chosen not merely to evoke associations of the famous anthem of Indian nationalism 28 but also of a paper that had appeared in Bengal some years previously, edited by Bipin Chandra Pal and Aurobindo Ghosh, which had been prohibited by the British in 1908. 29 The new journal was, of course, in open competition with the Indian sociologist, and even though Shyamji Krishnavarma's name did not occur in the pages of Band Mataram one single time in the 3 years of the journal's existence, there were some subtle hints that Rana and used their mouthpiece also to distance themselves from the goals and methods of the senior godfather of Indian revolutionary nationalism in Europe. Thus in his opening editorial, Harald, the academically brilliant but highly eccentric 30 young firebrand that had recruited to produce Band Mataram almost single-handedly, 31 indirectly attacked Shyamji's stilted style of writing and the intellectualism pervading most articles in the Indian Sociologist. He introduced the new journal as follows. Our program has nothing strange or whimsical about it. We shall not employ our intellect in the thankless task of drawing fine distinctions or adopting specious lines of argument for the purpose of appearing other than what we are. We are simple honest folk. We do not deal in political casuistry mingled with erroneous philosophy. We do not look before and after when we pen out our message-bearing, passion-laden words. 32. Harald was not the only passion-laden youngster in the circle of Indian revolutionaries in exile who had problems with Shyamji's authoritarian claims to leadership and the idiosyncrasies of his personal character. Particularly interesting in this respect are the recollections of novelist David Garnett, later a member of the famous avant-gardist Bloomsbury group of British artists and writers in early 20th century London. 33 Garnett was 17 at the time and had befriended some Indian youths linked to the revolutionary circle in London. In his memoirs he describes how the young inmates of India House made merciless fun of Krishnavarma, who lived as a political refugee in Paris, out of harm's way. 34 The modernist writer expresses his utter astonishment that such a man was nevertheless regarded by the British as the leader of the most dangerous seditionist movement. 35 Garnett was correct in relating Krishnavarma's gradual loss of authority over the young generation of Indian Desbhaktas, patriots, to his precipitous flight to Paris. Particularly after Krishnavarma openly propagated violent methods of resistance, those who decided to stay in the den of the British Lion and were still within the reach of British police forces and judicial powers had to suffer considerable hardships and face the danger of being arrested anytime. It is for this reason that the accusations of personal cowardice directed at Shyamji became more outspoken. The ambitious young revolutionary Virendranath Chattopadhyaya, 1880 to 1937, who became popularly known as Chatto, later on wrote a letter to the London Times in March 1909, in which he accused Krishnavarma of talking unmitigated nonsense. 36 He denied his authority to represent any wing of the Indian national movement by stating that he has never been accepted as a leader even by a small minority in India, although during his 17 years residence in this country he has striven hard by patriotic gifts to take part in a great movement that absolutely and categorically refuses his guidance. 37. During the following weeks, the internal quarrels between the two Indian revolutionaries were fought out before hundreds of thousands of readers in the columns of the time-honored English daily. 38 Shyamji, in his reply, tried to present Chatto as a disappointed man, whom he had one time denied one of his scholarships. 39 Chatto, in turn, used his rejoinder for a frontal attack on the maniacal theorist 40, who failed to practice what he preached. I have the right to declare that I do not subscribe to Mr. Krishnavarma's present politics. The day that I feel convinced of the necessity of political assassination and underground work, I shall cease to write. I shall return to my country and put my theories into practice. But I shall certainly not seek a safe retreat within the hospitable walls of a European city. 41. Similar allegations were made in an article by one Pundit Sri Krishna, obviously a nom de plume, which was published in London in the popular penny illustrated paper. Krishna stated that Shyamji's strategy of urging others to risk their lives in targeted terrorist attacks while sitting in the safety of his Paris flat had alienated responsible Indians such as Mr. Bipin Chandra Pal, who then broke with Shyamji and India House completely. 42 Perhaps the most outspoken reproach came from Annie Besant, who, in a speech in Benares in early 1910, attacked Krishnavarma as a man for whom the word coward was too weak an expression, a creature who would sit quietly and comfortably in a safe home in a foreign country and at the same time send foolish weak youths to the scaffold. 43 Obviously upset by this blunt rebuke, Shyamji wrote a lengthy rejoinder in the Sociologist, admitting that, owing to failing health and advancing years, he was unable to act himself. However, he went on to posit a division of labor in politics, explaining that it was instead his business to preach certain political doctrines for efficiently disseminating which a safe home in a foreign country is absolutely necessary. Sick. 44 The fact that Krishnavarma used his mouthpiece several times in the next 4 years for similar apologetic statements shows that he was indeed deeply hurt by the criticism raised against him. Shyamji's decision to publish the longish accounts of his early acts of resistance in India, highlighting his own physical prowess and courage as a young man, which have been discussed in the final section of the first chapter, appears all the more plausible when seen in connection with the charges of cowardice that were now being leveled against him from various sides. Particularly vitriolic was a leaflet circulated by some of his Indian enemies in Paris and later on published in India in full length in the columns of the Pioneer. Its anonymous author castigated the political pundit as a cynical hypocrite who was posing as spokesman for India's suppressed millions, while enjoying a life of luxury. He lives in one of the finest houses in the most beautiful city of the world, and this house is situated in the most fashionable quarter of that city. It is equipped with the latest improvements, electric lift, electric light, hot and cold baths and steam heated. The rooms are sumptuous and the views from the windows magnificent. Here in the midst of all good that God has given to man, this suffering saint receives his lieutenants and satellites on Sunday afternoons. Most of them are attracted to his house by the very excellent tea and cakes and fruit which are served in abundance, and it is at these parties that the pundit sheds crocodile tears over the famine-stricken millions of India. It is at these gatherings that he enjoins his guests to give up all worldly pleasures and live an austere life. 45. That Shyamji was increasingly compromised by the constant accusations of personal spinelessness also influenced the relationship with the man who had been second in command in the India House V.D. Savarkar, over whose fate the Paris group would eventually disintegrate. 46. After Shyamji's move across the Channel, the young and charismatic Savarkar had become the undisputed leader of the India House group, and the British police rightly saw him as perhaps a more dangerous figure than his erstwhile master. His fiery speeches, his widely circulated historical writings on the Indian Rebellion of 1857-47 aiming at the creation of a nationalist counter-commemoration, 48, as well as his active participation in terrorist plots made him a prime target of British counterinsurgency measures 49. Thus, he was involved in the smuggling of weapons to India which were later used for the targeted assassination of the colonial official who had bound Savarkar's brother Ganesh for trial. Facing the imminent danger of arrest in Britain, Savarkar joined the Paris group for a few months in January 1910. In March, however, he decided to go back to England against all warnings and was immediately arrested on his arrival at London's Victoria Station. Subsequently, his return to India to stand trial for sedition in Bombay was ordered by a London court. However, when the steamer that was to bring him to Bombay anchored in Marseilles, he managed to escape and reach the shore. As soon as he arrived on French soil, V.D. Savarkar was taken in custody by 2 gendarmes and immediately returned to His Majesty's care. 50. The question of whether or not he should have been extradited or rather granted political asylum became a matter of fierce contestation between the various political forces in France and between the governments of France and Britain. 51. The issue was finally resolved by the Hague Tribunal in favor of the British claim, much to the disappointment of French socialists, whose paper El Humanite had orchestrated the campaign in France, British anarchists around Guy Alderd, who had organized a Savarkar release committee in London, 52, and, of course, Indian nationalists. 53. The unexpected outcome of l'affaire Savarkar, as it became known in the French press, 54, had a palpable impact on the Paris cell in general and on Shyamji's career in particular. For one thing, the group lost a respected leader and its members were left quite confused and disoriented. At the same time, Shyamji's passivity appeared all the more despicable to some representatives of the younger generation of Indian revolutionaries in exile in the light of the brave and noble Deshpata's 55 extraordinary heroism, which, even according to Shyamji's biographer Indu Lalyajanik, enshrined him in the pantheon of the great martyrs of India. 56. This was particularly problematic for Krishnavarma's position in revolutionary circles because he was held responsible to some degree by other members of the group for the failure to get Savarkar under French custody. 57. As a result, the atmosphere in the Indian nationalist circle in the French metropolis turned from bad to worse. The secret reports by British investigators and their Indian informants detected a dire situation among the seditionists, characterized by constant quarrels, rivalry and mutual accusations of selfishness and treachery. 58. If their accounts can be trusted, some of the revolutionaries had apparently taken to drink, contracted contagious diseases, or even committed suicide in the wake of the Savarkar case. 59. By now, there could no longer be any doubt that Shyamji had lost his authority for good and was regarded as a fallen hero. 60. His arch-enemies S.R. Rana and Madame Kama even suspected him of working for the British government as spy. 61. While Virendranath Chattopadhyaya unavailingly attempted to take up and carry on the leadership of the Revolutionary Society in Savarkar's place. 62. From 1911 onwards, Krishnavarma, the erstwhile leader of the Paris cell, was thus pushed to the margins by his peers and was compelled to pursue his political agenda largely by concentrating on the cultivation of his global networks outlined previously and writing his, increasingly apologetic, articles for the Indian Sociologist. When he announced his intent to relocate to Geneva in the June 1914 number of the Indian Sociologist, it became clear that his desire to leave France was only partially provoked by the fear of war and the measures that could be expected by the French government, which was bound to Great Britain by the Entente Cordiale. His decision was equally due to the fact that the constant exposure to the machinations of his Indian malignators in Paris. 63 had exhausted him to the point where he felt, for the third time in his life, that escape was the only solution. In the context of his previous attempts to prove his steadfastness, resilience and physical courage, the way Krishnavarma justified his latest step by invoking the authority of yet another Sanskrit authority had an almost tragicomic quality. Patanjali, the founder of the yoga philosophy, advises all thinkers, intent upon the promotion of human welfare, to avoid rousing animosity so that they may be able to carry out their projects unmolested, and in removing from Paris we are only acting up to the wise suggestion made by that ancient Indian philosopher. 64. It is equally noteworthy how he depersonalized the assaults of the ringleaders of our Indian enemies in Paris, 65, who had harassed him with slander and even threatened to kill him, 66, by explaining their mischievous doings against the long-term effects of colonial subjection. We have often descanted on the theme that in a country subjected for ages to a foreign yoke the people deteriorate and are prone to commit any conceivable crime. It is sad but only too true in the case of enslaved nations that some members thereof, even though removed from such vicious environments and located in self-governing countries, still continue to display the same evil propensities which have become their second nature. 67. When Shyamji was asked by the French authorities to leave Paris in late April 1914 during the visit of King George V, 68, he had already undertaken a trip to Geneva and applied for a permit of residence with the Swiss authorities. 69. The procedure took some time as he could not produce a valid passport, but after stating that he had a respectable profession as a professeur de sociology, 70, providing the name of the Egyptian journalist Mansour Rafayat 71 as contact person in the city and advancing a deposit of 1,000 francs, he eventually received the highly coveted permis d'établissement on July 18, 1914. 72. Keeping the high standards he was used from Paris, he promptly rented a 5-room flat in the ideally situated Avenue de Val Andes, with a splendid view over the lake, and also hired 2 domestic servants. They were, however, not of British nationality this time. When war broke out less than 2 weeks later, the Swiss government made it conditional for political asylum seekers not to become active in a way that could possibly offend the contending parties. Krishnavarma hence announced in the single-page, August issue of the Sociologist that the journal would not be published during the war because a stranger should not do anything to compromise the declared will and policy of the government under whose flag he enjoys security of life and property in these troubled times. 73. One might well speculate that a statement such as this did not exactly enhance his credibility among the younger Indian revolutionaries. Although Shyamji stopped his publication activities and was at pains to be inconspicuous over the next 4 years, he was not completely inactive. As has been correctly observed recently in a slightly different context, neutral Switzerland in general and Geneva in particular had been turned by the war into a hotbed of international intrigue, packed with a moving population of spies and revolutionaries from various countries. 74. Shyamji therefore had plenty of opportunities to cultivate his old contacts. He occasionally met Douwes Dekker and various Egyptian nationalists residing in, or traveling through, Switzerland. 75. Moreover, despite all ideological differences and personal animosities, he also remained in touch with Cr. Pillai, Harald, Chatto and other protagonists of the Indian revolutionary wing in Europe. 76. The European revolutionary wing's gravitational center had shifted from Paris to Berlin during the early war years with the intensification of Indo-German collaboration against the British Empire and the foundation of the Berlin India Committee, aka the Indian Independence Committee, in 1914. 77. Soon after the founding of the Berlin Committee, influential people in the German Foreign Office suggested recruiting Krishnavarma as the head of the new institution. None other than his old foe Chatto warned that Shyamji was a Fischer, man niedrigergesenung, der nur in seine eigenen Materialien und Personenlichen Vorteil denkt, 78, thus preventing Shyamji's political comeback. About 3 years later, the Germans made another attempt to win over Shyamji to their cause. They sent several agents to meet him in his Geneva flat and tried to convince him that India's independence could be brought about through collaboration with the Auswärtiges Amt in Berlin. The report of one agent X who visited him in the Avenue de Val Andes on December 18, 1917, however, was quite sobering. Shyamji avoided taking any direct positions and instead answered in standard phrases, while at the same time emphasizing that he was very nervous because he thinks some people are keeping a watch upon him. 79 Agent X deduced from his behavior that he was afraid of his own skin and that it would be difficult to win him over as long as the war was raging. After several further futile attempts by other agents, a German intelligence report produced in July 1918 arrived at a similar negative conclusion, stating drily, "MIT Krishnavarma ist absolut nichts anzufangen." 80 Around that time, however, Shyamji Krishnavarma eventually managed to overcome his phase of fear and inactivity when he joined the growing ranks of admirers of the American President Woodrow Wilson. 81 After the failure of the policy of journalistic agitation, political lobbying, and passive resistance that he had advocated between 1904 and 1908 and the similarly abortive experiments with revolutionary terrorism thereafter, Wilson's vision of a new just world certainly seemed attractive for the aging nationalist from Gujarat. The right of national self-determination had been part and parcel of Shyamji's political credo for at least 2 decades. In the aftermath of the modern Armageddon that had left millions dead on the battlefields of Flanders, Gallipoli, and Mesopotamia, the American president's lofty plan to establish a peaceful international system of conflict resolution and governance must have sounded particularly plausible. 2 months after the final peace treaty had been signed at Sèvres, Krishnavarma was finally ready to relaunch the Indian sociologist. The monthly, still merely 4 pages long, was now published bilingually with a French translation in the opposite column of the original English articles. Krishnavarma used the entire first number of the new series to reproduce letters he had written to various prominent officials. Even before the hostilities had ended, Shyamji wrote a letter to the colonist, world's new messiah Woodrow Wilson, 82, offering a sum of 10,000 francs for a President Wilson lectureship, the duty of the annual lecturer being to discourse on the best means of acquiring and safeguarding national independence consistent with freedom, justice, and the right of asylum accorded to political refugees. 83 All he received, however, was a lukewarm reply from Wilson's secretary, who asked him to wait. 84 Simultaneously, he offered 20,000 francs to the President of the Swiss Confederation with a view to establish similar lectureships, bearing the names of former Swiss presidents, at the universities of Bern and Geneva. 85 This proposal, too, was rejected, but Shyamji nonetheless sent an almost identical offer to Paul Heymans, 1865–1941, the Belgian president of the League of Nations, in January 1919. 86 Almost needless to say, his somewhat anachronistic attempt to bring about political change by endowing lectureships again proved futile. Krishnavarma's quirky strategy could certainly be accounted for by his advancing age and the fact that he was indeed slowly losing touch with reality. Indu Lalyajanik points rightly to the fact that Shyamji, while using the few pages of the sociologist for the narcissistic reproduction of his correspondence with the great Western statesman, did not write a single word about the actual situation in India, where things were extremely tense in the aftermath of the Amritsar massacre. 87 Yet, at the same time, the possibility ought not to be excluded that the liberal nationalist revolutionary might have developed a genuine enthusiasm for Wilson's vision of a new world order. The new internationalism, as symbolized in the League of Nations, which moreover had found a seat in the city he resided in, bore quite obviously a strong fascination for someone who had been experimenting with transnational networks of a smaller scale for years. At any rate, this could be a plausible interpretation of Krishnavarma's celebration of Geneva and the League as world redeemers. Geneva, which has long been recognized as the city of refuge for many of the oppressed in the past, has now assumed the role of their redeemer, inasmuch as it is definitely chosen for the headquarters of the League of Nations. Here have assembled and will assemble representatives of nearby 3/4 of the human race, and their deliberations will have a marked influence upon the destinies of the civilized and uncivilized world. 88. Yet, Shyamji's optimism, elicited by what has recently been called the Geneva spirit of the early 1920s, was rather short-lived. 89 His uncritical zeal for the League and the vision of the New World Order that it symbolized vanished soon when it transpired who would represent British India in the New World Parliament, Krishnavarma had to resort to his caustic style of criticism again with regard to the Indian delegate Srinivasa Sastry. He remarked for instance that rather than being a representative of his countrymen, he may be regarded as a self-seeking unjust agent of a tyrannical, sick, alien government which is always ready to buy hirelings by offering service, honors, and emoluments to its victims. 90. The September 1922 issue of the Sociologist would be the last to appear. There is reason to believe that nobody missed the journal after it ceased to be published. Shyamji had managed to issue the monthly only 4 times within a span of 2 years. This, as well as the fact that the excessive self-referentiality of some of the articles elicited vicarious embarrassment rather than political action, 91 suggests that he was no longer up to the task of being a sober and pitiless observer of and commentator on Indian and world politics. During the final years of his life, Krishnavarma therefore gradually withdrew from the political scene. Jawaharlal Nehru, who briefly visited him during a European tour in 1926, described him as an old, broken man, who was suffering from acute paranoia, as a result of having been constantly shadowed and spied on for more than 2 decades. In Nehru's short account, Shyamji emerged as a living anachronism, his pockets bulging with ancient copies of his old paper, The Indian Sociologist, that he would pull out from time to time and point with some excitement to some article he had written a dozen years previously. 92. The future Prime Minister of India even concluded that life seemed to be an unwelcome stranger in his home. 93. Shyamji Krishnavarma eventually died in 1930 in his Geneva apartment, after spending the last years of his life in splendid isolation, and apparently deeply frustrated. His widow Bhanumti, who survived him for a mere 3 years, concluded the short obituary she published in a Geneva newspaper with the words, Prieur de n'est pas envoyeur de fleurs, de n'est pas faire de visites. Pas d'honneurs. 94. In the wider community of Indian nationalists at home and abroad, only a few people took notice of Shyamji's death. 95. It is significant that one of the few exceptions was the revolutionary Sardar Bhagat Singh, 1907 to 1931, who, quite unlike Shyamji, would later become one of the most celebrated martyrs of the national movement and an icon of revolutionary terrorism. 96. Bhagat Singh was in prison waiting for his trial for murdering a British police officer when he heard the news. 97. According to Enu Lalyajanik, Bhagat Singh paid tribute to the deceased godfather of terrorism by organizing demonstrations in the open court of the jail. 98. A second public commemoration took place about 8 years later in Paris. Following Shyamji's will, his widow Bhanumti donated a substantial sum of money to the Sorbonne in Paris, with a view to establish the Krishnavarma Foundation, a system of scholarships allowing Indian students to study at the premier university of France. 99. When the scheme was eventually inaugurated in February 1938, Alfred Fouquer, the French professor of Indologie at the Institut d'études indiennes, and his old rival S.R. Rana gave touching speeches recalling the lifetime achievements of the donor. 100. Apart from that, few people seem to remember Krishnavarma's contribution to the anti-colonial struggle. Indeed, by the 1950s he had completely disappeared from the radar of the officials and historians affiliated to the ruling Congress Party who were putting together the official narrative of India's path towards freedom. 101. That the Oriental scholar and revolutionary in exile from Mandvi was soon forgotten in Indian nationalist circles should not be surprising, given the marginal role he played in the movement during the last 2 decades of his life. His tragic end in the seclusion of his Geneva flat, however, should not make one overlook that there is good reason to remember him as a serious political thinker and an inventive activist. Let us return, therefore, to the decade between 1905 and 1914, when Shyamji was still in full possession of his revolutionary enthusiasm and analytical capacities, and examine his original political visions and strategies more closely. From imperial despotism to Swarajya, Shyamji Krishnavarma's political principles and visions fighting statism and barbarization, the anti-imperialist dimensions of Spence-Ryan liberalism. Before we scrutinize the dispersed bits and pieces of Shyamji Krishnavarma's statements on British imperialism and Indian nationalism, it is necessary to come back to the influence of his political guru Herbert Spencer and liberal thought more generally. It has been argued in the last chapter that Krishnavarma's engagement with the political convictions of his Western allies was rather superficial and largely determined by strategic considerations. The one exception to this general observation is certainly the oeuvre of the polymath from Derby. As we have seen in the first chapter, Shyamji began to explore Spencer's work during his first sojourn in England, when he was still open to fresh influences. Perhaps it is for this reason that he constantly referred to the eminent philosopher and advocate of freedom 102 and even tried to adapt Spencerian teaching to the knowledge he had acquired during his study of the Brahmanical tradition. From the 1880s up to the 1920s, Spencer's writings thus provided the most important ideological resource for Krishnavarma's worldview and his political campaigns. His position as Shyamji's guiding star is clearly manifested in the latter's generous endowment of a Spencer Memorial Lecture in Oxford discussed earlier. However, it is, perhaps, even more powerfully illustrated by Spencer's omnipresence in the pages of the Indian Sociologist. The very mottos reproduced on the paper's masthead give clear hints as to the appeal of Spencer's philosophy for the extremist current in Indian nationalism. One of it reads, "Resistance to aggression is not simply justifiable but imperative. Non-resistance hurts both altruism and egoism." 103 While liberalism in the metropole itself had often been portrayed as an alibi of empire, an ideological handmaiden of British expansionism, 104 It is only recently that the circulation of liberalism in the British Empire and particularly the reception of liberal ideas among nationalists in India have received greater attention, not least in C. A. Bayly's magisterial monograph Recovering Liberties 105. However, Herbert Spencer does not feature very prominently in Bayly's analysis, and in the few pages devoted to him by the Cambridge historian he is primarily discussed as an evolutionary racial theorist. 106. This particular focus is hardly surprising, as it is generally often overlooked that Spencer, whose work had often been reduced to its alleged social Darwinist contents in the second half of the 20th century, was also one of the most outspoken critics of Western imperialism throughout his long career in the mid and late Victorian period. This certainly also helps explain why Spencer, who was popular among the intellectuals in late 19th century India, inspired early Vietnamese revolutionaries like Pan Boi Chau 107 and, for that matter, was also big in Japan, where translations of more than 30 of his books and articles were available by 1900-108. What exactly made Spencerian liberalism so attractive for Asian nationalists? In order to understand the ideological foundations of Shyamji Krishnavarma's critique of empire, it is instructive to briefly reconstruct this forgotten facet of Spencerian thought and action in greater detail. Herbert Spencer's forthright disagreement with the advocates of the imperial project, though an extension of his anti-statism rather than a foundational critique of liberal imperialism, 109, as Shruti Kapila has correctly observed, was a conspicuous minority position in Victorian Britain which constantly needed to be justified and defended. This holds particularly true for the heyday of the new imperialism in the last 2 decades of the 20th century, when jingoism became a pervasive ideological stew and was embraced by the working classes as well as by most educated Victorians. 110 As a radical liberal in the Benthamite tradition, however, Herbert Spencer remained immune to the jingoistic enthusiasm for empire and regarded imperial adventures as economically unsound and culturally retrogressive. 111 Moreover, anticipating a point that was made much later by post-colonial theorists like Frantz Fanon, Albert Memmi, and Ashis Nandy, 112, he pointed to the firm but unwholesome bond created between colonizer and colonist through their asymmetrical relationship. Thus, in one of his last articles, published only 1 year before he passed away, Spencer attempted to show those who lean towards imperialism, that the exercise of mastery inevitably entails on the master himself some form of slavery, more or less pronounced. 113 Spencer and his liberal disciples were convinced that imperial ambitions would thus lead to a rebarbarization at home. 114 Since the vices of an aggressive spirit do not reserve themselves for display abroad, but cut inwards. Sapping the vigor and independence of states. 115. The first platform from which to criticize the rebarbarization entailed by colonial expansion was the Jamaica Committee during the famous Governor-Eyre controversy, 1864-65. 116. Almost 20 years later, Spencer supported the Anti-Aggression League, which was formed in 1882 in order to prevent a British annexation of Egypt. 117. And finally, he regarded the wave of chauvinism accompanying the South African War, 1899-1902, as the ultimate confirmation of his theory, and once again, openly criticized the militaristic politics of the British government. 118. Shyamji Krishnavarma took every opportunity to present himself in public as Spencer's humble disciple. 119. He followed the writings and public statements of his master ever since the early 1880s, particularly when they were related to problems of empire building and colonialism. In a newspaper interview, he even admitted that most of his arguments were borrowed from Spencer's works. According to the same statement, the close connection to his guru was the reason he had waited until Spencer had passed away before starting his political campaign. A parlor franc, Joreus put et recommence quelques années plus tot SIJE enavise so quel désastros répercussions ma campagne aurait eu sur la vie de l'homme que j'ai admirais et estimés le plus au monde. SIJ avise commence ma campagne de son vivant, nul doute que ses compatriotes nel sont rendu personnellement responsable. Jai voulais lui assurer la paix de ses derniers jours. 120. How, then, did Shyamji incorporate the arguments of the philosopher and sociologist into his own brand of anti-imperialism? Let us have a closer look at some of his core writings dealing with the theoretical basis of anti-imperialism. National Regeneration through Dissociation and the Law of Rhythm in Motion. One of the most impressive early examples of his appropriation of the Spencerian theory of barbarization is Krishnavarma's cutting reply to the attack of the Calcutta Daily Hindu Patriot in June 1906. The pro-British paper had criticized Shyamji's earlier call for disloyalty vis-a-vis the colonial government as being disloyal towards the legitimate rulers. Shyamji, in his rejoinder, in turn, accused the writer of being addicted to slavish tendencies. He backed his argument mainly with a long quote from Herbert Spencer's The Man versus the State, 1884. At this point we are tempted to quote the views of perhaps the greatest philosopher the world has ever produced, Mr. Herbert Spencer. Autocracy presupposes inferiority of nature on the part of both ruler and subject, on the one side a cold, unsympathetic sacrificing of others' will to self-will, on the other side a mean cowardly abandonment to the claims of manhood. 121. It was precisely this loss of manhood that he criticized in the Loyalist sycophants and champions of slavery, as he called the representatives of the dominant moderate wing of the Indian National Congress. 122. He constantly critiqued moderate leaders like G.K. Gokhale, who regarded British rule as providential and were at pains to show their gratitude to the colonial masters for the manifold blessings achieved by the Indian people under the Raj. Congress veteran R.C. Dude, too, was castigated for prostituting his tongue and selling his conscience for mere lucre to the alien despotism. 123. While Krishnavarma's frequent attacks on the grand old man of the moderates, Dada by Nehoroji, led even his fellow extremist Lala Lajpat Rai to believe that Mr. Shyamji is jealous of Nehoroji and wants to pull him down in the estimation of Indians. 124. In January 1907, Krishnavarma wrote an extensive editorial in his mouthpiece with a view to show that if there have been any beneficial results of British rule in India, they have been quite incidental and casual, and that the ostentatious gratitude of the moderates towards the British, therefore, was completely inappropriate. 125. In order to get an idea of Shyamji's line of reasoning and the flavor of his peculiar prose style, it would be of help to quote from one of his articles at some length. In his characteristic sober style of an adept at both Sanskrit grammar and Western philosophy, he begins his argument with a rather curious general illustration. A, with a wicked design, invites B to a sumptuous dinner, fully intending to poison him. B goes to the dinner, but, by some mistake, the poisoned dish is not handed to him. B really enjoys the dinner, and speaks gratefully of the generous hospitality received at the hands of his designing host, but had B known the wicked design of A to poison him, would he have had any reason to feel grateful to A? 126. In the next step, the abstract example is applied to the concrete case of British India by caustically countering the claims of the loyalist wing, whose representatives often pointed to the supposedly beneficial character of the colonial educational system. After identifying the British motives to provide for higher education in India, with the imperial powers' need to train an intermediary functional class of Indians in order to efficiently govern and exploit the vast territories under its control, Shyamji further elucidates. Even this sort of education cannot avoid producing men with views hostile to a foreign yoke, and thus benefit received from such education is quite incidental. This is almost the case of the man who, wishing to shoot another, accidentally drops his revolver. The other picks it up and shoots his adversary, whom certainly he has no reason to thank for the weapon. 127. In like vein, Shyamji Krishnavarma tried to recuperate the manly pride of his compatriots by deconstructing what he regarded as another dangerous imperial myth, namely the blessings emanating from the railways and telegraph system. Unlike Gandhi in his famous anti-modern manifesto Hind Swaraj 128, 2 years later, Krishnavarma was by no means opposed to the new technologies as such. As a docile acolyte of Herbert Spencer, he was in principle supportive of both Western education and modern science and technology, but rather critical of the selfish motives of the colonial power for bringing them to India. Shyamji's analysis must be regarded as extremely perceptive in the light of recent research on the history of colonial railways in India. 129. He pointed to the military and commercial advantages that the British gained from the introduction of the modern transport and communication system, concluding that the motives of the British government were impure ab initio, based as they originally were on greed of money and lust of power. 130. It becomes already evident in these short passages that the thrust of Shyamji Krishnavarma's writings and speeches consisted of nothing less than providing a theoretical basis of anti-colonial resistance that was entirely rational and completely compatible with an acceptance of what could be called, for the lack of a better term, European modernity. It is important to recall that Herbert Spencer justified not only the general disapproval of European imperialism but also militant indigenous resistance against it. I would argue that from 1897 right to his death in 1930, Shyamji was a militant opponent of the imperial world order, though only during the decade between 1908 and 1918 was he in favor of violent methods to overthrow it. Predictably enough, his uncompromising stance vis-a-vis colonialism, i.e., his conviction that there was no alternative to resistance by any means necessary, was conveyed to the Congress moderates who advocated compromises with the British rulers and favored a slow evolutionary path to political autonomy. As soon as Krishnavarma took up his propaganda work, he pounced on the Naram Dal, or moderate faction, in one of the first issues of the Indian Sociologist, once again using an argument borrowed from his political guru. Interestingly, Shyamji relied on an interview Herbert Spencer had given during his American tour in 1882 to make this point. In the interview, Herbert Spencer was asked about his impressions of the United States. In his reply, he celebrated republicanism as the highest form of government 131 and emphasized the crucial role of free institutions in the working of the republican ideal. As we shall see in greater detail later in this chapter, it was not only these observations by his political guru that helped Shyamji deduce the indispensability of resistance against aggression threatening such institutions. 132. It goes without saying that this was a particularly powerful argument if addressed to moderates like Gokhale and Nehoroji, who were themselves influenced by liberal ideas. In another editorial published in the Indian Sociologist 3 months later, Shyamji linked this broader liberal vision of creating and protecting free institutions with Spencer's observations regarding the shared slavery of the colonizers and colonist. 133. He warned of pushing the argument pointing to the commonalities between the two collectives too far, and articulated a strong plea against completely blurring the boundaries that separate oppressors and oppressed. According to his view, Doing so would be cynical towards the victims of imperial aggression in spite of the intimate relationship that bound them together with their aggressors. This reflection, one might want to add tongue-in-cheek, could also be worth remembering in connection with some recent products of scholarship on colonialism informed by postmodernist paradigms. In his piercing analysis of colonial power relations, Krishnavarma reasoned that it is no consolation to the oppressed that the aggressor ultimately brings on his own ruin. However great may be the evils suffered by an aggressive state, they are insignificant compared with those inflicted on the people who have become its victims. For an oppressed race to wait patiently for the retribution to the aggressor is folly, since it only leads to the continuance of evils in an intensified form. As Mr. Herbert Spencer points out, everyone is bound to resist distinct aggression. For, if no one resists an aggressor, he is encouraged in his aggressiveness. 134. It was not armed resistance against the British aggressors that Shyamji initially had in mind. As far as methods were concerned, he was apparently influenced by the strategy of boycott as it developed during the Swadeshi movement, which was simultaneously gaining momentum in Bengal. On this issue, he was also perfectly in line with his extremist comrade in arms B.G. Tilak, who famously called for an all-encompassing boycott at the annual INC meeting 1906/07. 135. The Gujarati revolutionary in exile too, was convinced that a politics of non-cooperation or dissociation, as he preferred to call it, and a revolution by strikes 136 would be the most effective means of ousting the foreign government. In a very detailed article devoted to the question of how to paralyze India, 137, Shyamji provided some concrete clues as to how his regime-changing dissociation strategy could be implemented. It is striking that Krishnavarma at this point, far from advocating heroism and self-sacrifice, recommended a rather cautious strategy, highlighting that dissociation may be accomplished without falling into the clutches of the law in India. 138. The first element of Shyamji's dissociation strategy indicates that he had apparently learned a lot from his activities as a financial broker, and had internalized the stock market jargon well. He suggested the selling of Indian government loans by all nationalist investors, which would provoke a slump in the market. 139 and deeply affect the credit of the colonial government, thus ultimately leading to its collapse. 140 Next, it was the functional Babu elite's turn to support the campaign. By having Indian officials in service of the Raj demand treble the amount of what they were being paid as their salaries or else resign from their posts, he could make use of their considerable bargaining power to put the British under pressure. The educational institutions set up by the colonial government were likewise targeted. According to Krishnavarma, schools and colleges run by the colonial state needed to be shunned because loyalty to the foreign government was taught there as an article of faith. 141 Instead, patriotic Indians ought to send their children to national educational institutions. The one example Shyamji cited was the National Council of Education set up in Bengal during the Swadeshi agitation. 142 But one might well speculate that his close familiarity with the agenda of the Arya Samaj provided important inspiration to this question. From the 1890s onwards, the radical, or Gurukul, wing of the Hindu reform movement had been advocating the provision for a full-fledged national system of education, with a view to bringing about the implosion of the existing colonial institutions. 143 This assumption seems all the more plausible when one takes into account Krishnavarma's onslaughts on India's Anglicized elites and the educational institutions run by the state or by Christian missionaries that had produced the Babu class. 144 His view was that education American Samoa, well as the principally beneficent modern scientific instruction along Western lines, were entirely worthless if they neglected character training. Western-style high schools and colleges in India, he maintained, only produced men of independent means with university degrees, cringing before the foreign taskmasters of their country. 145 Character and character building, of course, were not only Victorian key concepts which featured prominently in Herbert Spencer's writings on education. 146 but also represented cornerstones of the educational ideal that was upheld by the Arya Samaj, as the frequent use of the Hindi neologism charitranirm, literally, character building, in its pamphlets and the curricula of its Gurukul schools and colleges clearly indicates 147 a result similar to the intended collapse of the official educational system could be achieved, Shyamji's argument ran, by sidelining the legal institutions of the colonial state and the Anglo-Indian press which supported the existing power structures, if both were systematically boycotted by the colonist. The scheme of dissociation thus, was by no means restricted to what he called childish economic boycott. 148 In an interview with a reporter from the French socialist newspaper L'Éclair, he reiterated that the logic of the boycottage integral he envisaged was built on the inclusion of persons from various segments of society. It crucially depended on the mobilization of the educated elites as well as of the members of the subaltern classes who were working in the colonial milieu. 149. Eh bien, réfléchissez un minute. Pour dominer et exploiter 300 millions d'Hindus, ilya environ 200 000 d'Anglais, y comprenant les femmes et les enfants. Il leur serait absolument impossible de renfaire sils n'avaient pas l'assistance d'indigènes en nombre considérable. Les jours où les fonctionnaires anglais n'y trouvera plus de domestiques indigènes, le gouvernement anglais plus de police, l'armée plus de recrues, les jours enfin où il cessera de contribuer à son propre asservissement, la domination aura vécu. 150. His convictions regarding the unqualified obligation of resistance against imperial aggression as well as his concrete visions on dissociation as the royal road to political independence made Shyamji Krishnavarma develop a zero-tolerance attitude towards any form of compromise with the colonial power. His stance became particularly unbending when conciliatory moves were advocated by Indians claiming to be nationalists. As already discussed at length, this became particularly apparent in his constant bitter attacks on Congress moderates. It was also obvious in his exchanges with political turncoats, 151 i.e., ex-extremists who dared to soften their position. The most important case in point here is Bipin Chandra Pal, who started out as Shyamji's ally and was even hired as political missionary. 152 When revolutionary nationalism grew ever more violent, Pal distanced himself from the unintended side effects of terrorism. 153 After he gave a public speech in August 1908 appealing for law and order, and even tried to mediate between the revolutionary hardliners and the British, Krishnavarma vilified him as apostate who had done incalculable harm by his recent speech which we regard as criminal madness and the author of which as an enemy of his fellows. 154 Another more spectacular conflict along the same lines arose between Krishnavarma and Gandhi over the latter's strategy of supporting the British Empire in South Africa, whereby he hoped to prepare the ground for making political claims in the name of imperial citizenship. Shortly before the two Indian nationalist leaders met in person during Gandhi's visit to London in the autumn of 1906, 155 Krishnavarma published an article in the Sociologist in which he denounced the disgusting conduct of British Indians in Natal who had offered their services as dually bearers and stretcher carriers to the British during the Bombay Rebellion. 156 Without naming Gandhi directly, Shyamji mentioned that he had to inform a friend in South Africa, who had asked him for his support, that there was not much prospect of improving the status of Indians in that part of the world so long as they continued to volunteer or hire themselves out to help their oppressors in destroying the independence of other people. 157 His language became even more outspoken in a second piece written 2 years later on a similar issue, 158 wherein he attacked the future Mahatma head-on. Krishnavarma was observably perplexed that Gandhi, even after being sent to prison in Johannesburg by the imperial authorities, had publicly declared to be a lover of the British Empire. 159 Furthermore, the barrister from Porbandar had accepted a compromise on the touchy issue of passports for Indians living in Transvaal. Shyamji mercilessly condemned his fellow Gujaratis' folly in a tone that was evocative of his abusive denunciations of the Inc. moderates. Mr. Gandhi loves the British Empire, although under its very shadow he is voteless and is regarded as a helot in South Africa. where he has been living for many years. Here is an educated Indian who is ever ready to admire and assist in different parts of the world the alien oppressors of his own native land for a mere pittance, and who willingly lowers himself to the level of a criminal by giving fingerprints. 160. His belief in dissociation and boycott as the appropriate ways to deal with an aggressor made it impossible for Krishnavarma to have even the slightest sympathy for the sometimes quite erratic experiments with truth which Gandhi was conducting in South Africa. 161. It is well known that Gandhi shortly afterwards entered into a virtual transoceanic dialogue with Krishnavarma and other critics by pointing out his political conviction in a systematic way in his remarkable monograph Hind Swaraj. 162. Krishnavarma addressed Gandhi one last time in October 1913. In an editorial of the Indian Sociologist, he turned again to Herbert Spencer for support to prove the absurdity of unqualified altruism as advocated by Christianity and M.K. Gandhi, whom he presented as crypto-Christian. 163. As we have seen, Herbert Spencer's teachings constituted an important inspiration for Shyamji's political position and, in many ways, an immutable theoretical point of reference for the resulting categorical refusal to cooperate with the forces of the empire in whatever form. Besides providing orientation and legitimacy on the pragmatic issue of how to deal with colonial power, inspirations from the comprehensive Spencerian oeuvre also allowed him to creatively synthesize a more abstract macro-historical model. The geopolitical outline thus developed was based on some selected elements of Spencer's theory of evolution. In an essay published in 1912, Shyamji first explained Spencer's physico-biological concept of rhythm in motion. 164 before applying it to international politics. 165 According to Shyamji, Spencer's startling scientific truth that a place at which some necessity of life is scarce, becomes a place to which currents of it are set up from other places where it is relatively abundant. 166 Not only provided a rational basis for Pan-Asian cooperation, it also allowed the articulation of plausible speculations on the future course of world history. Now let us see how the law of rhythmical motion applies to the political regeneration of India. That it had a most glorious past is acknowledged by all versed in history, as the author of Hindu Superiority 167 has conclusively proved. In accordance with the law of the rhythm of motion, the cycle of greatness departing from India went almost in a straight line successively to Persia, Greece, Italy, France, Spain, and England. The terrible blow which England received on the Declaration of American Independence in 1776 and which laid the foundation of national eminence for the United States simply proved the action of the same law further westward, and the recent success of Japan against Russia resulting in national glory for the land of the rising sun affords another testimony to the permanence of the same law working again westward from America. While writing these lines we learn that the dawn of national importance in consequence of the declared republican form of government is heralded in China, that vast and ancient country west of Japan. After this, who can reasonably deny that, conformable to this law of rhythmical motion, the cycle of national grandeur will not soon return to India, the next door neighbor westward to China. 168. Odd as Shyamji's hypothesis on the circular rise and fall of civilizations may look to a present-day reader, it should not be forgotten that the quest for general laws guiding large-scale historical processes and developments was very much in vogue in the first decades of the 20th century. In some ways, his rhythmical motion model anticipated ideas that would be developed less than a decade later by the German philosopher Oswald Spengler, 1880 to 1936, to great public acclaim. As is well known, Spengler's Decline of the West was bound to become one of the best-selling academic, if it deserves this qualification, books of the interwar period and a problematic forebearer of modern-day history writing on a global scale. 169 How, then, would Shyamji's India look precisely, when independence from foreign rule was achieved and the cycle of national grandeur would eventually return to the subjected country? Swaraj and beyond, the United States of India. As I have already hinted earlier, it is extremely difficult to accurately reconstruct how Shyamji Krishnavarma envisioned independent India. His writings about the plans that he had in mind for the country after the British withdrawal are extremely scarce. When asked about his political program for India after it achieved self-rule, Shyamji's answers tended to be quite vague. Thus, he replied to the reporter of the French daily L'Éclair that his only vision consisted in liberating his country from foreign rule and the subsequent creation of a national government, whether republican or monarchist. 170 Thus, Swaraj or home rule, the great goal to be achieved, was rather ill-defined at least in terms of its actual political content. As far as the literal meaning and linguistic context of the term was concerned, by contrast, Krishnavarma thoroughly illuminated the readers of the Indian Sociologist in his characteristic headmasterly style. Etymologically speaking, the home, in the word home rule means really one's own, country etc., and is practically the same as svam in Sanskrit, the Latin word suum regnum being literally in Sanskrit svarajyam, i.e. one's own rule home rule. 171. Presumably, it was not least on account of such didactic philological excursions that Shyamji acquired the image of being a punctilious wiseacre who insisted on fine lines of distinction and propounded strange and whimsical theories. 172 As we have seen, it was precisely this image that would soon make him so unpopular among the younger generation of his fellow revolutionaries in exile. 1.5 years after he made his rather nebulous statement about India's future in the French socialist paper, he was again asked a similar question pertaining to the form of government to be adopted after independence. This time the question was posed by an American journalist working for the Los Angeles Times, who had come to interview the man he considered to be the initiator, the brain, the guiding spirit of the radical wing of Indian nationalism. 173 Shyamji was slightly more concrete in his response this time, stating, "It is impossible to answer this question now, but I imagine that we shall create the United States of India, more or less on the American model." 174 In the same conversation he challenged the British Indian government to hold a plebiscite in order to prove that the nationalist movement at large and this political project in particular, indeed had the backing of the bulk of the Indian population. If one combines the two statements, and takes into account that Krishnavarma made it a point to not want to categorically exclude monarchism as a suitable form of government for the colony after 138 its liberation from the foreign yoke, it seems rather plausible that Shyamji's vision of United States of India rested crucially on the existing princely states. 175 This conclusion is corroborated by his constant interest in princely affairs as reflected by a number of articles in the Sociologist. Given the merciless war against loyalism and sycophancy that Shyamji was simultaneously waging, the choice of the Indian princes as mainstays of a new India might come as a surprise. It is well known that these attitudes towards the colonial authorities were fairly widespread in that particular constituency, and that most princely states stayed aloof from political mobilization well into the 1930s. As Barbara Musak has reminded us, however, there were a few exceptions in the form of progressive or enlightened rulers actively engaged in social reforms. Some of them already came to be regarded by protagonists of the national movement as positive examples of the Indian capacity to rule and sites of resistance to Western models by the 1890s. 176 Shyamji's personal contact with enlightened princes such as the Gaekwar of Baroda, one of the few leading Indian aristocrats who made no secret of his sympathy for the nationalist cause, would point in a similar direction. 177 The most comprehensive statement about Krishnavarma's vision of independent India as a federation of hundreds of little kingdoms ruled by progressive native princes, dates back to 1906 when he published a surprisingly detailed list of the political maxims that he considered essential for the good government of the Indian states. 178 In his short text, Shyamji expounds a 6-point program to the Maharajas with a view to turn their realms into progressive model states that could then later unite to form the core of a federation encompassing the entire territory of British India. Shyamji's guiding principles for successful reform clearly bore the imprint of Spencerian liberalism, albeit combined with a strong anti-British bias. They consisted of the following concrete measures. A. Reduction of the land revenue assessment by 50%. b. Avoidance of levying of income taxes under any circumstance. According to his own words, Shyamji owed this principle to the liberal British Prime Minister William Gladstone, whom he had met at Oxford in 1881. c. Prohibition of the employment of British citizens, Anglo-Indians, and Indians who had served the colonial government. d. Creation of representative governments, i.e., the members of the State Council had to be elected by the people. e. Avoidance of internal conflicts, example between the ruler and his jagirdars, sic, because such conflicts would invite the interference of foreign authorities. 179, f. Provision of a constitution by the ruler of the state who ought to give his subjects the same form of government as now obtains in England, or something like it, if not better. 180. Shyamji concluded with a very comforting perspective to the Indian potentates, reassuring them that a New York ruler fully acting up to these principles is certain to be regarded as a true benefactor of the Indian people, and is likely to be the first President of the Republic of the United States of India. 181. Unfortunately, the article says nothing about the fate of the territories under direct British administration, especially those in which no dynasty had survived that could possibly have provided an enlightened ruler. This focus on aristocratic elites, I would argue, is not merely an outcome of Krishnavarma's nostalgic longing to re-enter the glamorous world of princely diplomacy, which he had been part of for over a decade. It could also be read as further expression of the general elitism pervading his nationalistic ideology. Although there are occasional vague and generalist references to India's famine-stricken poor and peasants impoverished by debt, it is impossible to find a single hint that Shyamji envisaged a large-scale mobilization of the rural masses. This, of course, was absolutely in line with the attitudes of almost all other contemporaneous nationalists, regardless of whether they labeled themselves as moderates or extremists. As Dilip Menon has rightly pointed out in a recent article, it would be somewhat anachronistic to condemn the political leaders of the Swadeshi generation for their failure to fully integrate the subaltern classes into the nationalist struggle, as this would be tacitly using late Gandhian politics as the benchmark of successful mobilization. 182. Therefore, according to Krishnavarma's dissociation scheme, at least, it was only the tiny minority of Indians who were directly employed in the colonial milieu that needed to be reached by the propaganda campaign and convinced that they would fare better if they supported the nationalist cause. Indeed, the subaltern strata of Indian society did not feature very prominently beyond that in his political writings. National liberation and the building of the United States of India, it seems, was to be entirely entrusted to a small elite consisting of leaders qualified either by their noble birth, like the enlightened princes, or by their education in the best colleges and universities that the West or Japan had to offer. Having said that, it is also important to recall Krishnavarma's ultimate criterion for leadership. Both segments of the small national avant-garde that he envisaged had to be morally qualified for their position in the first place. As we have already observed when discussing his views regarding the right type of education, Shyamji was convinced that character was the ultimate yardstick and that intellectualization pushed in advance of moralization causes immense evils. 183. When it came to possible guidance for an independent India by existing nation-states, Shyamji firmly believed that the USA provided the single most important paragon for his country. He recommended that young Indians spend some time in that great republic as students, because they would readily get there the idea of individual liberty and political freedom which an alien despotism dreads more than anything else. 184. That being said, it is striking that the alien despot England itself constituted another important point of reference. This could only be justified by separating the political system prevailing in Britain itself completely from the despotism practiced in its colonial empire. It is for a particular reason that Shyamji would insist on sending the most gifted Indian students to the United Kingdom. The point was to give them a chance of seeing for themselves what political freedom and free institutions in general have done to raising the people of these islands. 185. Such an ocular demonstration 186 would render the scandal of empire, to borrow Nicholas Dirk's phrase, 187 all the more visible inasmuch as it reinforced the awareness of the legal exceptionalism of the government in British colonies. 188 Besides the United States and Britain, a third country crops up from time to time. In Krishnavarma's writings, where it is usually presented as a role model for the nascent subcontinental nation, Switzerland. In a commentary written in 1907, for instance, the Swiss Confederation and its constitution are cited as living proofs of the accuracy of Shyamji's six-point program for the Indian princely states. 189 Krishnavarma was well aware of the fact that the proposed All India Federation of these states would not be easy to achieve because of the subcontinent's cultural, linguistic, and religious heterogeneity. The resulting difficulties in creating a sense of national unity and bringing about concerted action by the country's various constituencies had been a widely debated topic in nationalist circles for decades. There was, therefore, a flavor of calculated optimism when the self-proclaimed George Washington of the Indies 190 remarked to the correspondent of L.A. Clare, that even if his country might have 50 languages and consist of more than 600 small states, he was sure that these obstacles could be overcome since every nation in the world had initially consisted of diverse elements. 191 I have already hinted at the strategies Shyamji developed with a view to uniting India's religious communities in a common national struggle in the previous chapter. It has scarcely been mentioned, however, that Shyamji also directly addressed the second major issue that constituted a hurdle for successful nation building, the country's multilingualism. Quite remarkably for a political thinker who was otherwise primarily concerned with theoretical issues, Shyamji sought to tackle the problem of the subcontinent's linguistic diversity in straightforward practical terms. Convinced that community of language was one of the most potent forces for the accomplishment of national unity, he argued that Hindi, due to its large number of speakers, was the obvious candidate for the much-needed national medium of intercommunication. 192 The propagation of Arya Bhasha, Hindi, in the Devanagari script also certainly shows resonances of Shyamji's Arya Samaj past, since this had been a cornerstone of the reform movement's activities since the late 1870s. 193 It was not least due to the contributions of scholars, journalists, and teachers associated with the Samaj that the northern Indian idiom, still rather insignificant in comparison with its sister language Urdu by the 1870s, was transformed into a full-fledged literary language. By the time Shyamji was writing, Hindi had become a perfect vehicle for nationalist agitation, with a vocabulary able to express modern scientific terms and abstract political concepts. With dozens of journals, newspapers, and publishing houses, it had established its own vernacular public sphere. 194 which was becoming increasingly separated from the one which existed in Urdu. In order to promote the spread of the national language in the making in the non-Hindi speaking provinces of India, Krishnavarma offered to donate 1,000 rupees to establish Hindi classes in important urban centers like Pune, Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. 195 This way he wanted to help spread the language beyond the Hindi belt of northern and central India and turn it into a true Rabite, national language. Even though the accomplishment of national unity through a rigid application of the strategy of boycott and a selective definition of cultural core elements was envisaged by Shyamji Krishnavarma, his idea of nationhood differed in important ways from the one that was developed contemporaneously by the protagonists of the Swadeshi movement. It has been mentioned that actual economic boycott did not feature very prominently in his concept of dissociation. It was, in fact, even referred to as something simple and childish, simple et enfantin. 196 For someone like Shyamji, who, as we have witnessed in the previous chapter, had become a global player not only in terms of political alliance building but also as an entrepreneur and stockbroker, the Swadeshi agenda of creating a closed economic space for India was of limited attraction. For somebody who had invested money in more than a dozen countries and whose considerable private fortune was inextricably enmeshed in the economic and financial flows of global capitalism, the nativist vision of a territorially fixed national economic collective 197 represented a rather frightening scenario. Arguably, It is for this reason that he was careful to avoid the rhetoric of economic solipsism that was used by some proponents of Swadeshi, in the same manner that he refrained from evoking the particularized vision of the social body as specifically Hindu popular among some of his fellow extremists. 198 Shyamji Krishnavarma's private material interests aside, it has been shown in the previous two chapters that he was keenly aware of the fact that global integration was a dramatically intensifying process by the early 20th century and could hardly be stopped or reversed through the isolated action of a few anti-colonial nationalists in South Asia. This insight can be easily accounted for by the peculiarities of his multifaceted education as well as by his own later diasporic existence. It may well be that this experience was also the root cause for Shyamji's attempts to link his specific political claims to universal discourses wherever this was possible and come up with theories that were abstract and general enough to transcend the specific Indian situation. 199 Accordingly, he was eager to make India accepted as a regular member of what he called the international civilized community. 200 Long before he discovered Woodrow Wilson's doctrines and developed a short-lived fancy for the League of Nations. In a leading article written in December 1907, for example, he upheld that the xenophobic aggression and political measures targeted towards Punjabi immigrants in South Africa and Canada as well as the refusal of the United States to grant citizenship to persons of Indian origin, proved that India was quite obviously far from being admitted to the exclusive club of the civilized nations. Indians, he argued, were partly to blame themselves as they must never expect to obtain the rights of citizenship in any part of the civilized world as long as they were not able to secure political autonomy at home. 201 His position, then, was very close to the one articulated by the Chinese nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen more than a decade later. We must talk nationalism first, if we want to talk cosmopolitanism. 202 Nonetheless, the numerous references that Shyamji made to the necessity of having the support of international law 203 to safeguard Indian political interests show a degree of global consciousness comparable to the one expressed in his concern about India's position on the scale of civilization. As we shall see in the next section of this chapter, this tendency to universalize and transcend the Indian example was also evident when it came to theorizing terrorist violence as an effective, and hence legitimate, political strategy. Terror, Shyamji hoped, would clear the way for political autonomy, which in turn would, sooner or later, inevitably lead to international acceptance. The ethics of dynamite in theory and practice. Before looking more closely at the sophisticated line of argument that Krishnavarma developed in order to confer legitimacy upon acts of violent resistance against British rule in India, it might be helpful to put his specific contribution to the debate about violence and terrorism into perspective. What follows, therefore, is a short account of the radicalization of the extremist wing of the Indian national movement and the emergence of individuals and splinter groups in Maharashtra and Bengal who openly advocated terrorism as an appropriate way of bringing colonial rule to an end. 204 As briefly mentioned in the first chapter, the murder committed by the Chapekar brothers in Pune in the wake of the anti-plague campaign in 1897 had been retrospectively constructed as a foundational act that established revolutionary terrorism as a distinct current within the broad spectrum of Indian nationalism. 205 The Maharashtrian school of violence pioneered by the Chapekars would soon be provided with a theoretical manifesto in the form of B.G. Tilak's activist reinterpretation of the Bhagavad Gita. The extremist leader wrote his Gita Rahasya in 1908 and used his commentary of the classical Hindu text as a vehicle for praising violence as a form of this worldly action that was sanctioned by the necessities of realpolitik. 206 The first formation of an actual terrorist organization took place about 5 years after the Chapekar murder, hundreds of miles away in Bengal, where in 1902, the Calcutta Anishaland Samiti was founded by a group of young Bengali firebrands featuring Aurobindo Ghosh, 1872-1950, and his brother Barendra Kumar Ghosh. 207 Within a couple of years the secret society was transformed from a young men's club offering physical education to Calcutta students in order to prepare them for a vaguely envisioned armed uprising into a well-organized terrorist cell planning targeted attacks on colonial officials. According to Mairam Nath, This transformation was catalyzed by the influence of the Irish woman Margaret E. Noble, 1867–1911, aka Sister Nivedita, who had come to India in 1898 as a disciple of Swami Vivekananda. Noble was under the influence of Russian anarchist Kropotkin, whom she had met earlier in London. It is, however, not certain if anarchist ideas indeed pervaded the ideology of the group at this early stage. 208 The ideological and physical training the Samatai members received in the Maniktola Garden, in the outskirt of Calcutta, was aimed at creating a dynamic avant-garde of devoted youngsters who were ever ready to kill and to die for the gospel of faith and hope or nationalist creed that was imagined by their foremost ideologue Aurobindo Ghosh. 209 The quasi-religious character of the Anishaland Samatai, whose gravitational center shifted from Calcutta to Dhaka in 1908, is well documented in the files of the Colonial Intelligence Services. The membership of Muslims was prohibited and its rite of initiation included a vow before the Hindu goddess Kali. 210 The combination of mental training, physical exercise, political propaganda work, and a quasi-religious fervour as practiced by the Maniktola group was soon copied by a number of similar Samatai societies, often secret, that were founded in Bengal and Maharashtra between 1904 and 1908. 211 One of them was the Abhinav Bharat, Young India, society set up in Nashik in 1906 and modelled on Mazzini's Young Italy. 212 After months or even years spent on recruiting and training men, raising funds, partly through dacoity, and procuring arms, some of the groups became fully operational by the end of the year 1907. The development of these revolutionary cells in India was of course closely linked with the activities of the Indian nationalist expats residing in Europe and other parts of the world, which have been described in Chapter 2. Part of the connection was established through close personal links. V.D. Savarkar, to mention just the most prominent example, was a founding member of the Abhinav Bharat in which his brother Ganesh took a leading role when Vinayak left for London in 1906. As has already been hinted at, it was also Savarkar who was mainly responsible for smuggling 20 Browning pistols into British India. He forced the cook of the India House in Highgate, who was returning back home, to hide the guns in his trunk. 213 Some of the pistols, which had been bought by S.R. Rana in Paris, were later used for killings of colonial officials in the Bombay Presidency. But not only did people and revolvers circulate between India and Europe, there was also a knowledge transfer of a very peculiar kind. The bomb, bound to become something of a fetish object and a vehicle of symbolic communication for Indian revolutionaries, 214, as well as the know-how of bomb making, reached Indian shores around the same time. As Peter Hees has persuasively shown, here too, one can discern the direct involvement of members of the Krishnavarma circles in London and Paris and even of Shyamji himself. 215 Together with S.R. Rana, Shyamji paid the costs for the lessons in bomb manufacturing that were being taught by the experienced Russian anarchist Nikolai Safransky to 2 India House residents and Hemchandra Das Kanungo, a young Bengali student and member of the Calcutta Anishaland Samatai who had established contacts to his cell in Paris. 216 The first major outrage which brought explosives and their potential use as political weapons to the forefront of discussions among Indian nationalists was a bomb blast in Muzaffarpuri, Bihar, in which 2 European women and not the targeted British district judge were killed. 217 The incident was also widely commented upon by the press throughout the country. The Muzaffarpuri outrage in April 1908 and other spectacular terrorist acts that followed in its wake, were not only critical in triggering heated internal debates on violence and terror among Indian nationalists and in the English and vernacular public spheres but also provoked an outright paranoia among colonial officials. The moral panic generated by the event grew further after the police raided the houses of some suspects, when it transpired that the perpetrators were by no means amateurish Indian dabblers. The documents secured proved that their secret activities were based on knowledge gained from European anarchist organizations. The dangerous skills that had circulated to India included the detailed technical know-how needed for manufacturing explosive devices as well as the sophisticated organizational techniques used by Russian nihilists. 218 The ensuing perception of a ubiquitous menace, emanating from this global proliferation of Russian methods, would soon lead to the design and implementation of a number of counter-insurgent measures by the government of India as well as by the imperial authorities back in Britain. The nature of these measures would seem to corroborate G.K. Peatling's recent assessment that such perceived states of emergency disclose roots of pro-state or counter-insurgent violence that far from emanating from cold, rational calculations, are atavistic, emotional, and irrational. 219 The official obsession with the anarchist threat reached its climax shortly before the outbreak of the First World War. The attempted assassination of Viceroy Hardinge in December 1912 sent thrills of horror throughout India and served as a confirmation to the alarmists in the colonial establishment that the fangs of Indian anarchism had not yet been drawn. 220 The first legal intervention of the colonial state calculated to draw the fangs of anarchism was to curtail the freedom of press. It was targeted at the so-called ringleaders who were supposedly instigating sedition in their newspapers and pamphlets. Already in the summer of 1907, Viceroy Minto announced that while he had no desire whatever to restrict the legitimate liberty of the press, he was no longer willing and able to tolerate the publication of writings that which tend to arouse the disorderly elements of society and to incite them to concerted action against government. 221 The underlying logic was obviously that the Indian people were largely loyal and only misled by a handful of incorrigibly vicious troublemakers. These agitators, moreover, were often represented as having lost touch with the bulk of the population through their half-digested Western education, which had supposedly alienated them from their cultural roots. As Peatling has observed, this has been a standing trope in state discourses on terrorism from the 19th century right to our days and can be read as part of a broader counter-terrorist strategy. Depicting terrorist or revolutionary movements as a minority of fanatics without organic relation to the surrounding community. Counter-insurgent analysts can dismiss the argument that such activists represent any legitimate grievance. 222. As we shall presently see, this kind of reasoning was also repeatedly deployed to discredit the political claims made by Shyamji Krishnavarma. The Newspaper Act, 1908, which made the incitement to murder a criminal offence, was promulgated shortly after the Muzaffarpuri incident in June 1908 and supplemented already existing sedition laws. 223 Simultaneously, the Explosive Substances Act, 1908, was enacted for the express purpose of dealing with anarchist crimes. 224 It was modelled on a British law endorsed in 1883 during the height of the Fenian bombing campaigns in England. As its name already suggests, it declared the manufacture or possession of explosive substances for any other than a lawful object a substantive offence. 225 The counter-terrorist laws would later culminate in the Defence of India Act, 1916, which allowed for the detention of hundreds of suspected terrorists without trial. 226 The repeated use of the term anarchist or anarchist crime in official parlance is the most interesting phenomenon. Maya Ramnath has noted that the words anarchism and terrorism were used largely interchangeably until the 1920s. She argues that the liberal use of the term anarchist in documents on Indian revolutionaries, though certainly factually inaccurate and analytically unhelpful, still points to a sensed affinity between the followers of European anarchist organizations and South Asian expatriate nationalists. This affinity, as we have seen, indeed existed, however superficial and strategic it might have been. 227 The bomb disease, which was so widespread among Europeans adherents of the propaganda of the deed, had quickly spread to South Asian revolutionaries at home and among the diaspora. Bipin Chandra Pal was well aware of these transnational connections. In an insightful article entitled The Etiology of the Bomb, and published in 1909, he observed that, from the ethical point of view, the bomb had no justification in Bengal, any more than it has in Russia. But every disease, whether physical or moral, has an etiology. The bomb disease cannot be said to have none. The bomb is a system of assassination. It implies the utter helplessness of the assassin in relation to his opponent. However much strongly we may condemn the fatal folly of the people who adopted these outlandish methods of political propaganda, we cannot shut our eyes to the ugly fact that the real responsibility of it lies far more with the quack statesmanship with which the irritating issues that arose out of the partition of Bengal was handled by the government, than with these impatient and inexperienced young men, who have been victims of mad impulse born of their exceedingly sensitive natures, wrought upon by the measures of the government Bengal directed against the boycott and Svachi movement in that province. 228. What, then, was Shyamji Krishnavarma's expert opinion on bomb disease, and what was his position in the related and overarching question of violence as the ultimate means of resisting an aggressor? What made him change his strategy from passive to active resistance? The theory of violence, the ideological foundations of the physical force party. There can hardly be a doubt that Shyamji Krishnavarma's decision to give up his hitherto rather cautious strategy of resistance was closely linked to the processes described earlier. The colonial government's measures directed against the boycott and Svachi movement mentioned by Bipin Chandra Pal, and particularly the legal innovations that were developed by the British to keep the Indian anarchist wolves at bay, eventually persuaded the liberal revolutionary that the propaganda of the word alone would hardly suffice to overcome foreign domination. Pamphlets and journal articles were inadequate weapons in the fight against a colonial state whose leadership was apparently ready to throw overboard some of the most basic principles of good government, cloaking their despotic measures amounting to the creation of what has later been termed Feinstrafrecht, or a separate criminal law applying to particularly dangerous public enemies, in the rhetoric of exceptionalism. 229. Shyamji's change of mind on the crucial question of appropriate methods for the struggle against British imperialism can be partly reconstructed through the analysis of a number of editorials he penned for the Indian Sociologist, most of which were published between the summer of 1908, 230, when the scope of the counter-terrorist measures adopted by the Government of India became visible, and the autumn of 1909, when such measures were increasingly resorted to throughout the British Empire, including the United Kingdom itself. It was in these relatively short pieces that Shyamji developed the outlines of a highly ambitious project, aiming at a rational and universally valid ideological basis for terrorist attacks directed against individuals and institutions, functionally or symbolically, related to oppressive governments. It is almost needless to emphasize that, much like Bipin Chandra Pal, Krishnavarma, too, was well aware of the outlandish origins of the methods that he propagated. In contrast to Pal, however, he cherished an unabatedly positive attitude towards these foreign innovations even after the risk of collateral damages, caused by the application of terrorist tactics, became a much debated topic in the wake of the Muzaffarpuri killings. The first instance of Krishnavarma's radicalization occurred in early 1908. From February through June of that year, he published a long and very sympathetic report titled "The Terrorists on the Activities of Russian and Polish Anarchists." The account, in which the U.S. journalist Leroy Scott openly expressed much admiration for the courage and selflessness of Eastern European anarchists as for their acute attention to detail, cool nerve and reckless daring, 231, had originally appeared in the American journal Everybody's Magazine. Its reprint in the Sociologist was introduced by Krishnavarma with the observation that the autocratic regime of the Tsar in Russia and British rule in India had much in common. 232. The publication of the series leaves no doubt that Shyamji had finally become fascinated with Russian methods. This is confirmed by his simultaneously publicized enthusiasm for the invention of noiseless guns, which he praised as useful tools to combat despotism. 233. In the August number of his journal, the theoretical engagement with terrorist strategies began in earnest in a short editorial with the programmatic title "The Ethics of Dynamite." Shyamji had borrowed the title from an earlier article by the British libertarian philosopher Auberon Herbert, 1838–1906, whose ideas on terrorist violence versus state violence were summarized in Krishnavarma's short text. 234 Herbert had held the Spencer Memorial Lecture at Oxford in 1906. 235 and had met Shyamji several times and spent hours discussing Spencer's theories. In 1904 the unorthodox English philosopher, vegetarian, and environmentalist Yvonne La Lettre even invited the Indian revolutionary to his hermitage in New Forest near Southampton, where he lived, as Shyamji approvingly notes, like an Indian ascetic intent on securing moksha. 236 Auberon Herbert was a staunch Spencerian who pushed the ideology of laissez-faire individualism, articulated by his teacher, to the extreme. The anti-status theories disseminated in his books and pamphlets are, therefore, often regarded as a link between liberal and anarchist thought. Occasionally his ideas were even ridiculed by contemporary critics as rich man's anarchism. 237 Herbert had written his original article on the phenomenon of terrorism in the Contemporary Review in reaction to the wave of anarchist bombings that swept over France in the 1890s. The main thrust of his piece was a critique of statist repression and official counter-terrorism as the wrong ways to 150. Respond to real or perceived anarchist threats. Shyamji quoted a long passage containing the following visionary sentences. If we cannot learn, if the only effect upon us of the presence of the dynamiter in our midst is to make us multiply punishments, invent restrictions, increase the number of our official spies, forbid public meetings, interfere with the press, put up gratings as in one country they propose to do in our House of Commons, scrutinize visitors under official microscopes, request them, as at Vienna, and I think now at Paris also, to be good enough to leave their greatcoats in the vestibules. I venture to prophesy that there lies before us a bitter and an evil time. 238. Although Shyamji borrowed the catchy title from Auberon Herbert's piece, he pushed the argument of the British liberal thinker into a slightly different direction. He transformed the ethics of dynamite from a libertarian critique of statist counter-terrorism into a full-fledged legitimation of what might be called reactive terrorism. As for the ethics of dynamite, it may be laid down in a general way that, where people have political power, there is no need for the use of explosives. It only promotes reaction. But where the people are utterly defenseless, both politically and militarily, then one may look on the bomb or any other weapon as legitimate. Its employment then only becomes a question of expediency. 239. The centerpiece of Shyamji's writing on political violence appeared as an editorial in the subsequent issue of the Indian Sociologist under the extended title The Ethics of Dynamite and British Despotism in India. 240. According to its author, the essay contributed to the necessary discussion of the bearings of the so-called anarchists on British colonial rule. Particularly interesting was the leading article's Latin subtitle, Similia similibus curantur. As is generally known, Similia similibus curantur, or like cures like, was the founding principle of homeopathy as articulated by the German physician Samuel Hahnemann, 1755–1843. The use of Hahnemann's motto is not merely yet another specimen of Shyamji's usual demonstrations of his punditry, but also nicely captures the gist of his own argument. Once again, Krishnavarma was inspired by Auberon Herbert, who had based the moral authority of resistance against an aggressor on the self-evident right to react to the wrong which has been already committed in the first instance by some other person or state. 241. For this libertarian advocate of voluntarism, the right of property, which included the right of self-ownership, was pivotal. Herbert considered it a supreme moral right, of higher rank than all other human interests or institutions. The idea of self-ownership was, therefore, also at the core of Herbert's justification of legitimate self-defense through the application of direct force. 242. Shyamji recycled exactly this line of argument in his carefully crafted second essay on the ethics of dynamite. He set out by raising the fundamental issue as to how the presence of the British colonial power in India ought to have been assessed. He offered three possible positions. A. They are there for the benefit of the Indian people. B. They are indifferent whether good or evil results from their presence. C. They are there merely for serving their own selfish ends by the means of an organized robbery on a vast scale. 243. In order to find the right answer, Krishnavarma next offered a sweep over 150 years of British rule in the subcontinent, in which he marshalled an impressive array of evidence in support of the third position. He quoted from the texts of treaties between the East India Company and Indian rulers, as well as from statements made by British Governor-Generals, Viceroys, and MPs to illustrate the base and selfish motives of the colonizers. 244. In what can be considered as the key paragraph of his article, Shyamji combined the Herbertian ideal of self-ownership with his own knowledge of the Anglo-Indian legal system into a powerful manifesto for armed resistance against colonial oppression. According to the Indian Penal Code, a person is at liberty to retain or recover his property by all possible means without fear of punishment. Section 103 of the said code recognizes the right of private defense of property to the extent of causing the death of the wrongdoer, it being quite immaterial what means are used for causing the death. 245. The clause that the means of causing the death were immaterial, one might suspect, opened up ample opportunities to use the products of the revolutionary bomb manufacturers. In the ensuing paragraph, Shyamji dealt with the reproach that Indians propagating armed resistance were nothing but anarchists. In his usual sober and erudite manner, he first extensively defined the term anarchy as a social theory which would do away with all authority. Next, he observed that the physical force party, far from promoting the absence of state authority, wanted to replace the alien despotism with a strong national government. The term anarchy, therefore, could not possibly have any application in their case, even though a temporary disorder or confusion might have arisen from their revolutionary activities. 246. In like vein, Krishnavarma also underscored that violence was certainly not his first choice. The turn to terror had become inevitable and was a last resort only after the British Indian government restricted free agitation. It was the curtailing of the liberty of the press, freedom of speech, and the right of public meeting by the colonial authorities, Shyamji maintained, which had imposed on Indian patriots a corresponding duty to make futile the efforts of foreign despotism. 247. This statement bears clear traces of Herbert's theory, according to which the rights of an aggressor were lost to the same extent that he was infringing on the right of self-ownership. In the worst case, such a transgression could even amount to the forfeiting of his right to live. 248. The notion of a state that was acting without moral legitimacy and hence needed to be resisted, however, was derived not only from Auberon Herbert's works. As Shruti Kapila has observed, it was equally indebted to Herbert Spencer's ideas on voluntary outlawry and the right of the individual to ignore the state under certain conditions. 249. Krishnavarma would later occasionally refer to such illegitimate state action as state terrorism. 250. Although the concept was not further developed theoretically. It is interesting to note that, towards the end of his essay on the ethics of dynamite, Krishnavarma for once gave up his academic bird's-eye view and integrated instead a more pragmatic perspective. He quoted the statement of a Russian revolutionary, who was interviewed by W. T. Stead for the Daily Mail, stating that when asked about what he considered to be the supreme ethic, the Russian anarchist replied that for him the securing of liberty was his supreme ethic and everything necessary to achieve that objective was eo ipso ethical. From a theoretical as well as a pragmatic perspective, then, endorsement and application of homeopathical violence was logical and, indeed, inevitable. That was the not altogether surprising outcome of the sober and distanced survey of the whole situation. 251 as presented by Krishnavarma. The doctrine Shyamji spelled out in two treatises on the ethics of dynamite radically differed from all the other strands of Indian revolutionary terrorism. It was unique in the sense that his theorizing of political violence worked without the invocation of Hindu gods or goddesses. Nor were they based on the authority of religious scriptures such as the Bhagavad Gita, as was the case with both Deluxe and Savarkar's justification of terrorist assassinations. 252 Shyamji's theory of direct action was instead built on a rational, rigorous, and meticulous reading of the Indian Penal Code and liberal manifestos written by English social theorists propagating individualism and the sanctity of personal property. This unusual, and ostentatiously derivative, frame of reference makes Krishnavarma's contribution to the theoretical underpinnings of the anti-imperialist struggle highly distinctive. At the same time, there can hardly be a doubt that he saw himself primarily as a theoretician. Unlike Harald, Chatto and others who criticized his cowardice, he considered himself not an activist who would intervene directly but a thinker. 253 It is thus certainly not for tactical reasons alone that he stated to a U.S. journalist in 1909, "It does not especially concern me how and by whom these doctrines are carried out. I deal exclusively with theory." 254 Reading Shyamji's dry matter-of-fact prose and following the cold logic of his argument sometimes gives one a sense of reading a treatise on a problem of Sanskrit grammar rather than a pamphlet propagating terrorist attacks. I would argue that this is partly due to the legacy of his earlier career as a scholar. There is reason to believe that his philological training made him trust in the power of logic and the absolute necessity of supporting one's position with reference to a text. While articulating his ideas, Shyamji was quite obviously less concerned with building a creative original theory that clearly deviated from or modified existing ideologies. On the contrary, he seemed to have been rather content with their rigid application. This observation would be perfectly in line with my reading of the persistent influence of his Orientalist training. It appears somewhat ironic, however, that the classics of liberal thought and voluntarism had meanwhile replaced, or better, superseded Panini's Adihai as his main point of reference. His obsession with theoretical accuracy notwithstanding, Shyamji Krishnavarma was not completely indifferent towards issues concerning the actual impact of the political action that was stimulated by his doctrines. In an article written for the Indian Sociologist in the summer of 1911, he provided an interesting balance sheet of 3 years of terrorist activism by the Physical Force Party. 255 He structured his argument in terms of a historical metaphor and used the English Chartist movement as a point of reference. The promulgation of the Reform Act of 1832, 256 Krishnavarma argued, would never have been possible without the pressure exerted by seditionists. Back then, Chartist ringleaders like Thomas Carlyle, who incited the agricultural laborers to violent resistance, were regarded by the authorities as criminal troublemakers and treated accordingly. It was only with the benefit of hindsight that their contribution to the great constitutional reform, which had always been portrayed as a major achievement in most Whiggish accounts of history, became visible. Shyamji interpreted the historical role of the Indian Revolutionary Party in a similar vein. Up to a few years ago, the English turned a deaf ear to the appeals of their victims, but since the advent of the Physical Force Party with its propaganda of active resistance enforced by deeds, a marked change has been wrought in the attitudes of the rulers of India. The fear of losing all has induced even the most fire-eating advocates of repression to consider favorably demands which, not long ago, were treated with contemptuous indifference. 257. As proof of his hypothesis, he mentioned the improved career opportunities for the colonist. In fact, Indians were able to rise to the highest positions in the colonial administrative apparatus only from 1909 onwards. Thus, according to Krishnavarma's logic, the conspiracies and outrages set up by the Physical Force Party had produced some palpable effects. The spread of the bomb disease had been instrumental in terminating the first stage of British despotism characterized by absolute and ruthless repression, the argument went, and had ushered in a second phase, during which the colonial state tried to survive through an admixture of repression and concession. Shyamji was convinced that this mixed strategy, too, was doomed to failure and that it was only a matter of time before the violent action taken by Indian revolutionaries would eventually pave the way for the third and final stage, namely the destruction of the despotism and the inauguration of a popular form of self-government. 258. The practice of violence, the London outrage and the prose of counter-terrorism. 259. It was thus in late summer 1908 that the outlines of Shyamji's peculiar theory of active resistance were articulated. The new radical tone in his propaganda was initially only noticed in the camp of Indian fellow nationalists and among the British intelligence authorities concerned with the surveillance of South Asian seditionists. Less than a year. Violence. 155. Later, though, Krishnavarma had become a public figure and an international icon of anti-colonial terrorism. His sudden rise to prominence was closely connected with the assassination of Sir Curzon Wyllie on July 1, 1909. 260 William Hutt Curzon Wyllie, 1848–1909, was one of the highest executives connected to the India Office. After a long and distinguished career in India, he had returned to London in 1901 where he served as political aide-de-camp to Lord Morley, the Secretary of State for India. In the months preceding his assassination, he had been preoccupied with the surveillance of Indian students in Britain, whose increasing numbers and growing politicization were considered a serious problem also by Morley. 261 There was a widespread feeling articulated in the British press and in the House of Commons that the expatriate students, most of whom were living largely isolated from English social life, became an easy prey for demagogues like Krishnavarma and his associates, who purportedly used cheap rents and Indian cookery 262 to attract them to centres like the India House for the purpose of perversion 263 Madan Lal Dhingra, 1883–1909, on the other hand, was a young student of engineering at University College London. He stemmed from a wealthy, Western-educated family in Amritsar whose members had been loyal to the British rulers for decades. On his voyage to Britain, however, he became a victim of racist harassment and consequently developed an intense hatred against the colonizers. 264 Dhingra, whose anti-British sentiments were further fueled by racist press articles on Indian students in England, 265 stayed for some time in the Highgate Hostel and attended its weekly meetings later on. Under the influence of both Krishnavarma's quasi-scientific justification of political assassination and V.D. Savarkar's revolutionary charisma, the young Punjabi decided to devote his life to direct action and started seeking a worthy target for an outrage. H.K. Korregangvakar, a former India House resident who later turned approver, explained the rationale that eventually led to the choice of his victim as follows. Curzon Wyllie had recently become very obnoxious because he had employed a number of detectives to watch the India House party. It was he who had the idea of starting a house for London Indians to make them loyal. It was he who had gone to Paris to collect information against Savarkar, Harnam Singh, and others. He himself was a clever detective, hence he must die. The aim and object of the whole deed was to create the greatest amount of sensation and to establish horrorism. 266. The opportunity to establish horrorism finally opened up when the Loyalist National Indian Association organized a function for Indian students with a view to better integrate them into British society. The reception was held at the Imperial Institute in South Kensington, one of the most prestigious places that the British capital had to offer. It was attended by a number of high-profile politicians and officials attached to the India Office, one of whom was the victim. Madan Lal Dhingra had to wait for hours for the right moment. Eventually, he managed to get involved in a conversation with Curzon Wyllie in the course of which he produced the revolver hidden in his jacket. He killed his counterpart with several shots fired at point-blank range. Dr. Kawaz Lalkaka, a Parsi physician based in Shanghai who tried to come to the aid of the dying Englishman, was likewise shot by Dhingra. The assassin was eventually overwhelmed by several bystanders, at which point he tried unsuccessfully to kill himself with the last bullet remaining in his gun. 267 He was arrested on the spot, brought before the court, and convicted to death in what must have been one of the shortest murder trials in 20th century Britain. 268 Madan Lal Dhingra was executed in Pentonville prison only 6 weeks after the outrage at the Imperial Institute and immediately acquired the status of a martyr in all factions of the quarrelling Indian Revolutionary Party in Europe. 269 Dhingra's deed had instantaneous repercussions throughout Britain and India and elicited manifold reactions in the press as well as among politicians and administrators. One of the most important institutional consequences was the professionalization of British intelligence work following this demonstration of imperial vulnerability, which has already been described in some detail by Richard Popplewell and does need not be repeated in detail here. 270 More relevant for our present discussion are the discursive strategies of counter-terrorism, and particularly the question of how the cold-blooded killing of the aide-de-camp affected the ways in which Shyamji Krishnavarma and his propaganda for the Physical Force Party came to be viewed in official imperial circles and in public debate. It has already been indicated that there was a strong current in both the official and public perception that young and naive Indian students like Dhingra had to be primarily understood as victims rather than as offenders. According to the counter-terrorist logic discussed here, the young Punjabi, too, was portrayed as being perverted and instrumentalized by unscrupulous agitators and seditionists who had no support from the Indian people at large. Almost instantaneously, English and international newspapers presented Shyamji as the wire puller 271 who was truly responsible for the deed, thus exculpating the actual perpetrator. The following excerpt from an article in the London Penny Illustrated paper is fairly typical of this line of reasoning. According to its author, Indian students arriving in the United Kingdom naturally are a prey to the subtle minds of men like Krishnavarma, who from his safe retreat in Paris, preaches the doctrine of killing no murder. He has caught the young Oriental at an impressionable age and has persuaded him that the shortcut to paradise is through a pool of Anglo-Indian blood. The authorities at Scotland Yard have no weapons to combat a 1,000-year-old philosophy newly organized by Krishnavarma. 272. The Orientalist overtones discernible in this short passage are striking. The author utterly misrepresents Shyamji's quasi-scientific justification of targeted attacks by depicting it as what might be termed a sort of Hindu jihad. This impression is reinforced by other statements where he points out the unsuitability of Western education for Orientals in general. In addition, the racial and cultural othering of the seditionists, read savages, is also noticeable in the article's subtitle, which stresses the practical impossibility of civilizing a savage. 273 This grafting of a novel rhetoric of counter-terrorism on pre-existing clichés about the putatively irrational and bloodthirsty Hindu occurs in many other writings on the London outrage. The Los Angeles Times, for example, accused the Hindu socialist editor Krishnavarma of making an appeal to bloodlust when the latter warned in a perfectly sober tone that imprudent and repressive counterinsurgency measures by the colonial government might provoke disturbances in India. 274 By coining the entirely and demonstrably inaccurate compound Hindu socialist, the old cliché of the cruel Indian savage was effectively coupled with that of a more contemporary bogeyman in order to enhance the shock effect. The Washington Post took the Orientalist representation of the incident one step further. The U.S. Daily, while concerned that the same peril might exist in the Philippines, 275 circulated the rumor that Dhingra had been under the influence of drugs administered to him by the India House seditionists when he killed his two victims. Then, having poisoned his mind, the conspirators poisoned his body. When Tiné Sikh committed these murders, he was drunk with bhang, an Indian intoxicant. The effect of that drug is to make a man perfectly callous of what he does and outwardly calm and self-possessed. When he was drunk, the plotters crammed an armory of weapons in his pockets and sent him on his mission. 276. This sensationalist story was reproduced by dozens of other newspapers in Britain and India. It clearly evokes associations with a long tradition of Orientalist imagery. The purposeful drugging of perpetrators before they commit their crimes is a running trope in Western writings on the Orient. As James Mills has shown, it was frequently used by the British in India during the 19th century in connection with local offences such as sati, widow burning, infanticide, the murder of Christians, and even the Great Rebellion of 1857-277. It could, of course, be projected much further back in time to the Middle Eastern assassins of medieval times. 278 In his seminal book on the creation of moral panics, 279 British sociologist Stanley Cohen pointed out some time ago that new groups were often stigmatized as deviant and dangerous through the construction of continuities with pre-existing folk devils. Such an interpretation would corroborate the arguments recently brought forth by Alex Tickle, who, in his attempt at excavating histories of terror, has discovered strong discursive continuities between the early colonial rhetoric articulated in the anti-Thuggee campaign of the 1830s and current terrorism studies. 280 such continuities are certainly obvious on the institutional side. From 1887 onwards, the government of India's Thuggee and Dacoity Department was restructured into special branches that now had to deal with the political threats to the Raj in particular. In 1903 it was renamed Department of Criminal Intelligence and responsible for combating the nascent revolutionary terrorism. 281 by linking Krishnavarma, who was after all making rational political claims on the basis of Western liberalist thought and existing legal structures, to the atrocious acts committed by fanaticist Hindus, it was much easier to willfully disregard his political agenda. A similar discursive strategy was deployed towards Dhingra and his young and generally extraordinarily well-educated fellow student revolutionaries. By being represented as mere puppets of Krishnavarma, they were denied both individual agency and the capability of taking rational decisions motivated by political considerations. The fact that American newspapers took such a great interest in the Curzon Wiley affair is remarkable and once more underlines the global impact of the India House Group. But what was the media reaction back in India? As one would have expected, the news of the London 160 outrage provoked a flood of comments in the English and vernacular press. It triggered an animated public debate around the issue of political violence in general and expatriate terrorism in particular that continued for several months. In the hundreds of articles on the London outrage that were published in the Indian press, one finds very few voices in defense of Shyamji and his circle. A Bombay paper half apologetically remarked that his earlier activities in the region as a social and religious reformer were praiseworthy and that his corruption had only begun when he went to England. This, the author readily explained, was owing to the fact that the atmosphere of Europe was more congenial to extreme views. 282 This projection of political violence as typically Western, a product of the loss of Indian values in the diaspora, is a motif that is repeatedly used. The majority of Indian newspapers, however, strongly condemned the act without any qualification. Some of the writers used fairly strong language, labeling Krishnavarma a lunatic of the dangerous type, 283, or an arch-mischief maker who must be annihilated once and for all. 284 Many leaders of the Indian Congress joined the choir of those who disgustedly distanced themselves from Shyamji's scientific terrorism, Gandhi being only the most prominent example. 285 Fascinatingly, the future Mahatma's take on the Dhingra case reproduces the current official version in minute detail. Presenting Madan Lal Dhingra as incapacitated by drugs and Krishnavarma's mad ideas. One can only pity the man. He was egged on to do this act by ill-digested reading of worthless writings. His defense of himself, too, appears to have been learnt by rote. It is those who incited him to this that deserve to be punished. In my view, Mr. Dhingra himself is innocent. It is not merely wine or bang that makes one drunk, a mad idea also can do so. That was the case with Mr. Dhingra. 286. In the midst of all the slander, accusations, and misrepresentations, Krishnavarma reacted confidently and even managed to exploit the situation to make his voice heard louder than ever before. Using the heightened media attention in the wake of the London outrage, he was able to convey a rejoinder to all his critics and in the process introduce his ethics of dynamite to a truly global audience. This is even more remarkable if one considers the fact that other prominent extremists, such as Lala Lajpat Rai, were quick to express their abhorrence and strongly condemn political assassinations. 287 Shyamji's letter to the editor of the London Times hence would soon assure him. The epithet of father of Indian anarchy and remains, to this day, his most influential piece of writing. It is typical of the liberal revolutionary that Shyamji would use the unusual opportunity to reach more than 1,000 odd subscribers to the Indian Sociologist to familiarize the readers of the Times with another sociological truth pertaining to force. The truth Shyamji was referring to this time was not one by Herbert Spencer, as one might have expected, but was taken from the writings of his second most important guru Oberon Herbert. He wrote, "I frankly admit that I approve of the deed and regard its author as a martyr. I know that this declaration of mine will shock many, but luckily there are even in England some high-minded and thoughtful publicists who seem to agree with me that political assassination is not murder and the rightful employment of force connotes force used defensively against force used aggressively." 288. Conclusion. The detailed reconstruction of the last 2 decades of Shyamji Krishnavarma's career, spent in exile in Paris and Geneva, has underscored the difficult circumstances under which his most significant political works were written. Next to the rising pressure emanating from the constant surveillance and spying by the British intelligence and the slandering by the media, Krishnavarma was also the victim of internal intrigues. The remaining associates of the India House Circle and the members of the Paris cell were slowly turning against their erstwhile leader. By 1912, therefore, he had virtually lost his authority as a spokesman of the Revolutionary Party. Arguably, Shyamji's autocratic behavior and his slightly narcissistic character facilitated or even catalyzed the process of his gradual marginalization, as analyzed in the previous chapter. With the benefit of hindsight, it seems ironic that Krishnavarma developed his theories of direct action and physical force in the years between 1908 and 1912, precisely at the time when he came more and more under attack for his alleged passivity and cowardice. The brief account of the isolated existence he led during his last years in Geneva has supported the conclusion that he was already a broken and disillusioned man by the time he left Paris in summer 1914. As the second part of this chapter has demonstrated, however, the fact that Shyamji lost influence in the wider spectrum of the Indian national movement and ended as a somewhat tragic figure ought not. 162. To make us regard his political work as insignificant or deal with his contribution to the theoretical vocabulary of anti-imperialism as a mere curiosity. To be sure, his early thoughts on passive resistance or dissociation were strongly influenced by the Swadeshi ideology current at the time. Certainly, they do not bear comparison with the more substantial and sophisticated writings by some of his contemporaries. 289. Still, Shyamji's short statements on boycottage integral also offer significant modifications, such as the attempt to reconcile a Swadeshi attitude with a penchant for free trade and global flows of capital. Krishnavarma's vision of the United States of India is too sketchy to be seriously analyzed as an alternative political model for the construction of post-independence India. That said, it is interesting to note that the idea was later revived by other Indian intellectuals who tried to re-envision an independent India in a global context. Tarkanath Das, another revolutionary in exile with intellectual leanings, would be a case in point. 290. Krishnavarma's assorted writings on active resistance or scientific terrorism demonstrate most compellingly that his was a unique and highly original voice in the polyphonic concert of Indian nationalism. His rediscovery as a political thinker, therefore, is long overdue. C. A. Bailey has shown how liberal thought pervaded a wide spectrum of elite nationalism of the moderate kind, but only vaguely hinted at the fact that its influence extended to insurrectionaries like Lala Hardale and Shyamji Krishnavarma. 291, in which precise way the works of liberal theorists were used to provide ideological basis for radical political actions, is a question that has so far not been adequately addressed in historiography. Revolutionary terrorism, on the other hand, has mostly been depicted and analyzed in the spectacular form practiced by the secret societies established by young firebrands in Bengal and Maharashtra, talking about the distribution of sweets, placing of bombs, or the sacrificing of white goats, killing of British officials. Their activism, it would seem from much of the writing that is available, was completely overdetermined by religious zeal, built on the interpretation of sacred Hindu scriptures, using the images of Hindu gods and goddesses, and sustained by indigenous forms of physical culture. 292. Krishnavarma's justification of political violence has little in common with either the Hindutva violence or the jihadi terror. 293. Schemes that were simultaneously evolved by people like Tilak, Aurobindo Ghosh, Maulana Obaidullah Sindhi or Shyamji's own lieutenants V.D. Savrukar and Mohammad Barakatullah. The process of indigenization of European terrorism, analyzed by Christophe Jaffarelot with respect to the Maharashtrian school of violence, 294, did not take place in Shyamji's scheme of scientific terror. The seamless integration of a broad range of diverse cultural and discursive repertoires, which characterizes some of Shyamji's other writings, is also conspicuous by its absence in his treatises on physical force. In striking contrast to his parochial personal habitus and Brahmanical lifestyle, Krishnavarma clearly intended to produce an ideological basis for anti-imperial resistance that was universally valid and unfettered by any religio-cultural baggage. If the legacy of his Hindu background is palpable at all in these writings, it is in the methods with which he approaches the topic. His quasi-Brahmanical text-centeredness and his meticulous rigor of analysis evoke the sense of a Sanskrit scholar who has turned to explicate the grammar of violence. In terms of content, however, there is no reference whatsoever to culturally rooted images or concepts. They bear equally little influence from socialist or communist patterns of reasoning which became more popular during the interwar period 295 and which were already foreshadowed in the writings of some of his fellow revolutionaries. 296 To be sure, liberal thought was certainly not culturally neutral but, in contradistinction to Hinduism, which was only just beginning to go global, 297 it had already gained worldwide currency by the time Shyamji was writing. Unlike the fringe ideologies of socialism or anarchism advocated by the India House Group's more problematic British allies like Guy Alderd or H. M. Hindman, liberalism was tremendously popular among the colonizers themselves, many of whom understood their politics in India as a liberal experiment. 298 Krishnavarma's constant reference to recognized English thinkers such as Herbert Spencer and Auberon Herbert thus made his short manifestos all the more disturbing and difficult to disprove. In addition, the ways in which Krishnavarma used his grasp of the Anglo-Indian legal system in his short treatises on the rationale of terror made the uncanny foundations of the British Empire embarrassingly visible. Making rational claims in the name of the Indian Penal Code shattered the very foundations of imperialism in that it laid bare the fact that permanent legal exceptionalism was an integral part of rule in the colonies. 299 Perhaps it was for this reason that the unpitying rationality of Shyamji's scheme and his repeated appeals to high-minded and thoughtful Britons had to be depreciated by deploying the prose of counter-terrorism. As we have seen, the physical 164 Force faction and Shyamji as its most conspicuous exponent were rebarbarized by colonial officials and Western media alike. This was achieved through repeated attempts at linking the terrorist violence of the 1900s to the atrocities allegedly committed by the Oriental folk devils that populated the lore of colonialism decades or centuries earlier. Krishnavarma's sketchy libertarian critique of empire, then, is so significant because it introduced a third powerful language besides culturalism and socialist internationalism with which to articulate radical anti-imperialism. It turned out to be an idiom, however, that has come to be marginalized in history and largely edited out of historiography.